sustainability, and efficiency impact of autonomous and connected truck in terms of reducing congestion, improving energy efficiency, improving safety, and pavement durability. Researchers at University of Illinois has been incorporating viscoelastic property of pavement into an integrated framework to optimize platooning of autonomous trucks. Autonomous trucks can adjust their configuration, including spacing, speeding, and lateral adjustment to reduce energy consumption due to aerodynamic resistance and pavement life cycle cost due to highway truck loading. The third project conducted at CCAT is on improving set street intersection entrance with autonomous vehicle. This project was conducted by University of Akron. So if you look at the intersection, some of the side street has detectors to have vehicle actuation, but oftentimes will interrupt the flow of the main line, the main street. So if the main street, if some of the vehicles on Main Street are autonomous vehicles, they can actually adjust the spacing between vehicles so that the vehicles on the minor street can get on the main street easily. So this project also tested in the field with real controllers. I also want to mention some educational effort at the CCAT, and this is a foundational mobility foundational class organized by Jim Sayer at Armtree. This class has two courses: course 1 on mobility behavior and technology, and course 2 on mobility system design, finance, and regulation. And a number of researchers and professors will group together to offer this class. And we're targeting to have this 3 credit, so total 6 credit foundational class released in the summer and early fall. So today's symposium, we have organized 5 panels, 2 keynote speakers, and 2 presentations. We'll start with morning keynote, followed by the first panel on Mobility Blue, and a research presentation from UIUC. We then go into a break, and then followed by 2 panels, one on legal issues related with autonomous vehicle, one on cybersecurity. We will break out for lunch around 12:25, and then come back 1:30 for afternoon keynote. In the afternoon, we'll have, after the afternoon keynote, we'll have 1 panel on AV investment and public acceptance, followed by a research presentation by U of M researcher. And then a break, a 10 minutes break, and then looking into the infrastructure investment for connected automated vehicles. And then I will offer some closing remarks, and we will target to conclude this online symposium by 5 p.m. Be sure to follow us on LinkedIn and Twitter, and be sure to use hashtag CCAT 2020 during today's presentation. So let me introduce today's morning speaker, Mr. John Kwant. John is Ford Global Director of Government Relations for Mobility and Advanced Technologies. He is responsible for advocating for federal position on autonomous and connected vehicle regulatory matters, as well as urban mobility issues. Prior to this role, John was Vice President for City Solutions with Ford Smart Mobility, LLC. In that role, John led Ford global effort to partner with cities to identify key urban mobility needs that inform its development of new mobility services, while also working to create, pilot, and implement new mobility solutions in cities worldwide. John joined Ford in August of 1999 and to assist in business development, mergers, acquisitions, and strategic alliance surrounding internet distribution channels partners. He spent over 10 years in Ford Asia Pacific Group in a variety of management roles. John holds an MBA and MS in engineering management from Northwestern University. He also holds bachelor degrees in industrial and operations engineering from the University of Michigan. Without further ado, let's welcome John Kwant.
Good morning. Thank you, Henry. Can you guys hear me all right?
Sure. Okay. All right.
Great. Thank you, Henry, for that wonderful introduction. And I want to say thank you to Calvin Tuttle and Francine Romine. I know that's been a lot of work trying to get this moved to a webinar format. I think you guys have done a great job, and I hope it's a great day. Thank you for the invitation to join you all here and deliver this keynote. I know that Diana Furchcott-Roth from DOT was scheduled to do this. Diana and I know each other well. We work on a lot of these issues together. I've attempted to provide a very, what I hope is a balanced view on what the challenges are in a couple areas that we have here. But honored to have been asked to take her place and look forward to sharing this information with you. Next slide, please, Calvin. The areas that I'm going to cover today are primarily centered around autonomous and connected vehicles. The graphic that you see here is just kind of a insight into how Ford looks at smart mobility writ large. Certainly, we are probably associated most with the vehicle side of these circles. But when we look at smart mobility, it encompasses not only autonomous and connected vehicles, and within connected vehicles are conventional vehicles, of course, but it also encompasses the data that those vehicles generate, as well as what we would call smart mobility. And this is a very large circle that speaks to not only things like micro mobility, which we've invested in, but helping cities, the items that I used to work on in my prior role, in terms of trying to connect vehicles to their larger mobility ecosystem. And how do we help cities, municipalities, states do that better, utilize the data that the vehicles are generating so that we make vehicles safer and that we make transportation more fluid and efficient within an environment. So today I'm just going to talk about the regulatory environment around connected and autonomous vehicles. Those are my two primary responsibilities now for Ford in Washington, D.C. Next slide. So what we're going to talk about in terms of the regulatory outlook for AVs is the work that's been done on getting to a federal legislative framework. In the process of doing that, what else has the Department of Transportation as well as NHTSA doing to help facilitate the introduction of AVs and a little bit on what states are doing. On connectivity, I'm going to dwell a lot on spectrum. And there's probably, most people on this call are aware of this. There's probably not a lot new you're going to learn from this, but what I'm going to offer is kind of an opinion as to how things could play out, depending on how the FCC rules on this. There's a quip in here, you know, what's all the fuss about? Doesn't everyone want safer cars and higher def cat videos? There's this little bit of a battle for the 5.9 spectrum between the unlicensed proponents as well as those that want to retain all of that band for safety use, and we'll talk about that. Next slide. So from an autonomous vehicle standpoint, we'll kick off and just look at the facts. Currently, there is no regulatory framework in place to certify large volumes of AVs. There is an exemption process that NHTSA has that you can apply for that is roughly 2,500 vehicles per year for a 2-year period. A couple of OEMs and AV technology companies have applied for these. Most recently, Neuro was granted one of these exemptions. But it is a process that takes some time. And again, it's only 5,000 units. The last, what I would call serious legislative efforts to establish this regulatory framework for AVs, at least at a federal level, occurred in the last Congress. So you might recall that in the House, there was a bill that went through that had overwhelming bipartisan support. It then languished in the Senate in late 18. And what happened is after the Congress changed and the Democrats assumed the majority in the House, what they did was form a bicameral, bipartisan working group of staff to try and take elements of what there was agreement on in the past efforts and work toward trying to draft an AV bill, and I'll talk about that as well. The concerning thing, I think, for automakers and technology companies is that without this federal framework, every state is also attempting to regulate AV use, and that can create a patchwork of rules and regulations. There are certainly things that are under the purview of the states in terms of vehicle registration, licensing, you know, all those things that states typically do with conventional vehicles. But what we would not want to see is states start to venture into areas that the federal government typically plays a role in. Next slide. So what does industry want from an AV regulatory standpoint? It's kind of captured in the title, and to a large extent, it's to allow the people that are operating in this space, both OEMs and technology companies, to both test and deploy AVs in ever-increasing numbers. To that end, you know, one of the things that we're certainly engaged in is trying to ensure that NHTSA grants exemption requests when they're applied for as expeditiously as possible, because again, that's the only process that exists right now. And then a lot of effort is toward creating this regulatory framework through statute. And what we want to do is expand NHTSA's AV authority. You know, those of you who are familiar with NHTSA know that all of their vehicle regulations deal with conventional vehicles that require brakes and steering wheels, all the things that with AVs might not be required. So as I mentioned, there's this bipartisan bicameral process underway. Last August and September, there was a lot of outreach to the various stakeholders, OEMs, safety groups, technology companies, to talk about what has worked, what hasn't worked in terms of the language. They've circulated draft language to these stakeholders, which was commented on and sent back. This happened over the course of roughly 5 months. The last batch just got sent back earlier part of this year. I have to say that a standalone bill like we had before is probably not likely this year, given the very short legislative calendar that we have, not only because of the election, but obviously the virus is probably going to impact greatly the legislative calendar this year. And then there's obviously a focus on stimulus and trying to get the country back. We also have a variety of trade associations working with us, advocating for a federal bill, the New Automotive Alliance for Automotive Innovation, ITSA, the Self-Driving Coalition. These are the organizations, CTA, that help us try and move this forward. Next slide, please. So to give you a sense of what could potentially be in an AV bill, each of these columns represents the 3 rounds of text that were circulated earlier or late last year and then earlier this year. In the first round, we looked at exemptions, how many would be required or how many would be allowed per year while rulemaking was going on. It's expanding testing, the role of advisory committees with Congress and DOT. In the second round, rulemaking, as I mentioned, this notion of what are the federal and state roles in this space. This is very important. And then there was a section, of course, defining all the terms that would be used in the legislation. And in the last round we just completed, there was a section on cybersecurity, one on consumer education, dual use vehicles, how we would collect and use crash data, section on inoperative controls, how to deal with vehicles over 10,000 pounds, and then staffing requirements that would be needed at DOT. There's a lot, obviously, that goes into a piece of legislation like this. The ones that are most important to us, and I believe to most OEMs, are the ones that are highlighted in yellow. As I mentioned, what we're trying to achieve is a greater number of exemptions to deploy these vehicles, to start the rulemaking process at NHTSA that is centered around AVs, and to clarify federal and state roles. Next slide, please, Calvin. So this notion of could we get an AV bill? As I said, I don't think this year, I don't think we'll be able to do it on a standalone basis, but we are looking at opportunities to introduce it potentially, you know, as it rides on a transportation bill of some sort or an infrastructure bill. Some of the encouraging signs we've seen has been House Energy and Commerce Committee held a subcommittee hearing on the 11th of February on AVs. I think overall it was a net positive for people who are advocating for AVs in this space. There were obviously several increases and references to accessibility of the safety aspects. There was a large contingent from the Coalition for the Blind there who were remarking on how enabling these vehicles could be for their constituents. And there was a lot of talk about US competitiveness in this space and the need to maintain that and create the environment that is supportive of development of the technology and deployment of the technology. Again, as I mentioned, I think the things that are playing against legislation this year would be the election calendar as well as coronavirus. This is going to impact how many days Congress gets to meet and talk about things that are unrelated to that was completely unexpected and is going to impact it. And then over the past couple months, you've seen the National Transportation Safety Board comment on some of the accidents that happened with Tesla vehicles. We think this actually may spark an urgency for legislation. We'll have to see. They certainly called for that in some of their remarks. So that could be also an impetus to get something done this year. Next slide, please. So the other things that are going on in this space, DOT did release their AV 4.0 document. This follows the 3 previous versions. They've made refinements and updates to it. Those of you who have looked at it can see where they've essentially tried to mesh this into the president's broader agenda on artificial intelligence. They've tried to group and categorize things and talk about the many initiatives that are underway there to encourage AV development. They did grant NERO's exemption requests, as I mentioned. And then most recently, they've initiated review of occupant protection regulations. This is the Series 200. So those are underway. The states also continue to legislate in this space, and the areas that they seem to be most focused on are on testing and deployment requirements that occur in each state. We, as an industry, try and make sure that those are linked, because if you're going to test in a state, it's ultimately under the intention that at some point you would deploy. So we always want to see testing and deployment legislation linked together. There's obviously a great deal of concern with liability insurance and what's the appropriate level that a AV provider should be carrying in the state. There is a lot of discussion around data sharing and a notification of accidents or incidents when they occur. What should be their frequency, how much data should be shared, and of course cybersecurity, which is always a concern with both state and federal officials. Next slide, please. So that was pretty much the kind of encapsulated everything that's going on in the AV space. What I want to talk about now is spectrum. Many of you, I know, are aware that it was over 20 years ago when the FCC set aside a portion of the 5.9 gigahertz band to be completely dedicated for automotive safety communications. It took some time to get to a standards level. I think the real work in the band probably began in earnest more along a 10-year ago timeframe. And a lot of the focus has been utilizing a technology known as DSRC, and that has been deployed in the band in limited amounts, both in vehicles as well as in infrastructure around the country in states. I think if you look at the total number of radios that are in operation today, there's roughly anywhere from 15 to 16,000 that are infrastructure related. And I think there may be as high as 30 to 40,000 in vehicles where the technology has been deployed. The issue has been that over these last 10 years, that because you've got that kind of limited deployment and 75 megahertz of spectrum here in the 5.9 band, the FCC has looked at it and criticized the industry for not having deployed more. And I guess in part of that is maybe criticizing state and local DOTs as well as the federal DOT to not having fully utilized the band. And because of that, it's always been looked at as an opportunity to open it for additional use, primarily in the Wi-Fi space and unlicensed use. So the cable and Wi-Fi industry would like a portion of this. The other thing that's occurred really over the last, let's say, 3 to 5 years has been the emergence of an alternative technology to DSRC, and that's cellular V2X or C-V2X. We've evaluated this at Ford at the Consumer Electronics Show last year in January. We made a declaration that we plan to deploy it in our vehicles starting in 2022 and ultimately have it in all of our vehicles. And then the 5G Automotive Alliance, which we're a part of, as well as a number of other OEMs, and chip makers and technology companies, they filed a waiver in March of last year petitioning the FCC to operate C-V2X in the 5.9 gigahertz band. What we actually asked for was a waiver to utilize the top 2 channels and the top 20 megahertz for C-V2X. Next slide, please, Calvin. So the fuss that's emerging here is that the DOT, as I mentioned, wants to preserve all of the 75 megahertz for automotive safety use. They've made a strong case for the fact that federal and state DOTs have invested for nearly 20 years, both in terms of setting up the standards as well as putting in infrastructure, likely hundreds of millions of dollars, across the country that have been invested. The FCC wants to open that spectrum for shared use, but they also don't want to ignore auto safety. They understand that's important. They see other countries and other regions utilizing the same spectrum for automotive safety, and so there's a benchmark out there to that extent. But the auto industry is kind of split between DSRC and C-V2X proponents, and we too would want to preserve all 75 megahertz for automotive safety, because we feel that one of these technologies will prevail, it will grow, it will need in the future all 75 megahertz because of future use cases, whether those are AVs or broader mobility connection purposes, as well as migration to 5G. And so because of that, neither of us in terms of proponents of these technologies, want to share it with unlicensed use or Wi-Fi either. Next slide. So where we're at here, and I don't mean to be politically incorrect or politically insensitive, but the term Mexican standoff is one that is a defined term, and the definition is there at the bottom of your screen. It's essentially where we're at with both the FCC, the DOT, and then what I would broadly call users of the spectrum. And in fact, the users there, DSRC, C-V2X, and Wi-Fi, could also assume the positions of each of these gunmen in this picture. Neither wants to give something up because they feel they have a right or a case to it. And others, want to enter this ban. So there's no good or bad actors here. In fact, everyone's wearing a black hat, in this picture. But we're at this point where how do we get through this process? So the next slide, please, Calvin. What happened was that the FCC late last year initiated an NPRM where, if you look at today's band allocation for this 75 megahertz, as I said, it's currently all dedicated to ITS from channels 170 through 184. I also show over here, and it's broken because it's actually a much larger band, a 6 gigahertz band, because there is a proceeding that will be discussed at the FCC's monthly meeting later this month, in fact, next week, as to whether or not to open 1.2 gigahertz, or roughly 26 times the amount they may be seeking in the 5.9 band, open all of that up to unlicensed use, just to the east of this 5.9 band. What the FCC then proposed in December was what you see on the lower part, was to take that 75 megahertz that's dedicated for ITS and to offer up the bottom 45 to unlicensed or Wi-Fi use, the middle portion, which was basically 10 megahertz for ITS, and they didn't specify whether this was DSRC or C-V2X, but said that they would leave that there, or potentially a guard channel. What they did specify was they would grant the top 20 to C-V2X, which was essentially our waiver request. And then, of course, we still have this proceeding going on in the 6 gigahertz band. So the NPRM basically asked for comments, on the 5.9 band, and said, what do people think of this? So if we go to the next slide. Some of the issues that I think those in the transportation space have with what the FCC has proposed is that if you give up the lower 45, one of the issues is there will be no spectrum remaining to transition either DSRC or C-V2X or any other technology to 5G. This is concerning because we know connectivity is growing. We know that there's ways to connect not only vehicles to infrastructure, but pedestrians and bikers and scooters, and a broad array of uses within that mobility ecosystem. And then ultimately there's a use for autonomous vehicles as well, and connectivity becoming what I like to call the fifth sense on an AV. AVs today operate uniquely and independently in their environment, and they use radar, LiDAR, photo, telemetry to guide those vehicles. And once you add connectivity, especially in a 5G perspective, it really becomes a redundant and confirming sense for those previous four. So we believe it will have an application in AVs. One of the big concerns, and you saw this in a lot of the comments that came in initially on this proceeding, is that there's likely interference with or from unlicensed use in the lower 45 megahertz with any ITS use in the upper 30. And of course, this would be really bad because if you're relying on that upper 30 megahertz for critical safety messages and someone's cat video is interfering with that, it could result in a crash, or it could have helped avoid an accident or a collision. I made the point that the 5.9 band and the portion that we're talking about here is something that's actually internationally harmonized. EU, the US, EU, China, they all use this same section of the 5.9 spectrum. And if we were able to preserve it and use it for ITS, this obviously provides economies of scale for the industry, as well as in terms of deploying it in infrastructure in these markets, and that will help deployment. OEMs are obviously reluctant to deploy new technologies if there aren't assurances of signal clarity, as I just talked about, as well as spectrum availability. So one of the criticisms, this kind of comes full circle, is that you haven't utilized the band over the last 10 or 20 years. And some of the critics will charge, well, you haven't given us clarity or assurances that the band will be available. There seems to be a recurring look at it. One of the reasons that we at Ford declared was to provide some impetus for deployment, to show that there is industry commitment, and that ultimately, assuming that we continue to sell as many vehicles that we do annually into the future, you're looking at over 2 million vehicles a year that could ultimately be equipped with this technology. And in addition to OEMs, both federal and state DOTs are also reluctant to further invest, in ITS without regulatory certainty. Why spend money on something if you don't think there's a future in it? So it's important to get that certainty in place so that we can deploy. Next slide, please. So where are we currently, on the proceeding? There are 2 rounds of comments that were being sought. The first round was due last month in March, and the second round was actually due last week, but was extended due to the virus, and they're due by the end of the month. What we saw in the first round were over 200 institutions, organizations filed comments. And the majority of those actually were very supportive of maintaining all 75 megahertz for ITS. You kind of have the unlicensed proponents, Wi-Fi companies, or people that would utilize that bandwidth against a broader transportation base, from OEMs, highway users, safety groups. There's a whole bunch of people that are advocating for maintaining all 75 megahertz. When you look at the US DOT's filing, as well as the state DOT's, given the investment that they've made in DSRC, there's obviously a bias or a tendency toward favoring that technology. But one of the things that the US DOT did recommend in their filing was that the FCC and DOT kind of settle all of this by entering into a negotiated rulemaking process in order to allocate the spectrum. This is something that they've done in the past. It involves bringing together industry experts. You could see panels being convened with folks from Michigan, University of Michigan, folks from SAE, safety groups. All of the stakeholders who are in this space would get together and over probably likely some extended period of time decide, what is the best technology, what is the best way to migrate, and what is the best way to allocate in this band. The concern there is that this still doesn't necessarily lead to certainty, certainly not while that is going on, and it could take a very long time, whereas we feel that the industry and drivers and users could actually benefit from having this technology sooner rather than later. 2 other developments that I've noted that could impact this proceeding. One was with the virus putting a lot of people at home, working from home. The FCC wanted to ensure that there was enough spectrum available, especially in rural areas. So they temporarily opened the bottom 45 megahertz in various locations around the country to wireless internet service providers. This was just most recently done. We don't really have any reports from the field yet in terms of, has interference occurred? How well is this working? I don't think it's too widely deployed yet at this point, but it does create incumbency in the lower 45 in terms of the way the NPRM was written. And FCC Chairman Pai also indicated that with regards to the 6 gigahertz proceeding and them looking at opening all of that 1200 megahertz for unlicensed use, that he felt that most of the commissioners were supportive of that, and that next week when they vote on April 23rd, they could have a large chunk of that. So one might argue, if unlicensed is getting all of that spectrum, do they really still need the lower 45 that they're seeking in this NPRM? So lastly, what are the issues with that NPRM? I'm sorry, I think we went backwards. One more. Okay, so this is my last slide on what could happen. So if the FCC implements the NPRM as written, there's still probably more questions than answers, because we feel there'll be interference. We did some testing, actually, Ford did in Ann Arbor. This was part of our first round comments. We found interference to occur from Wi-Fi devices when you use them in the lower 45, combined with our CV2X in the upper 20. There still remains a question about how you transition technologies to things like 5G and AV use cases, as well as how do you take incumbents that are in the band and deploy them to other channels? Because right now, DSRC is essentially deployed across all of the channels in that band. And this question of if they implement it as written, will DOTs and OEMs commit to further deployments of ITS? And so it could be the death knell for ITS growing if there isn't enough spectrum to actually deploy it, and if there's interference. The second outcome would be that the 5.9 spectrum's retained, all 75 megahertz for ITS, that they allow unlicensed in the 6 gigahertz. And if that happens, how do you then allocate the spectrum between DSRC and CV2X? You still have this notion of incumbency and how to move existing deployments around. And then you'd have to wonder how long is it going to take for one technology to emerge, as a preferred one. As a colleague of mine and at another OEM said recently, you either drive on the right or the left-hand side of the road, but we don't have both in this country for a very good reason. So it's best to pick one, and move forward. So they'll take some time for that to shake out. And then, of course, we still have this question about spectrum for either technology to transition to 5G and AV use cases. In terms of timing, some commissioners had thought this proceeding could get done by June. I think that was very hopeful. I think it's going to take the better portion of a year, if not longer. One of the things that is likely to move this proceeding along is the chairman's tenure as chairman ends in December. And I think he would like to have this done before he leaves that post. So we'll have to wait and see. So that's really, I think that's the last slide, Calvin. Wanted to thank you for that half hour and giving you an overview of both spaces here. And with that, I'll turn it back over to either Henry or Calvin.
Thanks so much, everybody. We're going to move directly into our first panel, Mobility Blues. First, we thank you so much for your patience as we try to negotiate panelists from around the world, get them all lined up. So we're getting, you should see momentarily, our panel members. This is a panel that will be moderated by Jim Sayer from the University of Michigan Transportation Research Institute.
Good morning, Francine. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. Just want to make sure. So I noticed that, yeah, several of my, the panelists are online with me. Just quickly, the title of this panel session is called Mobility Blues. Really want to discuss what are some of the existing and foreseen challenges still lying ahead relative to mobility, both connected and automated, but really focusing primarily on level 4 and 5. How do we actually get to the point where we can practically deploy these vehicles for everyday use? Our panelists include Sue Bai. Sue is a chief engineer in Automotive Technology Research Division at Honda R&D Americas. Our areas of research include wireless communication for in-vehicle navigation systems, telematic systems design and development, and connected and automated vehicle systems research. Our second panelist is Raymond Hess. Raymond is the transportation manager for the city of Ann Arbor, where he works in areas of land use, economic development, public management, and transportation to improve livability, promote sustainability, and make a stronger community here in the city of Ann Arbor. Next is Ram Vasudevan. He's an assistant professor in mechanical engineering at the University of Michigan. Ram has worked extensively with developing automation for both passenger vehicles as well as delivery vehicles, or ground drones, as some people refer to them. And last but not least, Steve Vosar. Steve is principal and founder of Vosar Technologies Consulting, where he offers strategic insights and technical leadership to help develop products and services leveraging autonomy, artificial intelligence, robotics, and Internet of Things. Prior to his consulting gig, he was a co-founder of May Mobility. So with that, I want to welcome our guests, our panelists, and thank them for their time this morning. I want to start off with a couple of questions just to get things going, but please, if there are questions that you also have or comments you want to make, please interject. When do we think that we'll get to the point where, or how far are we from what the general consumer thinks of automated vehicles, or highly automated vehicles, and where we are technically? I think that there may be a mismatch between the expectations of the general public and where we are, at least to date. So I wanted to open that up. Maybe I'll start, Ram, with you. What do you think are the big discrepancies between what the average person thinks and where we are? Oh, I think you're on mute.
There you go. Hopefully you can hear me now. Yeah, and thanks for the invite, and thank you for everyone for arranging this. This is really cool that we can do this via Zoom. So I think that the consumer at the moment really has sort of an optimistic outlook on where we are as a community in automation. That is, I think they think we're fairly close, and I mean, to be totally blunt, I think we are not very close at all. I think there are versions of this technology that make sense, that I think we can do versions of autonomy or semi-autonomy that I think are deployable currently and are deployed on the roads at the moment. But I think maybe the sort of Jetsons perspective, maybe dating myself a little bit, but the Jetsons perspective of autonomy is not quite there, or will not be there for quite a bit of time, meaning having a system that can be deployed, for instance, on an Ann Arbor road in the winter and can operate fully autonomously across a variety of different weather conditions without being geo-fenced or weather fenced, et cetera, is probably not close at all. So, I mean, I think optimistically putting that, at 10 years out is probably, me as a researcher being really, really hopeful. And as a pragmatist, I would say is probably much further out than that. But that doesn't mean that we don't have versions of autonomy that I think can be useful today, deployed on the road. So, I mean, I think things like delivery robots that have versions of autonomy, meaning where they're teleoperated sporadically through difficult intersections, exist now, and I think have a potential roadway to being, or pathway to being a broadly deployed successful business case exist at the moment.
Sue, from a manufacturer's perspective, although not necessarily speaking for Honda, dealing with consumers directly as a manufacturer, what are your thoughts about the separation between what the general public thinks and where we are?
I enjoy the question, the way you asked, what's the gap between the expectation and technology? I think we probably should separately look at the consumer's desire. which is set typically by the consumer, safer, more efficient, enjoyable. The expectation is probably have a lot to do with the manufacturer, infrastructure providers, along with legislation entities to set. So if there's an overhype on expectation, I think we should all take some share of a responsibility on how do we set the right level of expectation. And similar to Ram's comments, I think the technology is rapidly evolving, but we're not there yet. Taking example of a connectivity, this connected vehicle features creates a very new area for probably for the first time in human mobility history to allow cars to exchange their intentions. For example, instead of people giving middle finger gestures, there's a better way to communicate to avoid a lot of misunderstandings and road rages, which could result collisions. And these are fascinating technologies that I think the consumer probably needs to be more educated to understand the technology is step by step evolving. It's not overnight. Everyone will not be driving. And there are people also like driving. How to exist a mixture of automation and some flavor of human driving and a level 2 that's somewhere in between. These are still being resolved. It's not going to be resolved overnight.
Thanks. Steve, what are your thoughts?
Sure, I think I'd agree with what Ram and Sue are saying, and I think the difference in expectations between the state of the technology and what consumers think. I think there's this idea of like, when will we have highly automated vehicles, and I like to think of it more as where will we have highly automated vehicles. There are places like Ram said where these vehicles are being used, and even in highly structured environments like warehouses, they've been used for 5 years, almost 10 years now. And so we're just building up the operational design domain to more and more complicated environments, but it's going to take a long time. And so as we start to introduce more and more uncertainty into the design, into the domains that we want to use these vehicles, it gets more and more difficult. And so you can start to see, closed courses, warehousing type things. They've been working for a while. Whereas going out to the open roads, we're sort of in a nascent, area with that. And then something like, a passenger car. Getting ahead of myself here, but that will be a very long time indeed. And so I think people need to stop thinking that there's going to be this magic switch that gets, flipped and all of a sudden we have, self-driving cars everywhere. It's really going to be in a location by location, situation by situation basis. So
a phased in approach.
Absolutely.
So Raymond, being the lead for transportation city of Ann Arbor, I'm just curious, I've never asked you this before, but do we get inquiries from the general public about why hasn't the city of Ann Arbor deployed autonomous buses or other types of vehicles?
Yeah, we will get inquiries largely in response to some of the testing that people witness on our roadways. So when Waymo is on the roads testing, we'll get questions about that from time to time. There are some autonomous delivery robots, or as you call them, ground drones earlier, Jim. And so sometimes we'll get inquiries about that. I haven't necessarily heard of a clamoring for it per se. I think there are some sustainability metrics and things like that folks are looking towards the electrification of vehicles, and most of the direction for this new technology seems to be on electric vehicles. So I think there's some movement there. I do want to note that I pretended to be a researcher and did a statistically significant survey of members of my household on this question. And my wife's response was that we already have such vehicles, but they're not working great yet. And that my 8-year-old daughter, her response was that we'll have fully automated vehicles soon, in about a year. So I think, to Ram's initial point about what the public expectation is, I think people see Waymo on the road, they see the delivery robots, they think the technology is already here, but there is a disconnect between that understanding of the 5 different levels of autonomy versus what's practical and feasible in today's environment.
Great. So kind of following up on next question, John Kwant's presentation, which he talked quite a bit about the connectivity issue. You know, clearly there's a tremendous amount of effort and dollars that have been put in specifically to develop highly automated vehicles, most focusing on, you know, the LiDAR, the image processing, vehicle-based sensor technologies. But the question is, how much you know, has really gone into developing the operational environment? I mean, Steve, you mentioned, you know, thinking more of it about as where are we going to deploy it, as opposed to when are we going to deploy it, and that has to do with the operational environment. Do we, you know, what types of changes do we anticipate may be necessary to the operational environment in order to help facilitate getting to levels 4 and 5? Steve, do you want to take a stab at that?
Sure. You know, I think most folks who are working on level 4 and 5, well, I'll say level 4 because no one's actually, level 5 is not really a thing. It's sort of like an asymptote that we're maybe going to approach. Humans aren't even level 5. I can't go anywhere without a map anywhere, anytime. If it's muddy, I can't do it. But that's, I'll put my soapbox away for a second on level 5. But I think, you know, most folks who are working on level 4, robotaxi, you know, that type of application are really thinking that they're going to have to work within the infrastructure that we have. And so, you know, working off of things that work for human drivers, you know, really good road paint, good lane markings, things like that, less ambiguous, you know, right-of-way types of things. But most folks that I've talked to in the level 4 space are really convinced that they're not going to be able to put a lot of extra work into the operational environment. Now, May Mobility did do that a little bit, and they still do. They put sensors out into the world, but they're not counting on the municipality to do that. They're putting it out themselves. And so I think there's sort of a notion that, like, whatever technology needs to be developed, it's going to kind of behooves the company who wants to put it out there to develop it for themselves. And there are, you know, constraints with that, and there can be conflicts. Like, if you want to have multiple operators in the same area, you know, they do need to talk the same language. Otherwise, you're going to have, you know, 20 different boxes on the same light post or on the same traffic pole, and you don't want to have that. So we're sort of in the Wild West phase right now, and so it's time to start thinking about how to consolidate and how to have those standards. You know, I think DSRC or 5G is a great place to start, but I think there's been sort of a slow to spin up on actually making that implementable and for people at the speed that folks who want to deploy are looking at. And so that's why you're seeing these companies go out and say, well, we'll just deploy what we can for now and wait on the standard to come.
Ram, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think on one axis, you know, certainly automation becomes a lot easier if, for instance, we just don't have anyone else driving on the roads and we're just a fully automated world. And, you know, we can build a dedicated highway, for instance, for just autonomous vehicles and just remove humans from sort of accessing this. So it looks sort of like a dedicated sort of train-ish system. I think the problem is, you know, to Steve's point, to everyone else's point, I think the challenge here is that getting sort of a central authority to step in and take ownership over that and spend money in a way that would make that tenable is difficult at the moment. I mean, I think there is a suspicion by the public and maybe a skepticism by most people that, you know, there is enough money to and maybe enough of a windfall from doing this type of automation to put in all the money we would need to be able to do this type of centralization, et cetera. So, I mean, for instance, if we're thinking about deploying a bunch of LiDARs and modems, et cetera, and building the infrastructure out, I mean, it would be, you know, sort of like the federal highway system, you know, was in the 50s, a really big federal project that would require lots and lots of investment that, you know, I just don't know if we as a country at the moment have that kind of backbone to support that kind of development. Now, it would, on one axis, make a lot of automation much more straightforward. You know, if I could reliably trust on connectedness to detect a vehicle that was, you know, maybe occluded by a truck, and I know that that vehicle existed, and I could make decisions by relying entirely on connectedness rather than some sort of inference engine in order to, you know, detect that that object existed. I mean, that would be incredible. I think it would make a lot of our challenges in automation science more straightforward. But I think at the moment that doesn't exist. And so fortunately or unfortunately, that has provided us researchers with a lot of interesting problems that we want to try and solve. That is trying to get, you know, these types of systems behaving as robustly as humans behave, or we think they behave. But that may not necessarily be the cleanest way to resolve, you know, bringing automation to bear. But unfortunately, that's the world we live in. I think it certainly provides us with a lot of interesting challenges, but it's unfortunate.
Raymond, do you wish to comment on the from a municipality's perspective about the overabundance of funds available to invest in such infrastructure changes where they needed?
You got me, Jim. We're just sitting on piles of treasure, you know, not knowing what to do with it. Yeah, I mean, to build off of Ram's point, I completely agree with his perspective on this. I go back to, I think it was back in 2009 when the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices was updated, and there were kind of new standards for signage related to retroreflectivity and the different types of lettering you can use on street signs. And I remember when that happened, municipalities kind of freaked out because it's like, wait a second, we have to change every single sign in our system to meet these standards. And there was a shot clock. There was a timeline in which municipalities had to actually implement that, which ultimately was backed off of. And I think that's going to be the real challenge, is if there is expectations for municipalities to provide some of this infrastructure above and beyond what's already out there, you're going to have a wide spectrum, just a widely varying degree of implementation across different communities. And so, I'm sure the OEMs are not going to want to rely exclusively on that infrastructure, right? That maybe Ann Arbor is really well connected, but maybe the next municipality over isn't. And it's not like the car is going to, stop working in that instance. And I think the other point that Ron brought up that is worth kind of highlighting is this kind of in-between phase is going to be really awkward, until there's some sort of critical mass where you can start to identify when, where, and how truly autonomous or highly autonomous vehicles can operate. When you have kind of this mix between, the highly autonomous vehicles and, human drivers, it's going to be kind of an interesting relationship to see how those different operators work in a shared environment. So I think that's where, as a municipality, we kind of struggle where, we obviously are trying to put in infrastructure that supports these things. The university has been a great partner and has really helped, procure funding and done some research around this space. But without kind of the university's help on that, I doubt the city would really be taking a lead. We would be much more in a reactionary mode.
Okay. Sue, do you any comments on that question from the manufacturer's perspective?
Oh, this is one of my favorite topics. I think we should go back to why are we developing automation and connectivity. The ultimate goal, at least for Hunt as a safety researcher, is a safety, collision-free society. And then there's a mobility for people in need, efficiency, the joy of mobility. Those are also tied with the ultimate goal. We take an example of Honda's initiative of building a smart intersection in Marysville, Ohio. I doubt how many people in the audience know where it is. It is where Honda R&D North America located. Marysville is a small town, about 15 miles away from the R&D facility, right in between Dublin and the TRC. We started working with the city to show this connectivity can help safety and also automation. The concept is using camera sensors to detect approaching vehicles from 4 approaches in one of the busiest intersection in Marysville. And then there's a roadside unit broadcasting these approaching vehicles and pedestrians information as if they all have a transponder. And if you have the connectivity equipped in your vehicle, when you drive into this intersection, you literally see the future of what would happen in 10 or 20 years when most of the vehicles have this connectivity. And this is where I often make an analogy of, we're seeing the Amazon.com in the 1970s right now. Knowing what the future is, I think it really, this would energize the infrastructure and the manufacturers and the legislatures to push this technology forward together. What we've seen is once we finish the first prototype of the smart intersection, we've seen other OEMs, other technology companies coming into this in the middle of a rural area, small town, to start putting more technologies in there. And the city government is extremely easy to work with. I'll give you an example. One day we were testing, we saw, wow, that roadside unit is broadcasting something that's not to our spec. Within 10 minutes, the roadside unit was fixed, and we were able to continue the testing. And the words went out, Ohio DOT, Union County, they are all very supportive. With that very friendly and highly efficient environment with highly motivated people, both from Honda and from local government, we were able to expand this Marysville little concept to several different intersections. And eventually the entire Marysville city that has 27 intersections will all be equipped with some level of connectivity. And then Ohio DOT is continuing to build their corridor to be a fully covered end-to-end connected corridor, probably the longest, at least in the US. And yes, there are roadblocks, there are things slowing down, there are FCC, but I think if people really have this passion to deploy something to save people's life, we can make it happen.
Great, thanks. John Kwant also touched upon, well, more than touched upon, talked about kind of the regulatory and legislative environment. And sometimes the states are ahead, for better or worse, in trying to establish regulations about things like automated vehicles and their operation in their districts. Where other times, the industry's looking for guidance from the federal agencies, and so it's not as if the legislation or regulation is always in front of or behind where we are with the technology. What do we think are probably the biggest things holding, from a legislative and regulatory perspective, the biggest things holding back, ultimate deployment of highly automated vehicles? Sue, we'll go back to you.
Well, I think certainly the legislature has a responsibility on, again, going back to the expectation, what's expected and what's not, and the manufacturer's testing procedure. I'll borrow some of the work that from SAE's Automated Vehicle Safety Consortium. And these are public information that consortium have a group of manufacturers, including Honda, to develop some industry recommended practice on test procedures, ODD definition, and for people with special needs, and even for first responders, how the vehicles communicate with police officers, for example. And I think these are standards is one of the most critical area that needs to be addressed. And I'm glad the industry is taking lead for that, because we are responsible for these these devices that's on the road. And with the standards, frequently communicating with the legislatures and DOTs, I think we can all set the right expectation, both for us and for legislature and for the consumers, so that we don't have to have this endless debate of the mismatching on the expectations.
Ram or Steve, thoughts about kind of the state of regulation legislation?
Sure, I can go first if Steve doesn't mind.
Go ahead.
I think the challenge has been, at least from a deployment perspective, that regulation has been pretty piecemeal. So I think each state, to its credit, most states have been working really hard to make deployments feasible by trying to build a framework and working with companies to figure out a way to make deployments plausible. So I think, to their credit, I think they realize that bringing these kinds of high-tech jobs to their communities can be a great way to drum up the economy and in a particular region, and these are exciting jobs and bring lots of interesting technological progress. So, and as Sue was mentioning, safety, which is a non-trivial thing. I think the challenge has been that, basically the requirements in each state can look a little bit different. And I think that can mean that it requires some extra work to bring these technologies to bear. Now, for big companies, that may be less of an issue because, they have scaffolding to interact with these different municipalities and the different requirements, and they understand what that looks like. For smaller startups, that can be much more challenging. So I think if we can think about ways to create sort of a federal mandate or federal requirements that everyone can agree upon to make deployments across the country feasible, I think that would certainly lower the barrier of entry and make it easier for researchers to interact with these companies, which I also think can be an important way to introduce additional safety requirements and understand the challenges of doing these types of deployments safely. I think at the moment, what a Refraction or what a Google or what a May Mobility or what a Ford or a Honda or a GM learn are all sort of siloed. That is, basically they learn something, and at the moment, without creating sort of a framework to share that information in a way that we all agree would be useful, it can be really hard for us to understand how close or how far or what are the important challenges. And I think that, again, from going back to your first question, Jim, from a public acceptance or public learning about where we are, I think, the people on this panel may understand where we are and have a very pessimistic view, I would say, sort of taking the temperature of the room on where we are. But I don't know if that translates necessarily to the 8-year-old. And I mean, I think that's kind of an important thing for the public to understand as well. So I think building that kind of regulatory framework can address a lot of these different challenges.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with Ram that sort of the piecemeal approach of state by state having different regulations and rules for reporting really makes it difficult, especially for smaller companies, to try to scale to different geographies. And that's why, you'll see, people concentrating in particular states that have favorable regulatory environments for AVs. But one thing in particular that actually took me a long time to figure out is sort of the subtlety into why that is the case. And so we say, well, we've got state regulators and they do something, and we have federal regulators and they do something else. But really, they're set up in a particular way, which is that the federal regulators, make rules about how things are categorized. Like, this is a type of vehicle, and this is a federal rule about how this is categorized. And let's talk about, federal rules about how roads are categorized and things like that. But it's actually up to the states, and it makes sense based on history that the states individually have the right to say, well, here's what it takes to be a driver on our roads. Here's what we want to say is acceptable for driving on the roads that we've built and that we control. And so automated driving sort of falls in the middle, where it's really more of a category of things, but you need the state's approval to get to actually drive on the roads. And so there is sort of this gap where multiple types of entities are trying to pick up the pieces. I've also seen municipalities trying to pick up the pieces and say, okay, well, we're going to make regulations on this. And so I would advocate that we should probably push more of this to the federal level and have the federal government take more responsibility for defining the rules and regulations about highly automated vehicles, because the states simply aren't equipped to make laws that are sophisticated enough, I think, and move fast enough to keep up with the technology. You know, Michigan and California and Florida and some other big states with a lot of resources and connections to the automotive industry, yeah, maybe they can keep up. But you know, some of the smaller states with less resources, they're really going to have a lot of trouble keeping up, and they're mostly probably going to you know, borrow from others. And I think that having a unified framework would make it a lot easier to you know, have consistency across the state. So that's what I would advocate for. But yeah, just this particular peculiarity of, you know, why different states have different rules and why the responsibility is allocated such as it is, does make it confusing for this particular use case.
Raymond, you know, prior to your position here in Ann Arbor, you were in Las Vegas, and I'm wondering from the municipal level, you know, Steve points out kind of what are the pressures or the challenges from your perspective?
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with Steve's perspective on this. You know, again, if we are truly going to try to create a network of infrastructure that really facilitates the operation of these highly autonomous vehicles, I think it needs to be kind of centralized. It needs to come down from the feds. It needs to be implemented by the states, because at the municipal level, it's very difficult for us to really anticipate what you know, the future is going to be. It's more of a gamble, I think, at the local level. And quite frankly, you know, in a lot of these spaces, especially at the local level, we tend to be more reactionary. You know, I think right now, you know, the operation of you know, autonomous vehicles is governed under state law, same thing as it was back in Nevada. I think for the city to try to create another layer on top of that is not necessarily conducive, you know, for the industry, let alone for us, right? You know, we don't really have the bandwidth to be able to enforce such things. You know, we've talked a little bit internally about, you know, these new forms of mobility and where they belong on our city streets. So that's everything from, you know, e-scooters, you know, Spin, Bird, Lime, those sort of things. Do they belong on the sidewalk? Do they belong on the bike lane? Do they belong on the roadway? To the ground drones, right? These autonomous delivery robots. Are they in the roadway or are they in the bike lane? And I think we're really trying to take cues from the state in terms of how those vehicles are classified, and then kind of figure out if the existing infrastructure that we have at the local level is sufficient, or if we need to reallocate space in a way that ensures the safety and the mobility of, you know, our residents, visitors to the city.
Okay. We have one question that came in. I'm going to hold some of the questions for the end. I'll leave some time. But if you have any questions, please feel free to go ahead and type them in the Q&A, and we'll get to as many of them as we possibly can. The next question I had for the panel was, what other difficult realities do we face in terms of reaching level 4 or level 5 that haven't been discussed thus far? You know, what other landmines potentially are out there that aren't getting enough conversation? Ram, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I think one of the things that again, because there's so much focus on the software around autonomy, I think the security aspect gets typically sort of swept under the rug, and I think that can in this particular autonomous vehicle landscape, security can be a particularly peculiar problem. So I think some of it is sort of the typical sort of cybersecurity style thinking that I think most of us understand, or at least understand enough that, you know, we have passwords hopefully on all of our accounts that are hopefully distinct and you know, good. But the security in this instance can also mean that, you know, autonomous vehicles can actually act, and connected vehicles can actually act in very malevolent ways that can create issues where they can behave greedily in a way that I don't think people have appreciated quite to the extent that they can potentially exist, which is, for instance, things as simple as, you know, if I move to a fully connected vehicle landscape, or an automated vehicle landscape, you could imagine things like parking or traffic jams becoming a really, really serious issue in a way that, you know, benefits maybe this particular connected vehicle, but doesn't necessarily benefit everyone else, right? And I think those kinds of issues are, you know, seem secondary at the moment. I think as we move, you know, because people have sort of looked at this from perspective of, hey, this is only happen if we have a fully autonomous vehicle on the road. But I actually think even in the connected vehicle scenario, we can have these types of issues become much, much more serious than we've given thought to so far.
So kind of it's possibly every bot for themselves.
That's right, and I think and every bot for themselves can certainly be a really terrible environment. I mean, I grew up in Southern California. Driving in LA is a sort of you know, they call it defensive driving. I call it everyone out for themselves. I mean, and again, that can make a lot of sense in terms of being safe maybe for yourself, but it can create lots of downstream serious issues with respect to traffic and other things that I don't think we're thinking hard enough about at the moment.
Okay. Sue, thoughts about things that aren't we haven't talked about that aren't getting enough attention?
Oh, I think there's one aspect of people with special needs, and they probably need autonomous vehicle more than a lot of other drivers with a full mobility capability. I will give you an example. We were in 2017. The U.S. DOT Secretary Elaine Chao visited MCity, and at that event, I had a privilege to meet with Mr. Mark Riccobono, the president of a federation, National Federation of Blind. And through the conversation, I was so excited about the V2P program and how to build a prototype we showcased at the MCity opening several years ago. And then I suddenly realized I'm facing Mark. He's blind, but he doesn't give me the impression that he can't see me. He's fully aware of even the hand gesture, I think my facial expression. I feel he can see me, even though I know physically he can't. And at the end of the conversation, I shook his hand, and he know exactly where my hands are. And he grabbed my hand. We had a normal handshake. I was just astonished at how little I know about people with a vision difficulty. That we were assuming this technology would address their needs, but I am kind of feeling we need, at least as a researcher, we need to dig a lot deeper on exactly what their difficulties are and how capable they are to design a product that accommodates people with special needs when we actually understand their needs, whether it's a hearing, cognitive, or vision impairness. I think those are the people who really need mobility, and we should pay more attention on that.
Or people with direct mobility issues.
Of course, yes.
Confined to a wheelchair.
Agree, yes. And we shouldn't assume we know their needs. And at least from my experience, I learned that the nicer way, that we don't fully understand. We shouldn't assume that we know.
Yeah. Steve, landmines?
Yeah, I think my landmines are sort of at the intersection of what Raman and Sue said, which is that just accessibility in general. And there's accessibility for folks who may be mobility impaired or have disabilities. There's also accessibility for people who don't have the financial means to benefit from highly automated vehicles. I mean, these vehicles are expensive. They cost a lot of money to build and deploy. Yet some of the problems that, the biggest problems that we hope to alleviate, would help, those folks who, can't necessarily afford it. So helping people get to jobs who otherwise don't have transportation availability, helping people make their neighborhood safer, and making it more livable. And sort of the question is like, how do we focus and allocate these resources? Do we say, okay, well, we're going to focus on building an individual vehicle for an individual consumer and put all our eggs in that basket, and then sort of the people who can afford it can have this luxurious thing? Or are we going to try to make it a more utilitarian type of deployment? And if so, who's going to pay for that? Again, it still is expensive, but can we cobble together enough funding to make this something that is really for everyone to enjoy? And I think I'm not going to pretend to know where this quote came from, but it was sort of, the mark of a good city is not, how much you could get poor people to use, private transport, but how much you can get, the wealthy to use public transportation. I'm totally, butchering that quote, but the idea is salient, which is that, how can we make this accessible not only to people who can afford it, but make it attractive to people who would not otherwise use public transportation and people who really need it alike. I think that's a real challenge, and it's not addressed exactly by just having automated vehicles. There's so many other aspects that need to go into deployment that is really interesting, and we don't really have a great solution for that.
Yeah, that's a great lead into Raymond. Raymond, your challenges, the pitfalls?
Yeah, I have a couple top of mind, and I'll build off of Steve's, because I think that was one of the ones I really wanted to talk about too, is, in a sort of utopian vision, mobility becomes, cheap and free, and everybody has access to go to where they need to go, despite, their age, their income level, their ability, whatever the case may be. And I think, there is some promise that, highly autonomous vehicles can help realize that vision. I think a counter dystopian view is more, that there was what I was going to cite is a book came out last month called The Velvet Rope Economy. I haven't read it yet, but my understanding is it really talks about how we're continuing to incentivize, or they're just hidden economies that really the haves have greater access to things, right? So if, for example, I think Ram gave an example of if we have dedicated lanes on freeways for highly autonomous vehicles, well, who can afford to have those vehicles, right? Who can afford to have the, vehicle that drives by itself and own and operate it themselves? And that sure looks and feels like, the upper echelons of society. So I think that there are kind of two ways this can shake out, and it'll be interesting to see as a society how we make sure that people aren't left behind, that we continue to serve all people within our community, all of their ability levels, and all their mobility needs. Something that's top of mind for me right now as I'm teleworking, I ran around the house before this video conference and I unplugged Alexa, told my daughter to get off her iPad, stop streaming. I am a little worried about just kind of bandwidth in general. This Internet of Things, everything is connected from your toaster to your vehicle to, everything in between. At a municipal level, we are working with the telecoms to implement 5G. We're, putting in fiber all in the city as much as we can. But it just becomes, interesting to see how much bandwidth is needed when all of this comes to be realized. The city's deploying smart garbage cans, right, that are connected. And so, what is our priority for how we want to use that bandwidth? I don't think a lot of those discussions are happening right now. It is kind of a wild west race to just see, who can kind of eat up the bandwidth that's needed. I think, John Kwant kind of talked about this as well when talking about reserving some of the spectrum. And so I think there's some of that to figure out in the long haul as well. And then I think the last thing is really, I think there are going to be other factions of society that are going to be disrupted. I think, it looks like there's a session later called Who Do You Sue? We're fairly litigious. The insurance industry is probably watching this space very closely. And so I think there are going to be a lot of other industries that are going to kind of shape and form this that are well beyond kind of the government spectrum or even the OEMs. I think there are other influencers here that are going to have a lot to say about how these things develop.
Okay. The next question I think I had we've already pretty much addressed, but I just want to make sure we capture everybody's views, and that was, at least to level 5. And I realize, Steve, you said, well, there really isn't anybody working in level 5 right now. So let's say level 4. Getting to level 4. Based upon comments, this sounds more like a marathon than it is a sprint. And but I think there are other levels, such as delivery vehicles, where, we can kind of sprint. It's maybe not the fastest sprint, but we're moving perhaps at a faster rate. Ram, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's certainly a lot of spaces where I think we can move with a lot of the connected vehicle technology and autonomous vehicle technology that we've developed to deployments that are actually useful from a business perspective. And again, I mean, to Steve's point, I think these automated vehicles are supremely expensive. So like, it isn't just the fact that it's hard to build this tech. It's hard to actually build this tech in a way that is plausible for me to use, for instance. And so what I would say is, like, I think there are, there are business cases, and as a result, technology that are ready for mass deployment. And as a result, it's looking more like a sprint. And I think we're seeing that many companies are trying to break into that space. And so I think delivery, like you mentioned, is one of those places where you can travel at lower speeds, which means that you bring in a lot of the sensing requirements to a much more tenable horizon. And I think you build less expensive robots in that case. And I think you're seeing a lot of companies try to do deployment successfully now. And I think given the pandemic and where we are with respect to actually being able to interact with the real world, and most of us are sort of quarantining, or a big portion of us are quarantining, I think it's a time that also illustrates that this technology may be ready for a bigger development, bigger deployment, et cetera. So,
Steve, any thoughts on that? Sprint or marathon?
Yeah, I think I would liken, I was trying to figure out an analogy that I liked, and I think marathon is not quite it, because it's a very competitive, and it's, it's not like at the end of a marathon, anyone could win as long as they, do the thing that they need to do. But this is sort of a marathon where people drop out. And it's almost like a presidential primary. I think of the Democratic primary this year, in 2016, the Republican primary, there were a lot of people that wanted to throw their hat in the ring, and it was very competitive. And there was a very, highly sought after prize, and you have to show progress in order to continue to stay in the race. So there's a lot of micro sprints so that you can stay in the race. You can get that next level of funding. You can get that press, but it is a marathon. You have to have enough gas in the tank to be able to keep going. And once you win, then you have this responsibility, to do a lot more. It's not like you can, just sit down and sigh a breath of relief, or breathe a sigh of relief. But I think it's more like a presidential primary. Honestly, there's these things that you have to do, and you have to do things on the micro scale to stay in the race. But ultimately, is the long term.
All right, I said I wanted to leave some time at the end. We have about 10 minutes. Leave some time on the end for some of the questions that came in. So one of the questions Ted Bailey asked, with ubiquitous level 4 being greater than 10 years out, why not focus on public-private collaboration efforts toward lower levels of automation, level 1, level 2? Anybody want to take a stab at that?
I can jump in.
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, I think level 1 and level 2, I think they're sort of here, which is interesting. Just to define level 1 and 2, level 1 is basically automated cruise control or lane keep assist. And level 2 is those two things in combination with one another. And so you see things like Tesla with autopilot, and GM with Super Cruise, and other companies have their branded version of level 2. And it exists, it's here, it can be improved upon, but there doesn't really necessarily need to be public-private partnerships, because that's something that can be done on each individual vehicle. It's not as the huge jump from level 2 to level 4, and I'll skip over level 3 because that's sort of a no man's land. That's also that's sort of a dangerous thing because of the handoff between humans and vehicles. But I think that the public-private partnerships for level 1 and 2 are not actually particularly necessary, in my opinion. You need to get to the level 4 type of applications where you need to have even more collaboration, and that's why I think you're not seeing that.
Sue, did you want to comment?
Yes, I think we should come back to the ultimate goal of automation. It is to serve people, and safety is the #1 priority. If we always remind ourselves safety is what we should be focusing on most, with that goal, I think the level 2 certainly help reduce some of the human errors. And as the automation goes to a higher level, the goal doesn't change. And some of the technology, I go back to the smart intersection as an example, those technology can be used for higher automation vehicles. It can also assist, improve level 2 vehicles. So these are phased approach that the technology would enable and assist existing and future technology.
I think, one of the things that we've heard, at least from Michigan DOT, and we've been doing some work in the area, one of our faculty have been, is from the public perspective, even though you have systems that will, are level 2, there are still some infrastructure requirements, namely there need to be painted lines, and what does the quality of those lines need to be? Sorry, I have a barking dog in the background. I told them to shut up, but they didn't listen. You've got are you going to have to paint lines every 2 years as opposed to every 3, every 1 year as opposed to every 2? And so, there is still some lack of understanding, I think, on the part of the roadway operators, yet as to, ultimately what their responsibility is going to be, and, or how often do they have to replace those signs because they've gotten faded. So I think that there are some areas of public private public partnerships, but I think there's still like ample questions out there. We had another attendee type in a question about what's being done to address barriers that people with disabilities have with using automated vehicles. I think we touched upon that a little bit. Anybody else, was there anything you wanted to add to that about disabilities?
So I would like to chime in on one example of the SAE standards that we developed called a J2945/9. In that message, we put specific data elements as an industry standard to specify if you were a pedestrian, are you riding a wheelchair? Do you have a vision, cognitive, hearing impairments? And we're asking the industry and stakeholders to help us to further develop that standards for all sorts of special needs. And again, the connectivity give a human and road users such a powerful tool to communicate almost everything you want to communicate. And people often think, do I need connectivity? I'm fine driving on my own. But we are actually communicating on the road. Taking one negative example is the tailgating. The tailgater is sending a message to the car in front, telling how unhappy he or she is towards the leading vehicle. These are communications and that can be addressed much more effectively and safely. And on top of people with special needs, now they have a way to tell what additional spacing and additional time they may need. And again, I know so little about them, just taking the interaction I had with Mark Riccobono, and realizing we really should pay more attention and do much more in-depth research to fully understand people with special needs. What are their needs? What are their capability? And adding Jim's comment on people living in a less accessible environment, neighborhoods, how can we address those people's needs?
Great, thanks.
And Jim, if I could just add another thought to that, I think the Ann Arbor Area Transportation Authority, which runs our local bus system, has done some interesting pilots, not necessarily related to kind of autonomous vehicles per se, but really about what are some of the technological advancements that can be leveraged to assist people with disabilities. So, working with University of Michigan, there was an automated wheelchair securement system that was installed in some buses to, again, really help with kind of operations and serving people with disabilities. They also worked on an app that helps people with visual impairments correctly get to the bus stop at the transit station so that they understand that they're getting on the right bus. And so I think, and then there was a humanizing autonomy pilot as well. So I think, this is where the promise of some of these technological advancements is really kind of, positive, that we can better serve people with disabilities through technology and through various different ways, whether it's through autonomy or through, apps and other forms of connected devices. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how these evolve over time and how seamless that experience can be for people with disabilities.
All right, we've got time for one more question. Alex asks, are the AV R&D groups and industry considering the integration of connectivity, CV technologies into their AVs, or would they rather envision AV core functions as totally autonomous, i.e. not connected? So I'm gonna start with Sue.
Oh, yes, Jim, thank you for starting with me. We Honda fully believe this connectivity is an essential piece of automation. And I give an example of how much people need connectivity to make a safer and efficient mobility environment. We are communicating, right now we don't have a very effective way to communicate each other's intention, avoiding a lot of unnecessary tension on the road. And another example is a traffic signal recognition. There are technology, vision, and other sensors to recognize the color of the traffic light, but those the range can be shortened during inclement weather condition. The connectivity instantly can boost that range to several hundred meters long. Now the cars several cars will receive the same information, and they can react similarly to avoid pile-on collision. And these are the technology that only connect the connectivity specific technology that none of other sensors can achieve. The range and the ubiquitous coverage, 360 degree, and it's a cost effective. So that's why Honda believe this technology connectivity is an essential piece. And I think we are in line with a lot of other OEMs and the government entities. That's why we're working together to try to deploy this.
All right, great, thank you, Sue. So we're out of time, but I wanted to thank our panelists, Ram, Steve, Raymond, and Sue. Thank you very much for your time. I enjoyed the conversation. I hope you did as well. And I'm going to hand it back over to Henry or to Calvin. I'm not sure who, but thanks for those of you who tuned in.
Thank you all, and thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for that great panel. We're going to move directly into our second panel of the morning, the CCAT research panel, multi-front approach to improving navigation of autonomous and connected trucks. And following this panel, we will take a quick break. So please join us for our second panel.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Oh, hi. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to present some of the recent research that we have been doing at the University of Illinois as part of the CCAT consortium. And my name is Yan Feng Ouyang. I'm a faculty member at the University of Illinois. We have heard a lot of a nice discussion this morning, and then I appreciate the organizers for making this event possible, despite all the things that are going on. At this CCAT, I'm sure everybody has been very much aware of the wonderful work that's going on in many aspects, particularly regarding the vehicle and then the vehicle instrumentation and human factors. But then we at the Illinois have been looking at a slightly different but also very important aspect of autonomous and connected vehicles, particularly related to infrastructure that are supporting the development of freight movements. We focus on freight, first of all, because it's not only because it's important to the nation's economy, but also because it's projected to continue to increase sharply in the next 30 years. When report forecasts actually freight is going to continue to increase by 50% by 2045. And also we are interested in freight also because Illinois, as our region stands, is at the freight hub of the nation. We have rail and truck corridors passing through Illinois. So we also want to address in particular the emerging trend with autonomous and connected vehicles, autonomous and connected trucks, as well as actually the emergence of e-commerce, which have been largely shifting passenger travel for freight and shopping to freight deliveries. And then especially nowadays with the virus going on, I think this trend has been more prominent than ever. This is why we look for this topic. And then those of you who are familiar with freight logistics supply chain systems know that actually freight systems normally actually depict a hierarchical system structure, a topology, where we have a line haul backbones that actually provide high efficiency, large volume shipments, and we have local last mile problems where we need flexibility. So, and actually, as the technology continue to develop, new opportunities keep emerging. In particular, the commercial autonomous vehicles and connected vehicles, and in particular for trucks. Have been emerging have been tested actually in some of the states for line haul and backbone transportation. And then on the other side, commercial UAVs or commonly called drones have been used in the last mile delivery as well. So the freight industry has been seeing a revolution that's coming up in the next decade or so. And then we are quite interested in understanding how these revolutions is going to change the landscape of freight shipments. And in particular, how are we prepared for such revolutions? So, so when we are part of this consortium, we have been working diligently on addressing this aspect of freight transportation systems. In particular, we are looking at one of the very important implications of freight system in terms of the impacts, not only on efficiency, not only to energy, but also in terms of the physical infrastructure, our nation's vast transportation infrastructure, such as pavement and bridges. And then we all know from transportation infrastructure 101 that actually the impact of a vehicle on the pavement is proportional to the force power, approximately, of the vehicle weight. And then one truck, actually, a fully loaded truck, is actually equivalent to 16,000 passenger vehicles in terms of damage to the pavement. So it's actually probably important when we are talking about the freight system. And in a moment, I'm going to tell you why we particularly worry about the connected and autonomous trucks in particular. But then in general, when we are planning freight systems, we should understand actually there are many aspects of impacts. One aspect is actually the movement of trucks where they are traveling around the whole network of transportation systems. They not only affect the congestion, they not only affect the other traffic, the general public, but also they actually change the load of heavy vehicles. They change the loading, the damage to our pavement infrastructures. And then this changes the condition of the pavement and actually requires the agencies to go ahead and actually to repair them differently. And this very often are the major complaints from our local jurisdictions. I was at actually one of the local meetings in Illinois near the Southern Illinois intermodal terminals. Actually, the local governments complained a lot about how their payments are damaged by all the truck traffic going around. But then understand that actually the payment damage is not a simple thing. It actually affects, again, how traffic is going to be distributed in the network, and also affects the efficiency of the freight system as well. So essentially, this forms actually a closed loop. And then all these things, all these externalities and everything of freight movements, actually in general affects not only the economy, economy, obviously, but also affects our energy and sustainability, as well as particularly the state of good repair. The last one is actually particularly important when we talk about the future, because actually the evolution and the emergence of autonomous and then connected vehicles have a huge impact on those aspects. Let me explain why. So before I go there, I want to mention a little bit actually our group of faculty members at Illinois recognize this huge challenge where I'm going to talk about in a moment, and try to understand how the freight systems will be influenced by the autonomous and connected trucks. This faculty member, actually, some of us come from the systems background, some of us come from the infrastructure and payment background, and then we work together to try to address some of these questions. So the first part of my presentation will be focusing on the backbone line haul part of freight shipments, in particular, say on freeways, how large volume shipments can be done by trucks. And in particular, we're going to talk about how we model the payments, and then how we model the truck configuration, the platooning in particular, and so as to balance the cost in between the payment damage and the fuel consumption. Let me explain why. So we all know about truck platooning. Truck platooning is actually everywhere nowadays in news media and then in the technical reports. I'm not going to explain it, but basically two features of a truck platooning is actually trucks are going to be aligned, and then the trucks are actually going to be traveling closely to each other in spacing and at higher speeds. This is particularly going to be a feasible thing to do when autonomous and connected technology becomes mature, and then because we can have precise control of the truck location, as compared to human drivers sort of do whatever they want within the lane, at least. So this is essentially one of the changes that this brings. Obviously, there are a lot of advantages of a truck platooning. I don't really need to mention them, but then there are safety implications. There are actually efficiency implications because we regulate traffic, and then we make vehicles more compact and travel at higher speeds, overcome the fear of human drivers. We actually allow safety to be improved, obviously I mentioned. We also, by aligning the trucks together, we actually allow the aerodynamic resistance to be reduced, because the trucks essentially become a convoy, or essentially can you imagine they become a train on the freeway, and then actually the air drag would actually be much reduced. There has been studies on this, and then when the energy consumption gets reduced and there's less emissions and everything seems to be on the bright side. But we also recognize that actually not only there are bright and the positive sides of the truck platooning, but there are also a lot of downsides. In particular, when we face all these payment damages that comes from these heavy trucks, then essentially that the trucks are now going to be perfectly aligned if we choose to do so, and then they are going to be closely aligned to each other, and they're going to be traveling at higher speeds. So they change the frequency and the location of the loading onto the pavement. And actually, very often, one direct consequence is actually the pavement deteriorates much faster, and then actually this would cause higher societal costs to our local jurisdictions. So this needs to be somehow balanced. So we were trying to understand this a little bit better. So just a little bit further on this, I think this is probably already understood so far, that actually when we align trucks into platooning, as we see in the next 5 to 10 years, for example, imagine all the trucks, heavy trucks, are perfectly aligned. If we don't pay attention to how they are damaging the pavements, we're going to have the pavements damaging fairly quickly, requiring the local agencies to do frequent maintenances and a lot of investment in there. And also the damage also causes the vehicles to wear and tear much faster. And then so agency and user cost both increases, and then the payment life cycle gets less attractive. But then alternatively, what we were actually doing here in our study here in CCAT is particularly we're thinking that maybe we should be a little bit smarter. When we are actually considering the future, we should actually proactively consider the opportunity of actually of controlling the trucks in precision, but then we actually try to avoid this overloading onto the pavement, and by actually purposefully displace the trucks laterally along the freeway. And hopefully this is going to slow down the damage of the pavement and actually has all the potential benefits. But I want to mention one thing, that actually by laterally displacing the trucks, we are not only actually slowing down the damage to the pavement, potentially by displacing the trucks, we may actually change the strain and the stress underneath the pavement, and potentially changing it from a tension to compression. And essentially, actually, we may be able to help pavement improve itself over time. So essentially, by strategically displacing pavements, we change the loading pattern on the pavement laterally, and actually we can actually potentially improve pavements as a pavement maintenance strategy. So this is actually potentially the benefit we may obtain from autonomous vehicles if we turn the tide around. So essentially here we are hoping to reduce the pavement cost or even improve the payment by strategically platoon the trucks, but also at the same time we understand there's a reason that we want to platoon the trucks in a perfect aligned fashion, because there's air drag reduction and so on. So what is actually the best trade-off? How do we plan the whole platoon of the trucks to move around, such as we reduce the overall societal cost? So this is essentially the topic we are trying to address here. Okay, so with this, we just to have a recap is that actually we are trying to optimize the platoon configuration. We are trying to find the trade-off between payment. We're going to actually make fundamental contributions to the way the payments are actually designed and analyzed. We're actually going to consider the truck platooning, the other externalities to economy, to the energy consumption and efficiency and so on. We put them into one integrated optimization framework, and then we try to again gain balance between payment damage, infrastructure damage, and also fuel efficiency. And then we hopefully, the goal is ultimately we can achieve a more sustainable freight transportation system in the world. But then this is a very nice vision, but then the challenge lies ahead of us. We need a lot of new methodologies. And I'm speaking now, I'm actually a systems engineer by training, but I'm not pretending that I know about payments. So speaking on behalf of my payment colleagues, one of the biggest gap in the literature is regarding the way that actually payments are designed and analyzed. The payments were designed without the full knowledge of the autonomous vehicles. Okay, there's no anticipation even when the guidelines are developed. So there were no consideration of actually lateral position of wheel as explicit inputs. The payment design guideline does consider the wandering of the trucks, but then they consider it as a random wander, where actually drivers, they anticipate the drivers will be randomly displaced laterally in a lane. But then there's no explicit addressment, I'm sorry, explicit consideration of a precise control of the lateral position. There's no consideration of lane width, of utilizing the full width of the lane. There's no quantification of the rest period. Remember that with platooning, the trucks actually provide loads more frequently and then at the same point. So essentially, payments, especially asphalt payments, are actually viscoelastic, and then there's the duration of the interval in between loading would have a significant impact on the payment durability. So none of these are being considered in the current payment design guidelines. So this needs to be addressed, and also we want to again mention that we are trying to address the mixed traffic. We are trying to address the trade-off between energy efficiency and the infrastructure. So this is there are a lot of things that needs to be done. So we're making progress in all these fronts. Okay, and then one of the challenge we try to precisely address is actually laterally now we have the capability, hopefully with all the communication technology and autonomy, that we are able to precisely control the lateral movements or lateral displacement, I should say, of the tires within the lane, even for now. And then we actually use this as our at our disposal, and then try to use this to understand how the loads, as you can see the curve here is actually the tension strain, actually how the load, how the stress and the strain is going to be distributed as the tire move around. And if we actually strategically allow the tires to move around, how actually the history of the loading is going to have an impact on the payment. So this is something that we have been working on over the past years, and we also particularly address how the viscoelastic payment is going to respond to repeated loading when the actually interval between time and space between the tire loading is going to actually be controlled. We can actually control the speed and the spacing between trucks in the platoon so as to actually precisely change the loading and the damage to the pavement. And this is done particularly through 3D finite element models to understand multi-axle loading on asphalt concrete. And then with this, actually, we are able to use models to develop to sort of mimic how the strain, which is actually a major source of pavement damage, such as cracking and rutting, develop over time as we have a truck load passing. Okay, and then we are able to precisely model that and actually have very good precision prediction models on that. And then we are able to further model how, if we were to do truck platooning at different configurations, or platoon at different ways of managing the traffic, we are able to control whether actually loading would be repeated at very high frequency, and then actually essentially the strain, whether, you know, if we actually have separate loadings, then you can see the strain actually dissipates over time. Sort of the pavement is actually, it's sort of considered it's a semi-liquid, right? It's a viscoelastic, you actually recover. But then if you do repeated loading over a short period of time, actually the pavement is still actually having a high strain, and you superimpose another strain on it. So we have models to fully understand actually having a tandem vehicles and tandem axles actually going around the pavement, how actually the pavement is going to respond to it, and how damages may develop as strain continue to increase higher. So essentially all these different things are done by models. Not only we do models, we also try to do experiments. This is our strength here. We have a very well-established testing facilities here that we actually design the common pavement mixes, and then we try to design the mixes and actually test the mix under repeated loading at different frequencies, at different speeds and different loads and so on, and try to see how the pavement respond to loading, and mimicking how a platoon of trucks is going to do to the pavement. So this actually helps us to validate what we were developing from finite element models. And then the result actually turned out to be very promising. We are able to very well address the situation. We are able to show precisely predict how the pavement strain is going to accumulate as we have repeated loadings, and then we can control the different environment conditions. We can control how frequently we're going to have loads coming, and how much of the time interval is there in between the loads. So essentially, just in a nutshell, we were able to understand how exactly under different truck platoon situations, then the pavement is going to be accumulating damage if we don't do anything about it. Okay, so then the next step, of course, is to try to figure out a way to improve the platoon. But before we do that, we should also take into consideration many other things. For example, earlier in the panel, we heard that actually the autonomous and the connected vehicles needs to be reliable and under all weather conditions, when there's snow and then where there's other weather conditions. And then so another sort of related effort, sort of a parallel to what we were doing earlier, is actually to develop more sort of smart and then more communicative sort of pavements with new materials that actually could help improve the communication between the vehicles and the infrastructure. And in particularly, we use some pavement signatures actually the CAVs can identify. So this will help the GPS and the vision-based sensors to try to navigate the vehicles. So this is actually also related. And then essentially, we basically try to develop sort of electromagnetic signatures inside the concrete pavements, so as actually to help the communications. This is a video regarding how in our actually labs how the signature can be detected. So some of the preliminary results we found actually was that actually we do have the capabilities of actually improving, developing essentially new types of payments to help the CAV systems to communicate and actually allow the signals to be communicated among the vehicles and the payment. So they're helping guiding the trucks. And also, in addition to that, in addition to sort of modeling the damage to the pavement, in addition to developing the new types of payments, but also we are also developing, as we mentioned, the models to understand the fuel efficiency of truck platooning. So this truck platooning essentially, as we align the trucks together, then there will be less air drag. And if we place more displacement among the trucks, and then there will be more air drag, as you can imagine. So we develop finite element methods in the airspace to try to understand the air drag. And then we have developed these models to try to understand how the energy consumption essentially from air drag is going to change as we displace trucks. And then actually that air drag is dependent not only on the speed, on the spacing, essentially how much spacing we have, spatial gap is, and it's also dependent obviously to the speed of the trucks and so on. So this overall system, we build a model to try to understand the impacts. Okay, so with this, we put everything together, the agency cost, the user cost. I'm not going to go into the details, but just to say that we put everything together to address the several issues. We put everything into a life cycle cost assessment sort of a platform with consideration of the user cost, the carriers, the shippers, in terms of the air drag, in terms of energy consumption, in terms of the economy, in terms of the throughput of the freeway. And we also consider the user cost in terms of the vehicle wear and tear due to the roughness development of the payment. We have a precise model to understand the deterioration of the payment condition. Okay, and then we also consider, we have optimization model to try to understand how agency needs to go out and actually provide the maintenance and the repairs to the payment as needed. So essentially everything is a coherent sort of a model, integrated model to help us actually boil down everything back into the cost, societal cost of the whole system. And then everything is regarding how the platoon needs to be optimized. So I'm not going to spend too much time here, but just quickly say that we have done some preliminary case study on a simple corridor, and essentially the benefit is significant. We are able to achieve more than sort of double-digit percentage savings in terms of both agency cost and the user cost in terms of air drag and also the payment damage and so on in the life cycle. Okay, so with this, I'm moving to the next topic regarding the last mile. I'll be really quick. Then essentially we also have been doing some work regarding how the last mile is being revolutionized, particularly with drones. And we know the industry has been testing drone truck integrated deliveries. And then essentially even Amazon is getting away from trucks and actually using the floating warehouses to try to provide the backbone line haul part of the travel, but then using drones to do the last mile delivery. So we have been doing a lot of work about actually what is optimum the delivery system, and then particularly how the trucks or the flying warehouses should be routed throughout the city. Okay, for example, how we should actually control the movement of those line haul vehicles on the backbone system, and how the drones should be dispatched from each of the dispatch launching sites. And then we have done a lot of work about, again, we are able to describe the traffic, especially under congestion. When these systems becomes commercially viable, you can imagine a lot of the congestion and efficiency issues is going to be transferred from the ground to the air. Okay, so we were building a lot of models to try to understand how the drones may actually interfere with one another when they are traveling. As this shows a little bit about how, for example, in the Amazon floating warehouses case, how the traffic should be optimized, and then what is the best. The drones should not travel in straight lines anymore because actually there may be over congestion in the air. So we actually try to figure out what is optimal configuration, what is the efficiency, and what are the energy implications and the efficiency implications. We have done a lot of work on that, and then we came up with actually optimal spatial partitions about each launching site under different considerations. Then how should be the drones each time you launch a batch of drones, how they should cover the space, such as. So we had come up with mathematical proofs for all these things, optimalities. And then some of the recent work, this is the last slide, essentially we are actually considering how if the drones are dispatched as the trucks move along the way, as the trucks keep moving and then actually sort of sweeping through the city, how the drones can be dispatched along the way without stopping any vehicles and actually come back to the truck, for example. And then under different situations, maybe trucks can cover local deliveries in a certain neighborhoods, and actually the drones cover the farther out areas. And then actually when there's congestion, then we even consider how the drones should be actually, of course, again, travel in curves so as to avoid congestion patterns. This is actually showing the drone passes, optimal drone passes necessary. So we have been still doing this type of work to try to understand the next generation of freight systems. Both this is actually now again regarding the last miles. Okay. So with this, I think I'll stop here. This is just a quick overview about some of the work my colleagues and I have been doing here at Illinois. I'll be happy to take any questions if there's any. Thank you.
I think we have time for just one question if there's one. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick break. I want to remind everybody we will resume promptly at 10:25 with our next exciting panel on who do we sue? Hopefully the line isn't too long at your coffee maker, and stretch your legs and please come back. I also want to just let you know that given this is the first time we've done this, we are holding an audience of over 200 people. So it's very exciting. We have a lot of interest. And again, please take a quick break and come back here. We will start back up at exactly 10:25. If everybody wants to take their seats, we're going to get started here in another minute. We are actually going to be working on getting some music, a nice music bed to play during the break. So we have some improvements coming. We have 2 more panels that are going to take place before lunch. And just a quick reminder that you can follow CCAT on LinkedIn and also on Twitter. And if you join in the conversation in Twitter, please use the hashtag CCAT2020. We've held a pretty good audience during that break, so we appreciate everybody coming back. And we're going to go ahead. I'm going to hand the screen back over to Kelvin, and we'll begin our next panel. Who are we going to sue?
Calvin, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Do you want me to kick it off, or did you need to say anything?
Oh, no, feel free.
Okay, great. Well, welcome everybody. Good morning. My name is Amy Moss. I have the pleasure of moderating today's panel on who can we sue? And as a recovering lawyer myself, I think the answer to that is probably everybody and anybody that we want to. But we have some esteemed panelists with us today to talk about some of the legal and liability and regulatory issues that sort of lay the groundwork for the future of mobility and automated connected vehicle technology. So you can't see my screen, but I can tell you I am doing personally a fireside chat. My fire is on, the sun is out, and it's a very comfortable and fun way to do a panel like this. I've never done it before, so please bear with us. We'll hopefully have smooth sailing and not have any issues. But what we thought we would do here this morning, we have 4 panelists with us with varied background and expertise. And we thought we would kick it off by essentially, I will introduce each panelist, and they will, the panelists will give you a little bit about their background, a little bit about their perspective and how they come to these issues, and do some introductory remarks. Then we'll move on to, through all of our 4 panelists. And then we will open it. We have some prepared questions that our panelists can weigh in on. And then certainly, I think there is an opportunity for audience members to send a chat or somehow interact with Calvin, and we can potentially entertain a few questions from the audience depending on timing and if technology works. So I will, with that, just jump into introducing our panelists and letting them make some introductory remarks. I first want to introduce to you David Yang. David is the Executive Director of the AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety, and he oversees the day-to-day operations of this nonprofit research and education organization. Before joining the AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety, he was with the Federal Highway Administration, United States Department of Transportation. Dr. Yang has co-authored approximately 50 peer-reviewed journal articles, conference papers, and government reports on subjects related to traffic safety, operations, planning, and intelligent transportation systems. An ITE journal article that he co-authored won the Institute of Transportation Engineers 2015 Traffic Engineering Council Best Paper Award. He is an associate editor for the Journal of Intelligent Transportation Systems, Technology, Planning, and Operations, and a member of the editorial board for the International Journal of Transportation Science and Technology. Dr. Yang serves as an advisory board member on a number of university transportation centers funded by the US Department of Transportation. He is a fellow Big Ten graduate. He attended the Purdue University and received his Bachelor of Science, Master of Science, and Doctor of Philosophy degrees in the field of civil engineering. In April 2018, he was honored with the Civil Engineering Alumni Achievement Award from Purdue University. And I will turn it over to David Yang to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Amy. Good morning, everyone online. Just a great honor to be able to participate in this event. I was invited, I believe, about 2 or 3 years ago to a very similar symposium at the University of Michigan. So it's always great to to participate and take part in this event. So as Amy has introduced my background, as you know, that I'm not a lawyer, so I won't be able to answer the question on who do we sue. But I think I will be able to share with you some of my perspective about, what are some of the roles that each player within this, within the area of advanced technology that we have to play. And what I want to do is really, in my opening remark, kind of touch upon 3 points. And I hope that, and hopefully at the end, and basically my fellow panelists will be able to also talk about different aspects about issue related to liability and so forth. So for my first point, I really want to stress that it is my belief, as well as many people who are involved with this whole area related to vehicle automation and advanced driver assistance system ADAS, is that we believe that these technology, they can really, the ultimate goal is to use these technology to improve safety, to reduce crashes. And whether you have a level 1 ADAS system, or you are driving a vehicle that's featuring level 2 system, or you are doing research that's looking to level 4 or 5. I think really, that is really our goal, is that we don't want to see on the annual basis that people lost their life by going to work, by coming home, really from point A to point B. However, what we have found in many of our research that was conducted at AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety during the past several years is that users' understanding and behavior can, they will impact the end result on how these technology will help you, or in some cases, if there's misuse or abuse of these systems, that could lead into very, very unpleasant result. During the past few years, we have seen several high-profile crashes that's related to some vehicle that feature these advanced system. And many of these investigation has pointed to that the user basically are play a very big role in that's leading to these crashes. But also, I also believe that basically the developer and the provider basically is really all of us who are in this call, who are participating, doing research and developing the product. We play a very big role that we can help to minimize misuse or abuse of these technology, so that the ultimate goal and the intended outcome can be achieved. We have to carry out several research since 2017 and 2018. In one of our research work that was carried out on our behalf by University of Iowa, that was published on our website in September 2018, we have found that basically people who own ADAS system for a year or two, there's still a misunderstanding about what type of system they have, about how certain functionality can work. We have a respondent who provided basically feedback that they thought they have a automatic emergency brake in their vehicle, turned out to be adaptive cruise control. Last year, at the end of last year in 2019, we have Virginia Tech Translation Institute carry out a separate research looking at the natural driving study data from 2 sources. And what that study has found is that when drivers are engaging in, basically when they are using one or more type of ADAS system, they have a higher likelihood of engaging in secondary non-driving related tasks, being distracted on other activity that while they are operating a vehicle. And we have yet to publish a few research results, but one of the results that will be published very soon in the future, basically it was a work that was carried out for us on behalf of a company called Westat, has found that training and education does make a difference on how people will react, on how they will interact with these systems. So for me, I really believe is that really, if we want to achieve the ultimate goal of improving safety for on ADAS and automated vehicles system, not only basically the driver, really the community, which is the developer, the provider, the manufacturer, we need to help the driver to make a better decision and hopefully better behavior in terms of using these technology appropriately. So I'm gonna conclude my opening remark here, and then Amy, I'll hand the time back to you.
Great, thank you. Our next panelist is a practicing lawyer. Tom Brannigan is a trial lawyer and senior partner in the Bowman and Brook LLP law firm. He is currently the managing partner of the firm's Detroit office, where he represents automotive OEMs and suppliers in high-stakes product liability trials, class actions, multi-district litigation, and regulatory matters throughout the United States. Tom has been included in most of the major legal rating services, including the Best Lawyers in America, Chambers, the Legal 500, Leading Lawyers, Who's Who in American Law, and Martindale-Hubbell, where he is AV rated as, quote, preeminent in his field. Additionally, Tom was named a 2012 Michigan Leader in the Law by Michigan Lawyers Weekly. Besides his active automotive-related trial practice, he is currently counseling or defending numerous automotive and technology clients in matters involving self-driving technology, automotive cybersecurity, connected vehicle issues, and active and passive safety. As a lifelong resident of the Motor City and as someone who has worked in or for the auto industry since 1980, Tom has a unique understanding of the challenging issues facing automotive OEMs and suppliers today. His firm, Bowman and Brook, is one of the world's leading law firms in the realm of automotive-related litigation. The firm represents most major OEMs and many automotive suppliers and technology companies in existence today. So, Tom, have some opening remarks?
Thank you, Amy. Very kind words. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be able to participate in this program. I'm glad we were able to continue it under these unique circumstances. Well, because I am a practicing trial lawyer, I have been asked to comment on a question that I get asked very frequently these days when I'm talking about autonomous vehicles, advanced driver assist systems. And that question is there any litigation today? And the answer is pretty simple, because this is America where litigation is everywhere, 24/7. There is active litigation across the country in state and federal courts involving advanced driver assistance systems, ADAS. And in fact, I was just retained 3 days ago by an OEM to defend a new case involving ADAS issues. So not even COVID-19 can stop it or slow it down. On the question of what types of claims are we seeing in current litigation today, well, we're seeing a variety of product liability design defect claims. We are defending claims about the absence of certain ADAS technology, for example, the absence of forward collision warning systems, advanced emergency braking systems. And these include cases where plaintiffs claim that the absence of ADAS, like the systems I just identified, rather than the driver's negligence, was the cause of a crash. We're also seeing drivers and owners of struck vehicles, vehicles that have been impacted by another vehicle, for example, a vehicle that was rear-ended by another vehicle, claim that because the striking vehicle lacked technology like forward collision warning or advanced emergency braking, the striking vehicle is defective, unreasonably dangerous, and the cause of the crash. So in other words, not the driver of the striking vehicle, but the OEM that made the vehicle without that technology is at fault for that crash. In cases where a vehicle is equipped with ADAS technology, like a vehicle that has autopilot or pro-pilot assist, cruise. The claims range from traditional product liability design defect, breach of warranty, failure to warn claims, the cases with allegations of fraud and misrepresentation against the OEM and the seller. In cases with those allegations, the plaintiffs are alleging that the ADAS technology did not work as advertised. And that is the real reason for the crash in their view. Some of my OEM clients are also seeing some interesting litigation pursued by certain members of the insurance industry. The insurance companies, not their insureds. These are cases against OEMs with ADAS technology capable of collecting, storing, or transmitting large quantities of vehicle and vehicle user data. And in those cases, the insurer is suing the OEM to obtain access to large quantities of that data from the ADAS-equipped vehicle. Now, this is rather interesting because the plaintiff insurance company in this litigation is suing in part to learn about a particular crash that involved an insured vehicle, but also because, and I'm quoting now from a case that I'm involved in, data access is essential to developing proper pricing and underwriting of vehicles. So those aren't my words. Those are the words of one large insurance company that is involved in active litigation and with one of my OEM clients today. So this last strain of ADAS-related litigation raises a number of new issues for my OEM clients involving data privacy and data preservation issues, which I think we'll talk about more as the discussion of this panel continues. You can't talk about the cases without talking about the defenses. So let me turn to that for a minute. Our primary defense against litigation involving ADAS has been, and I think it will continue to be, that vehicles on the road today, with or without ADAS, are reasonably safe and not defective. Now, to some of you, that may sound trite, but it's the reality. Where ADAS technology has been added to or is available for a vehicle, the reason for its availability is not to fix a defect. Instead, it's to improve a vehicle that is already safe. And these are technological advancements to improve technology that is in the main already very good, very safe for motorists. So I believe we'll continue to see that as a principal feature of our defense to this technology, to claims about this technology. Other defenses include the fault of the user. It's important to remember that the ADAS technology that we have on the road today is SAE level 1 and level 2, and soon, probably within the next model year or 2 model years, we'll begin to see SAE level 3 technology on the road. However, even with these levels of ADAS, the human driver is still 100% responsible for executing the task of driving and complying with applicable traffic rules. That's certainly the case with SAE level 1 and level 2 technology, like forward collision warning, lane departure warning, even autopilot. Yet my cases are filled with examples of plaintiffs doing really dumb, that's the legal word for unreasonable, things like texting, Googling, failing to understand the limits of this technology that they paid a lot of money for, or their own responsibilities while using it. So comparative fault, contributory negligence, misuse of the product, assumption of the risk, those are all traditional defenses that we have had at our disposal in traditional product liability, automotive design defect, and even manufacturing defect cases over the years, and they will continue to be part of our defense barrage for this technology going forward. In cases where a plaintiff has alleged that the absence of ADAS was the cause of a crash and that the absence means that their vehicle is defective, some courts are now agreeing with our defense that those claims are preempted because of the way the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is going about regulating that technology. But I'll have more to say on that point in a few minutes.
Amy, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Great, thank you. I actually learned something just from your opening remarks already. I was not even aware of the insurance litigation, although those issues are certainly near and dear to my heart, as I have become intimately familiar with the insurance side of things from my current role. So thank you. Moving on to Ryan Harrington, who's our next panelist, another panelist with engineering background. He's a principal within the vehicle engineering practice at Exponent and is based out of Natick, Massachusetts. Having worked directly on the development of automotive technologies and federal regulations, Mr. Harrington specializes in the analysis of complex technical and policy issues while fostering collaboration between industry executives, senior government officials, and engineers related to the deployment of emerging automotive technologies, including automated vehicles, advanced driver assistance systems, and fuel savings technologies. Prior to joining Exponent, Mr. Harrington was a division chief at the U.S. Department of Transportation's Volpe Center, where he led a cross-functional team focused on the deployment of advanced transportation technologies. Mr. Harrington also worked as technical support manager at Cummins and a product development engineer at Delphi Automotive Systems. Mr. Harrington holds a master's degree in automotive engineering from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, and a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from the University of Nebraska, Lincoln. So another Big Ten guy. In his spare time, he competes in the Sports Car Club of America autocross racing. And with that, Ryan, you want to share some opening remarks?
Absolutely. Thank you, Amy. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak at the symposium today. So I'll kind of follow on with some of the themes that Tom and David have identified. So as you heard Tom talk about that, when it comes to, especially ADAS technologies, there's, failure to equip claims, so the vehicle wasn't, or the technology wasn't deployed quickly enough. There's also claims that the systems weren't mature enough and didn't operate as expected by the consumers, that there was too many nuisance alerts or did not warn in a particular situation. So the OEMs are kind of having to deal with both sides of the fence. And a lot of this points to the points that David had made about kind of drivers understanding the realistic expectations of these systems. And so in order to provide some context, I think it's worth looking at kind of the development and deployment of ADAS technologies over time, what industry has been doing and what the government has been doing, and then how academia has been a part of that as well. So I think, an important point to note that, the US DOT, NHTSA, the ITS Joint Program Office have been working with industry and academia for many decades, now almost 2 decades, doing field operational tests to bring some of these technologies to market. And the role of these field operational tests was to help bring the technology to a higher level of maturity, look at the driver-vehicle interface, and how to help inform and warn drivers with these systems. The University of Transportation, University of Michigan Transportation Research Institute was a part of many of these. I was a part of the Integrated Vehicle-Based Safety System while I was at the DOT. Worked with Jim Sayer and Debbie Bazina. IVBSS looked at forward collision warning, lane departure warnings, and curve speed warnings, and how do you integrate those into a vehicle. And so there's a lot of lessons learned over time. The technology has been maturing, and I think you have to look at that when you look at the context of how quickly has the technology come online? What are the technical challenges in deploying that technology? And to that point, NHTSA has been looking at how to best inform drivers, educate drivers about ADAS technologies. And so part of the NCAP, New Car Assessment Program, it's known as STARS for Cars. On the Monroney label or the sticker of the vehicle, you can, manufacturers can show that this vehicle has forward collision warning, lane departure warning, AEB, or rear vis systems. So, NHTSA has been letting the manufacturers show what technologies are on a vehicle, but in order to do that, you have to pass some confirmation tests. So it's not mandated, but if you're going to show that a vehicle has a technology, it's got to meet some minimum threshold. And I think it's interesting if you look at, how many years it's taken NHTSA to develop the procedures. They revise them over time. There's a lot of discussion about, false positive testing. There's some minimum thresholds that are probabilistic in nature. So as anybody who's been a part of the testing, you got to coordinate the vehicles when you do the testing, their relative velocities, where they're positioned relative to each other. And so to choreograph all that, you have to kind of meet some thresholds and requirements, and that's considered a valid test. And then you have a pass-fail criteria. And NHTSA has, in many of these cases, said that you need to pass 5 out of 7 times in order to get, kind of a passing grade and able to put this on your vehicle, which I think is interesting, right? It's not a typical pass-fail criteria. You can, still fail 2 of the valid tests and still be considered to have, a technology that meets a particular threshold. And I think that really speaks to the challenges with these technologies that, they are sensitive to operating environments, lighting conditions, lane markings and things like that. And so as you start thinking about how that's rolled out into the real world, where there's a lot of variability, that kind of speaks to the sensitivity of these systems, that even in a controlled environment, the systems are very sensitive to how they're being operated. And that goes into the complexity of the systems, the driver interface that David had talked about. And these are driver assistance systems that have safety benefits, but there's a balance between the alert timing so that you don't provide too many nuisance alerts, but you issue valid alerts in the appropriate time frame. And a lot of the work on the safety benefit side has been based on these field operational tests, and they estimate benefits. Some of those benefits are starting to become are being developed on kind of more real world data and are becoming a little bit more concrete. And so it's helped, kind of show what are the true safety benefits, are there unintended consequences in all of this. And as we start moving from ADAS to automated vehicles, the question of how safe is safe enough, how do you define safety? Is it the societal level? Is it the individual level? And then how do you start thinking about, baselines with over-the-air updates, vehicles and systems, technology, the performance and capabilities improving over time. So you've got this baseline that's moving. How do you measure and consider crashes that were avoided? So you can put those into the safety equation as well. So there's a lot that goes into that. And then as far as how quickly a technology can come online, there are many things that impact the development and deployment of a technology. Some of these allegations are it was on a vehicle in one model year, and by the next model year, 100% of a manufacturer's fleet should have a particular technology. And really, you got to look at, what are the different considerations that define how quickly a technology can come online. And there's been a lot of studies about how, from the first implementation of a technology to when it's kind of saturated the market, what does that time frame look like? And typically, that's numerous decades, and it has to deal with capital investment, IP issues, the maturity of the manufacturing process, design, product and durability, validation testing, vehicle refresh and redesign cycles, supplier capacity, and then some of the stuff that David had talked about is consumer acceptance and affordability. So all of that plays into how quickly these technologies can come online, how quickly they mature, and a lot of that speaks to some of the cases that Tom had talked about where the allegations are that there was a failure to equip. It should have had this technology. But you got to go back and look at what does it take to bring a technology to market in a very robust and meaningful way. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Amy.
Great, thank you so much, Ryan. Our fourth panelist is somebody who has become a good friend of mine over the last few years, Emily Frascaroli. And I met a number of years ago when we were both appointed to the Michigan Council on Future Mobility. And I've had the pleasure of being able to work with Emily on a number of these panels and discussions and a number of other events in addition to the council over the last few years. Emily is the managing counsel of the product litigation group for Ford Motor Company, including product litigation, asbestos, and discovery teams. She also advises globally on automotive safety, regulatory, and product liability issues, including a focus on autonomous vehicles and mobility. She has extensive experience handling complex product litigation cases, regulatory matters with NHTSA and other governmental entities, and product defect investigations. She is also co-chair of the Legal and Insurance Working Group of M-City at the University of Michigan and a lecturer at the University of Michigan Law School, where she teaches a class about the legal issues involved with autonomous vehicles. In 2017, she was appointed by Governor Rick Snyder to the Michigan Council on Future Mobility, and in 2019, she was appointed by Governor John Kasich to the Drive Ohio Expert Advisory Board. She earned her JD cum laude from Wayne State University and was the editor of the Wayne Law Review. She earned her BS in Aerospace Engineering from the University of Southern California and her Master's of Engineering in Aerospace Engineering from the University of Michigan. Prior to practicing law, she worked in engineering at both Ford and NASA. So with that, Emily, I want to turn it over to you for some opening remarks.
All right, thank you, Amy. So I'm going to take us in a slightly different direction than our three earlier panelists, because I'm going to focus my comments, first of all, primarily on higher levels of automation. And then also, I'm going to talk a little bit about the regulatory environment as opposed to litigation environment, which I'm happy to answer all sorts of questions about, but I can never avoid the opportunity to talk a little bit about regulation because this is such an important legal issue in this space. So we know that highly automated vehicles have a huge amount of potential to really save lives and expand mobility and perhaps do things for congestion in the environment and things like that. And with all this potential and the rapidly developing technological technology that auto companies and tech companies and everybody's working on, we have all sorts of great things that are coming that have a huge amount of potential. But what we lack is a modern regulatory framework. And this is becoming a barrier to innovation and deployment of some of these technologies. And so I want to just talk a little bit about why we need to have the right public policies in place. Brian talked a little bit about some of the work that NHTSA is doing, and I want to just explain to you why that is so important. So just as a sort of a baseline, for those of you who maybe haven't heard of them before, we have this whole collection of requirements that are applicable to vehicles in the US. They're called Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, or FMVSS. Right now, we don't have any FMVSSs that are uniquely applicable to automated vehicles. So there's no FMVSS for an SAE level 4 type vehicle uniquely. But lots of these FMVSS requirements are applicable to all vehicles, so any motor vehicle that goes on a public road. Some of those FMVSSs are a barrier to high levels of automation when we start talking about things like not having any operator controls. So for example, if you have a design that contemplates not having a steering wheel or a brake pedal or an accelerator pedal, that may not be allowed under our current regulatory scheme. And just as an example, I'll talk about FMVSS 135, which has to do with braking performance. And the general requirements of 135 are, that your brake system has to perform in a certain way in order to bring the vehicle to a stop, with a certain force applied to the brake pedal and over a certain distance. So it's all about making sure you have brakes that work on the vehicle. But there is also a requirement in FMVSS 135 that that the vehicle have a foot operated brake control, meaning brake pedal. So there's literally a requirement in FMVSS 135 that you have a brake pedal. So if you have a design that doesn't contemplate having a brake pedal because you don't have any operator controls, as you might imagine, might be an optimal design solution in a very high level of automation vehicle, that is not currently permitted under our existing regulatory structure. This issue was studied by Volpe, which is a research arm of NHTSA, in 2016, and confirmed by a Google interpretation issued by NHTSA, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, around the same time. They went through all of the 100+ federal motor vehicle safety standards and said that many of them would be a challenge for vehicles that lack conventional operator controls. So what do we do about this? There are a few options that frequently get talked about. There's interpretation, and an interpretation is where NHTSA could say how they're going to interpret a rule. But as I mentioned, Google already did an interpretation to NHTSA, and the 135 issue, for example, was one where they specifically said, if you don't have a brake pedal, you can't meet 135, and there's no way to get around that. A second option is exemptions, which you may have heard of. They're Neuro, for example, was just granted an exemption. GM has an exemption petition that's pending with NHTSA. But the problem with exemptions is right now by statute, they're limited to a very low volume. So you could get permission from NHTSA to not meet a federal motor vehicle safety standard if you could demonstrate equivalent safety, but you would be limited to 2,500 vehicles a year for a period of 2 years, which is not a viable business model for most big companies thinking about getting into this space. So the third possibility is legislation. Congress could change the rules. They could change the rules around exemptions in particular and increase exemption caps to allow larger volumes. There were bills that were pending in Congress at the end of 2018 that didn't quite make it across the finish line. And so there's been more work to try to work on that again at the federal level. But as I'm sure most of you can imagine, getting federal legislation passed is not an easy task. And so that has significant uncertainty around it. So the reason I talk about all this is just to demonstrate to you that there's lots of interesting liability issues, and we'll talk about some of those, but as sort of a gateway to some of this, we may not see some of the technologies that provide the most interesting potential for a while because we just don't have a regulatory framework that will allow it. So with that, I will kick it back to you, Amy. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I want to move into some Q&A for our panelists, which I'm sure will lead to some interesting discussion topics, and we'll just see where this takes us. Going back, David, to you, in your opening remarks, you stated that the ultimate goal of ADAS and automation technologies is to improve traffic safety and reduce crashes. Even with that, though, there have been several notable crashes in the last few years that involved vehicles with automated systems and improper use of those systems. When we think about the legal liability issues associated with that and some of the comments that Tom started with about litigation, wonder from your perspective, could you offer some insights based on the research findings that explore this topic, and then we'll open it up to the other panelists to talk about the impact of those crashes on the legal and regulatory environment.
Sure, Amy. Thank you so much for the question. I think for me is really when I'm going to use the very first crash that's involving the Tesla vehicle that occurred back in 2016, because that has been talked about, being researched on, by a lot of people using it as an example. What happened is when you look at the investigation report that's now available by the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, what you'll see is that basically one of the probable cause is the user of Tesla, of the driver of that vehicle, basically has a over-reliance on the system. And I think that point, and I think that probable cause align very well with some of our research finding. As I mentioned earlier, in December of last year, Virginia Tech, under our contract, published a report, and it was, we found that to be true as well, is that when people began to get too comfortable because they have a blind spot warning system, they have a lane keep system, they began to relax and engage in some other behavior. And I think it is very important for us to continue as the provider, as the developer, as the community that's bringing these vehicle automation technology to other people, is that we also have the responsibility to continue to train, to educate, to re-educate everyone about how these systems are supposed to be used. And a phrase that we often use in the research, community that's that's doing work related to behavior, to human factor, is mental model. Is that we want to help basically our user to build proper mental model. Mental model basically is the understanding, your understanding of how certain systems is supposed to work. That we want to build a proper mental model so people, other user, driver, can understand what's the intended function of a particular system, what are some of the limitations, so that we can prevent misuse and misbehavior. I'm sure many of you have seen some YouTube where people are showing off their so-called automated vehicle and doing a lot of dangerous things. And those are exactly things we're trying to avoid. So Amy, I'll pause here, and then I'll let other panelists to share their thought as well.
Great. Any other comments from the other panelists? But Tom, I was particularly thinking about you when David mentioned this idea of the mental model and the developers, sort of trying to move towards that. Has that concept come up at all in, maybe not called that exact thing, but has that concept entered the litigation world, or what's your perspective on these issues?
I haven't heard it referred to in those terms, but the issues that David just addressed are certainly core issues in the litigation that we're defending today. I think the OEMs and suppliers are doing a good job in development, production, and release of this technology. And I think that their intention is to make safe vehicles safer. And these are companies that understand the product liability, automotive product liability landscape very well from decades of experience. And so they're not looking to cut corners in terms of the way that they are developing and releasing this technology. My general advice, to the extent anyone wants to hear it, is to be careful about overselling the technology and to provide clear and consistent messaging to users to make it clear, to make it really clear that the user is still the driver. If we spend some time to look at I think what is probably the operative Society of Automotive Engineers standard that defines the levels of autonomous vehicle operation, it's SAE-J 3016. We would see very clearly that the SAE has said at levels 1 and 2, the human behind the wheel is the driver, even when that technology is activated. And so I think certainly with level 1 and level 2, that means the driver is still driving. That message must be delivered. And I think OEMs are doing a decent job to deliver that message.
Great, thank you. Well, we've touched a little bit already on the roles and responsibilities of some of the stakeholders, particularly the developers, and a little bit on the users and drivers of the vehicles. There are other stakeholders as well, and perhaps even additional comments that you all would like to make on the roles of all the different stakeholders to ensure that the intended goal of ADAS and vehicle automation can actually be achieved. And also part of that question may be, in addition to obviously improving safety and reducing the number of crashes, which is an important piece of the automation and a very critical piece, but are there other sort of ultimate goals of ADAS that play into this this new landscape of legal liability, and how does that impact what the different stakeholder responsibilities are? Anyone want to comment on that? Don't all speak at once.
So this is Ryan. And I think having kind of worked in industry and then the government side, and when automated vehicles and ADAS started really kind of coming about, obviously safety is a core to all of this. But if you start looking at kind of ADAS and automated vehicles, kind of the mobility revolution that everybody's kind of anticipating is happening. Really is, how do you kind of help the underserved population, right? How do you give mobility services and mobility to the underserved populations? And then how do you give people back some of their time while they're in the vehicles as you get to some of these higher levels of automation? You know, how do you give people do other tasks while they're driving? So I mean, I think there's multiple aspects that you know, ADAS and AV developers are looking at, you know, in addition to safety, to kind of improve transportation as a whole. So I mean, there's many different, you know, societal impacts to all of this, and I think that's what everybody's working towards.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, and if I may add, you know, I'm
Yes.
really not my area of expertise, but just from being involved with these issues over the years, it's also clear that one of the goals is to just make mobility available to a larger percentage of the population on the globe. I mean, here in the United States, we have the luxury of personally owned vehicles, various degrees and types of mass transit. There are many parts of the world that will really benefit from the type of mobility, the broader accessibility to mobility that this technology, I think, will unleash as time goes on. And we see more and more fleet vehicles that are able to operate at level 3 and higher levels of autonomy. So I think that is a fascinating development that we're going to see unfolding over the next decade.
Amy, I also want to kind of follow up on one of the remarks that Tom made earlier about the fact that basically, you know, I think everyone needs to, you know, basically everyone's role needs to be clear, and basically the OEM, the developer, they don't oversell the product. And I think that to me is one of the very important aspects about the liability of the system. I mean, we have seen from many other areas where you can have a well-designed product with a good intention. However, when those product has been misunderstood or their capability or has been oversold, you can have a disastrous result. And I think to me is a shared responsibility among the developer, among the provider, as well as the user as well. So a lot of time when I hear certain people on public, you know, kind of trying to sell a product that's really that's not really, you know, or you know, provide information that's maybe years away, but you know, it's a goal. You know, that can cause, you know, that can lead into improper understanding by the user, by the consumer, and that can wind up being, you know, very, very unpleasant results. So I think for me is that the roles and responsibility, I think there are certain things that each, you know, the developer and the manufacturer has certain role, the user has certain role, but there's also some shared responsibility, so we can promote and we can continue to develop these vehicle automations.
Great, thank you. Emily, I wanted to, and perhaps Ryan as well and others, I want to turn for a minute. I do want to leave a couple minutes at the end to get to make sure we get to the discussion of data. But before we go there, and we also have a couple questions coming in from the audience. But before we get to those, I would like to turn back a little bit to the regulatory environment. You've mentioned some of the regulatory barriers that are currently in existence that are, you know, potentially impeding the deployment of AV technology. So first question is, are there other barriers that you see in the regulatory environment? And also, if you could comment on the appropriate balance. We've talked a little bit, since the regulatory world is sort of my part of my focus in my role. I find it interesting, this balance between state and federal regulation in various kinds of industries. So could you talk about it a little bit as it impacts the automated vehicle technology? and really the need for regulation, and then regulation isn't necessarily a dirty word in this space.
Yeah, sure. So I guess let me start with that, need for regulation and how that ties in also to, to state rules and the state role in all of this. So, going back a number of years, when the industry started talking about automated technology, a lot of states got interested because they thought about the possibility of having, driverless cars in their state, maybe even vehicles that don't even have a steering wheel, brake pedal, and accelerator pedal. And because as I mentioned at the beginning, there are no regulations uniquely applicable to these type of vehicles, I think a lot of states felt like, in the absence of some federal action on this, that they needed to step into the fray. And we saw this proliferation of a whole bunch of states coming up with a set of rules for testing and deployment of highly automated vehicles in their states. And so that which is commonly referred to sort of as this patchwork of requirements, was another potential barrier to the deployment of some of this technology, because if you have, California doing one set of regulatory requirements and Ohio has something different and Florida has something different, and you pick whatever states you like, it started to feel like this situation where you couldn't comply necessarily with all of these individual state requirements with one vehicle or one set of software. And so the industry kind of rallied and said, we can't have this state by state patchwork of requirements. Thankfully, NHTSA really stepped into the fray and raised her hand and said, hey, listen, regulation of safety of vehicle equipment is our job. They published a number of different policies that they've updated over the years. And while they haven't developed a regulatory framework for vehicles yet, they've begun rulemaking in that space and really stuck a stake in the ground and said, when we're talking about safety of automated vehicles and equipment safety, that's NHTSA's job to regulate. It's a little confusing because the traditional role between state and federal regulators on vehicle safety is, for a very long time, has been NHTSA regulates vehicles performance and vehicle equipment performance, and states regulate driver safety. And we have things like driving tests and driver exams and whatnot, and insurance and liability. And that was sort of the division. And now we've got this unique situation where the vehicle may become the driver. And so maybe there's some confusion about whether states regulate virtual drivers or whether the federal government would regulate virtual drivers. And NHTSA has pretty clearly said, we think we own that space. And when there's regulations, we will be the ones to do them. And in the meantime, what we're going to ask manufacturers to do is submit these safety assurance letters that describe what they're doing in this number of different areas to make sure their vehicles are safe, and publish that. And so that data will be available to anybody. And that's a process we're going to follow while we're working on rulemaking, one, to reduce the barriers that I talked about before, and then two, at some point in the future, develop a new regulatory framework that's specifically developed towards highly automated vehicles. But in all honesty, that's probably a ways off. When NHTSA did all that, and when they issued all these policy statements, they did say, though, relevant to our conversation today, a couple of issues we're not going to tackle and still lie squarely in the state control, and that's insurance and liability. They said we're not going to get into the business of deciding liability other than whatever the law is that currently exists with respect to preemption that Tom sort of mentioned before. And I could talk about that for hours, but everyone would be asleep. So hopefully that was an answer to your question about what other barriers there are.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments from Tom or Ryan in particular, or David?
Sure.
So this is Ryan.
Well, go ahead, Ryan.
No, go ahead, Tom.
Well, from a,
I'll make mine quick.
go ahead.
So, yeah, Emily mentioned, in the policy statements that NHTSA has issued, and, they came out with AB 4.0 last December. And so NHTSA really, regulations take many, many years to get through between a notice of proposed rulemaking and a final rule. So, rulemakings are fairly far off. But NHTSA has started some of that activity, and in AB 4.0, they really pushed for voluntary consensus standards. So this is things like, SAE and ISO standards. So NHTSA is looking for some leadership from some of these, consortia and standards bodies to help develop some of these voluntary consensus standards, which then potentially could feed into regulation. So NHTSA is looking to, industry, academia, and others to help move that along to help support rulemaking as it goes forward.
This is Tom. From a trial lawyer's perspective, it would be great for us to have specific, relevant federal motor vehicle safety standards in defense of the OEMs and suppliers over this technology. One of the primary technical defenses that we have traditionally relied on in defending automotive product liability cases is the manufacturer's compliance with a federal standard. For example, the value of that defense in many states, including Michigan, where I'm from, and where the domestic car companies are based, is that the compliance with an applicable, relevant federal standard can lead to a presumption from the court to the jury that the product is not defective. So that's a very powerful defense. And as Ryan said, Ryan and Emily both said, it takes quite a bit of time for federal motor vehicle safety standards to be promulgated so that we can use them. But when that day comes, that will be a very important defense for us, in addition to the way that federal preemption seems to be taking hold in a small number of jurisdictions. So like Emily, I share the view that taking time for this group to talk about federal preemption would be the fastest way to get people to leave the meeting. So I'll just leave it at that and let David chime in.
Tom, that's not really the area. I have a lot of expertise, so I think you guys will provide pretty good answers. So Amy, I'll hand it back to you.
Great. Well, we have just a few minutes left, and I promised that we would at least turn for a moment to the topic of data, because this is a big one, and we can't do it justice in the next 4 minutes. But let's talk just for a few minutes about data and how we need to think about it and the impact on the legal and regulatory environment. Obviously, it plays a role in the litigation involving these vehicles. And Tom, I was really interested to hear you say that that the litigation is almost being used as a vehicle to try to get data for other purposes. But I'm sure there are lots of considerations. Do we have any thoughts from the panelists about how data impacts the legal and regulatory and liability landscape going forward? And I'll just open it up.
Well, this is Tom. Very quickly, the data that is going to be is available and that will be available as this technology unfolds is deep, rich, and growing. And this is not your traditional EDR data that is so primarily or so focused on vehicle dynamics. This data certainly will cover vehicle dynamics, but it will cover issues about user/driver conduct that is not really covered beyond seatbelt usage in most traditional event data recorder data sets. So in litigation, the data will be very valuable. I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'll just quickly throw out a couple of other issues that relate to the data, and that is probably the most obvious one, and that is privacy and ownership of the data. Who owns the data? How is the data being used in a way that could, in the minds of many people, be a violation of privacy rights? And then how long must the data be preserved? So now that I've thrown those points out there, I'll be quiet and let others chime in.
This is Emily. I'll just quickly add. I mean, the data is important, and we're probably going to need access to more and different types of data to help us sort out some of these issues in the liability arena. But I would also just caution people that data doesn't always give us a definitive answer in terms of liability, for example, and that there are limitations even to, even in the data that we have today, we sometimes see different interpretations of what data means. We talk about things like video, for example, and video is great, but it doesn't always give you an explicit technical answer to problems. So, I think there's going to be plenty of jobs for lawyers in the future trying to sort out liability issues, even with lots of extra data to help us.
Yeah, great points. Ryan or David, any last comments on data?
I think, Amy, from the research perspective, I think data is really to me and to many other researchers is we want to use the data, utilize the data to understand many of the issues that can help hopefully resolve some of the liability kind of gray area. And I think one of the challenges that we have seen up until this last year is that basically some developers, some manufacturers' willingness to share the data. And I'm just, so for me, is I was very encouraged last year, began to see some of the trend that some of the larger company who has these data began to share some of the data they collected. So basically, as a whole, community, we can begin to better understand and better design the product, and also have a complementary strategy to really truly get to the goal of improving safety using these vehicle technologies. That's my thought.
Great. Ryan, last words?
Oh, since I think looks like we're over time, I think everybody else hit the points fairly well. So I'll pass it back to you.
Great. Well, thank you. It looks like we are at 11:25, Calvin, so I don't think we have time for questions from the audience, and I apologize. This is a really robust discussion that we would love to continue at a different event or a different time. So thank you to all of the panelists, and thank you to Calvin and CCAT for hosting this and making the adjustment to have it online. It's been really fun for me. And as I sit here by my fire during this fireside chat, I am actually seeing snowflakes outside. So I guess it was appropriate that it continue to be a fireside chat. And but this has been a very interesting forum, and really appreciate everybody's time. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amy.
Thank you, Amy. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. It was great. And again, not happy to hear about the snow. Very disappointing. We're getting ready to start panel number 3 on cybersecurity. As vehicles become more and more connected to a network, cybersecurity is becoming an essential practice within the industry. What challenges are we facing in cybersecurity, and how will this impact the safety of vehicles from bad actors? This panel will be moderated by Andre Wiemerskirch, Vice President, Cybersecurity and Functional Safety at Lear Corporation. And Andre, I'm going to hand it over to you to introduce your panelists. And we will be taking our lunch break at about 12:25. So thanks again for everybody for your participation. Andre?
Yes, thank you, Francine. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Perfect. All right, thank you. So welcome to the cybersecurity panel today. I have to admit, this is a first time for me, a virtual panel, so I hope this will go well. Really quick about myself, I'm responsible for the product cybersecurity and also functional safety at Lear Corporation. Lear is America's largest automotive supplier, located in Southfield. We also have an office in Ann Arbor, downtown. I used to be with the University of Michigan, with Amtree, still quite involved in M-City. So I'm really glad to be here. Thank you again for the invitation. And in today's panel, we will talk about cybersecurity of connected and automated vehicles. Want to touch on, obviously technologies, mitigation, but also on collaboration. How are we successful together, and how do we, test cybersecurity and make sure that our products are secure. I'm really happy about having the panel that we have today. I think we have a great mixture. We have, and you can see them on the screen. We have Sam Lawson from Amtree. He used to be my colleague at Amtree. We have, I hope I can say your name, Raphael Moton from Adia Security. We have Cindy Mills from the Washtenaw Community College, and Christy Fosi of Mitsubishi Electric Automotive. With that, I would like each panelist, starting with Sam, to introduce yourself, say who you are, who do you work for, and basically what is your job?
All right. Hi, can you hear me, Andre?
Yes.
Yes. So my name is Sam Lozon. I'm a lead engineer in research with Amtree, University of Michigan's Transportation Research Institute, and I focus mainly on cybersecurity and privacy issues and all sorts of transportation. We've been working with NHTSA, DOT, and VoltB, those sorts of groups, mainly working with sensors recently, worked with over-the-air updates and intrusion detection technologies.
Thank you, Sam. Then Raphael.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Raphael Matone. I'm with Dea Security, CEO and founder. We are headquartered in downtown Detroit, and we focus on small, medium-sized businesses, as well as in the future, consumer, with a SaaS platform to protect their endpoints and different areas in their home or businesses.
Thank you. And then Cindy.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Great, thanks. I'm Cindy Milnes. I am the lead faculty for cybersecurity at Washtenaw Community College. I've been there for almost 2 years now. Prior to that, I taught computer networking and cybersecurity at Pinckney High School in Livingston County and led the launch of the Pinckney Cyber Training Institute, which is the first and I believe still the only high school that is a Michigan Cyber Range hub using the Michigan Cyber Range for testing. Prior to teaching cybersecurity, I worked in risk management, human resource management, and compliance.
All right, thank you, Cindy. And last but not least, Christy.
Hi, thanks, Andre. Hi, Christy Fosi from Mitsubishi Electric. Mitsubishi Electric is a tier 1 automotive supplier. We primarily make infotainment systems, powertrain modules, ADAS products, basically the biggest threat vectors into the vehicle, impacting safety and security. I have responsibility for global product cybersecurity, so anything on vehicle security related for any of our products. That's it.
All right, thank you, Christy. So, perfect. Well, we prepared a few questions that we thought are interesting for you. Quite frankly, I by far prefer if there's some interaction with the audience, and I know that might be tough. I think you need to type it in, but please, if you have any questions from the audience, please type them in, and I think that will also enable us to be of more value to what you do, what you work on, or what questions you might have. And I assume I can see the questions in the chat box once you type them in. So at any time, just shoot, type them in. Don't wait for the end.
Hey, Andre, this is Francine, just to interject a little bit. If those panelists who have video capability, if you'd like to make your video available, then we may have a little bit more of an interactive experience. People really enjoy seeing the faces of the people who are speaking. And again, as Andre just mentioned, please go ahead on the Q&A button and add your question. Andre will be able to see them. And Andre, if we get too many, I will be here to moderate them and share them with you to have your panelists address. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Well, I just turned on my video. I can't see myself, interestingly. I hope you can see me, and I'm really glad that it turned out to be of value that I put on a shirt for the first time in like a month. So with that, let's start with the first question for the panelists. Before you, the audience, can think of your own questions. So what do you think are currently the main issues of connected and automated vehicle cybersecurity? And what are you working on? You know, often people start this with like, what gives you a hard time to sleep during the night? What do you think? What we should do and what are you working on? So let's start again with Sam.
All right, I got my video here. Hello, everyone. So recently we've been working with NHTSA investigating sensors and the ability for a malicious actor to sort of manipulate the environment to fool a sensor. Say, for example, video. Could I put a speed limit sign on the back of a shirt and actually have the vehicle pick that up, believe it's a real speed sign, and then take action on it, either alert the driver or in the case of an autonomous vehicle, speed up, slow down. And other researchers have sort of jumped on the same bandwagon and have shown that a Tesla does believe signs that aren't actually real. So I think that the sensors and the data being fed into these systems is very critical at this point, especially in a V2X environment where that data might be relayed to other vehicles or other people in the environment as well.
Yeah, great topic. M-City is actually working a lot on that. Rafael, what do you think? What are you working on?
Yeah, so I think there, you know, as an outsider looking into the auto industry, I'm not seeing a standard approach to how to tackle this, especially with the vehicles. You know, there's a misconception out there that cybersecurity is an IT item. And I think that that's changing in a lot of industries and would need to do so with the car manufacturers and kind of at the forefront, similar to how important it is to have seatbelts and brakes and everything else that you see in a vehicle. I also think the technology that are going into vehicles are amazing. But with that, we need to start looking through the lens of, you know, with that technology, it's the same as it's coming into your home for a consumer. And with that, there's a lot of things that can happen from a vehicle perspective if we don't start having some standards. Over the last, what I've been doing over the last year, I've founded Adea Security. As I mentioned earlier, we're headquartered in downtown Detroit. We focus on, you know, ensuring that small and medium-sized companies, as well as consumers, have some form of a complete solution versus point products that are usually designed for the enterprise. Nothing wrong with that, but you know, if you look at what's out there, a lot of the things need to be maintained by IT professionals or InfoSec professionals, and what we're trying to do is change that mindset, which aligns to what's going on with the auto industry, and that you really need to peel things back and look holistically at all user groups, especially we feel small business and medium-sized customers. So we're prioritizing the software. We're in a way that they can leverage it, as well as pricing it in a way that they can afford it.
Yes, yeah, thanks, great comment. Cindy.
Yes. So one of the main issues that that makes me stay up at night is talent and ensuring that we have a future workforce who understands both automotive and cybersecurity and can train in an environment that's similar, if not close to identical, as to what they might see in industry. Recently, back last year, Washtenaw Community College purchased an automotive hacking workbench that was developed by one of our industry partners, Grimm, and they specialize in testing cyber physical systems, including automotive. We've used this to train individuals on how to identify, interpret, and manipulate CAN bus signals, to demonstrate unintended consequences, and how to identify security measures that need to be put into place. Along with that, I've been working to launch an automotive cybersecurity certificate for the college that includes courses in local and mobile networking essentials, network security, automotive electrical systems, computer science, and then a capstone class, pen testing automotive platforms. And one of the, for me, the most exciting things about this is crossing over and collaborating with our automotive technology department and faculty there. So we're really coming together as a cohesive unit in developing this program. So we're looking to develop this program to meet the demand for highly skilled automotive cybersecurity professionals, introduce them to the skills and strategies that are needed to be able to test security related to any automobile network and related infrastructure. So we're really excited about that, and the partnerships we're developing, and the abilities that we're going to have to kind of contribute to that talent needed in the industry.
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent topic, and I'm sure you have pretty much everyone here in the call who's desperate hiring people with that skill. So thank you. Christy.
Yeah, I think, this is not something that's unique only to automotive, right? As the entire world is experiencing this digital transformation of these traditionally mechanical systems like your car are now being primarily software driven and now connected on top of that adds in a lot of inherent risk, not only to legacy products that were never designed to be connected to the internet because the internet didn't exist when they were designed, but then even looking forward, right? You have an engineer who has written, steering control module software or made hardware decisions for the last 20 years and has never had to consider cybersecurity before. And so it's this step change that we're trying to get caught up on. And so we, as an industry, we made a decision to make everything connected. And now we're kind of playing catch up and realizing, oh, we should have thought about security at the same time. So I think we've taken our lessons learned there for sure, but really it's a cultural change that the entire industry has to go through and to experience, right? So we need to make sure that every engineer is educated on cybersecurity and that they're aware of it and the impact that their decisions and their design choices make for the end product. And so where, the industry has been through this before, where safety is everyone's responsibility, now cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility as well.
Yeah, perfect topic. Sounds you made similar experiences as I did. All right, so once again, I think that should have given you like a dozen questions at least or so. And actually I see one. So let me just read this here. Yes, so the question is, and any one of you can answer. So is cybersecurity just an issue for the future, or are advanced autos, Tesla is given here as an example, but there are many more, already being hacked? Who wants to give it a try and answer?
Well, that does kind of lend into one of the things that I wanted to talk about, and whether that's realistic, that can somebody actually hack into a vehicle, and is it happening? And you just have to search car hack on the internet. Not that the internet is, 100% factual, but you're going to find a multitude of articles and news headlines. For example, one of them that popped right up was exploiting the Wi-Fi stack on a Tesla Model S. Another big study that I've followed, Keen Security Labs, working with the BMW, they've gained local and remote access to infotainment components, telematics, and diagnostic systems. And they can actually gain control of the CAN bus with the execution of arbitrary code. So there are things happening currently. Another one this morning, I did a quick search on the CVE database, showing any of the vulnerabilities that have been identified out there in the wild. And there's one in 2020 that is on a popular 2017 model year display control unit that allows an unauthenticated attacker with Bluetooth range to cause a denial of service attack. They're out there. So it's definitely something we need to, to be paying attention to what's happening.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think there's, like Cindy's saying, like there's technologies that we're putting on our vehicles today that are out on other products as well, like Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, that have vulnerabilities discovered on them, and then they can be therefore, exploited on a vehicle. And absolutely that's happening today. I think the risk profile increases significantly for future vehicles, right? More autonomy, where your vehicle is now making a decision, like Sam was talking about in his intro, based on some sort of input that has now been fabricated or been manipulated through a cyber attack. And now your vehicle's making a safety decision based on poor or, data that doesn't have any integrity to it, for example. So I think that definitely the threat profile increases, right, with Teslas and more autonomy. And as we go down to level 4 and level 5, certainly becomes a higher risk. We also see higher risk as we go through additional features that we add to our vehicles, right? One of the things that we try to do as engineers, especially working in infotainment, is to try to make that driver experience better, right? And some ways to do that is, now we're going to put credit card transactions on your vehicle, right? So now you don't even have to interface with the person at the drive-through. Your vehicle pays for you, or you don't have to, interface with the gas pump. Your vehicle, makes that financial transaction happen on your behalf. Well, now your vehicle has a bigger threat profile because now we have financial data stored on your vehicle that didn't exist there before. So I think that, as we continue to add these more additional features, and as we try to increase that driver experience and more autonomy into the vehicle, certainly the risks are only going to continue to get bigger.
Sure. Anyone else?
And I can add to that in that sort of some of these firmware issues that we were talking about with the Bluetooth or the Wi-Fi stack, some of those are hard-coded onto chips, and some infotainment systems aren't able to update those features or those particular areas of the infotainment system. As where regular software update covers, the user-facing portion, it doesn't actually cover the firmware for the Wi-Fi chips and things like that. So looking at the longevity of a vehicle on the road, whether it's 10, 20 years, we have to look at how long, services are going to be able to be supported, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, because exploits are going to be found in technologies made today. So as we continue on, we'll still have to prepare for everything that's made and how long we want to support it.
Yeah, definitely. And I just want to add, I don't, all the cybersecurity is new. Today, estimates are that about 50% of cars are stolen by undermining the electronics. And, that started something like 20 years ago. So it's a pretty old issue. All right, I want to move on to privacy. Raphael, should we care about privacy? What is the worst thing that can actually happen regarding privacy?
Yeah, I think Christy touched on it. So we absolutely need to worry about privacy the same way we do with our phones now in vehicles. The automakers are going to put what I would call the ease of use items into our vehicles, like credit cards or connecting with our home. All great technology, but it does open up the door for a hacker to gain that information. And I'll stay at the information level because I don't like using fear in cybersecurity, but that information is used to get into other areas of your life. It could be your bank account, it could be into your business. So even though you might be thinking right now, but it's just a car, and yeah, they're putting my information into it, I would say that we need to start thinking of them like we do now with our phones. We're so hypersensitive about the information on our phones. It's that information that's so valuable. With all the cool technology that's going in, Wi-Fi, as some of the things you've mentioned, from the question to, is it really an issue now or in the future? It is. Right now, I think it really is about the privacy of your data and what's going on in the vehicle. I also think that right now you see a lot of ethical hackers, which is some of those videos that are out there, trying to show the auto industry from their perspective what can be done in the current vehicles. I think that in the future, your privacy could even get down to the conversations you're having, who you are, and what they're trying to achieve, either through government agencies or other sensitive information. So long way of answering your question, privacy is really important. We're seeing that that is the next phase of where, unfortunately, the bad hackers want to go. And it purely is around gathering information about you or your data so that they can leverage it in other areas as they progress in different industries, or the information can be sold on the black market. If you talk about the one that I followed was the ethical hack of the Jeep, that was almost 5 years ago. And that was still not the level of technology that are in vehicles today. As we get into self-driving vehicles and a lot of cloud-based offering in those vehicles, I just go back to, in the simplest form, think of your phone or even your laptop that we all know now we need to critically protect. That's how we need to start thinking about our vehicles.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, and I'd like to add just maybe another corner case to consider for privacy is right now, your vehicle has GPS on it. And so that data could potentially be harnessed, which for the average consumer is probably not the biggest concern, right? The fact that I drive to work and, go to the grocery store, that's not super exciting. Well, once upon a time before I was stuck in my house. But if you look at other vehicles that are sold for fleet purposes, like to law enforcement or to intelligence organizations, right? So now you have a FBI Detroit vehicle that's going to go visit specific assets and specific safe locations, right, of what they expect. And then they need to go and sell that vehicle. Is all that data stored on that vehicle? Is it being pushed off of that vehicle? What are the concerns that they have from an operational point of view to protect their assets and their sources and means? And now the vehicle is an en-road to get to that data. So just kind of another use case for the privacy that maybe we don't really think about necessarily as an average consumer, but certainly something that will continue to grow and be an issue, right? Just like we have with our cell phones, as you identified, not everybody wants their cell phone broadcasting their location all the time. Well, now our vehicles are doing the same thing.
Yeah,
that's actually another concern for unmarked government vehicles. In the event that they remove communications from them, are they then anomalous, and can an attacker be able to identify an unmarked government vehicle in a way? So there's a double-edged sword there as well.
Yeah, very true.
So Christy, why don't you continue? Should we actually only be concerned about the vehicle or also about the larger ecosystem? There's manufacturing, cloud servers, cars might be able to open your garage door, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I think that's actually, in terms of current security issues, is some of our biggest problems, right? So the hacking of the vehicle is not as well established in the hacker community, right? To get practice on your car and you accidentally brick your $50,000 vehicle, like that's a pretty big oopsie compared to looking at technologies that exist in other markets that have other maybe greater monetary gain in other industries to understand that technology, right? And so looking at cloud services, that certainly has huge implications across many different industries. And so as a hacker, if I'm going to choose a technology to be an expert in, that seems like a really viable one. And so as our vehicles become more and more connected to the cloud, that certainly becomes one of the biggest risk factors. So again, lots of data, lots of privacy on the cloud. For data coming off the vehicle, that's also how we potentially push out updates to the vehicle. So again, sending out malicious code direct to the vehicle through an established and potentially believable, concerned, secure interface to the vehicle. So I think, looking at that larger ecosystem is definitely something that needs to be considered, and it needs to be protected, not just on board the vehicle, but also anything that interfaces with it off board the vehicle. Same thing as you identified through our manufacturing plants, right? If we start, putting bad hardware or hardware that's been injected with malicious code already that is now being installed on our vehicles and rolling off the assembly line as, considered to be validated or even signed with our OEM certificates, whatever it might be, that poses a pretty significant risk to our vehicle operation as well.
Very good. All right. So I found there's a Q&A, a dedicated Q&A box here. And we sort of got the question for everything. So from a top 10 guiding principles for automated and connected vehicle readiness standpoint, what should OEMs and infrastructure owner operators be focused on during the next 2 to 3 years? You can hopefully see that also on your screen. And this question comes from the what is that, Washington DOT? Ted Bailey.
Might be Wisconsin?
Wisconsin.
Could be Wisconsin. I think data integrity is a huge thing. Like I said, the data coming from sensors being transmitted to other vehicles with V2X or even to the roadside, and understanding exactly what happens when a sensor is damaged. For example, if you're in a minor vehicle accident, your radar is bumped or out of alignment, can the vehicle know that the radar is out of alignment so that it actually prevents that data from being sent to other cars erroneously, and that sort of thing. So I think integrity of the data is going to be very critical. It's Washington State.
Washington, yes. Thanks, Ted. Washington State. What about software updates over the air?
I think software updates over the air is a very important thing. However, I think it's also sort of a double-edged sword. If the critical vulnerability is known and an operator pushes out an update too quickly, they may introduce other flaws into the software as well. So they have to be very careful about how often they update the software and that they're doing all the appropriate checks and making sure they're not introducing new bugs or new flaws for attackers to take advantage of along the way.
All right. Any other opinions? What about the new ISO standard 21434? Do you think that should be on that list?
I can let anyone else jump in as well. Sure. Standards are great as long as people actually adhere to them. And I think in Europe, where you have type certification and other people looking at how you're building a vehicle, it's a little different than how it's done in the States. But at the same time, I don't think any vehicle manufacturer or equipment manufacturer wants to be the company that gets their stuff hacked. So I think everybody's doing as much as they can do, and they look at the standards and they take those into account pretty thoroughly.
Yeah, and I think the one thing you have to keep in mind too with the standards like that is once you create the standard, it's not done. It's baseline, and that's going to be ever evolving, especially with the V2X utilization. So I think that's another thing that we have to look at is how are we continuously adapting that, and yeah, I'm a standards person. That's where my background is. I love compliance, but unfortunately it's only, part of the equation.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Thank you. I see another question here. I combine that one with one of ours. So question is, as cybersecurity is being a research topic in other disciplines, such as cybersecurity has been a research topic in other disciplines, such as computer science for years. How is the cybersecurity in transportation different or special from other disciplines? And I would modify that slightly, either from other domains, industries like airplanes, medical, IT, or the security industry in general.
I'm just Raphael. I think that the baseline of cybersecurity principles is the same, no matter what industry you're in. I think you then have to take the unique items from that industry and see how to apply it. We go back to what Christy and some others have mentioned. Majority of the items that are going to happen in these vehicles are software driven and code based, millions and millions of codes. That doesn't mean we need to change what other cloud services or industries have already done with the same type of technology or programming. I think that that's where having a working group or standards, as Cindy had mentioned, is critical so that you're not rebuilding the wheel. There are decades of cybersecurity standards. It's just looking through the lens of an automaker and ensuring that you're allowing experts in the industry to partner with the manufacturers and help guide them through this, not give them guidance and then let them go on their own with potential for a risk to the consumer or to agencies, like Christy mentioned, if they purchase vehicles that are over designed as well to protect them.
Yes, yeah, very good.
I'm not too sure if this is applicable, but from a physical security approach, you always look at layers. So if you're trying to protect your house, you want to put cameras on the outside or build a fence around your property and that sort of thing. And I think automotive security is very similar in that once somebody actually gets access to your CAN bus, it's sort of over. So how do you protect your CAN bus? How do you protect that data integrity, like I said? And then how do you build sort of layers going outward so that your interfaces like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, your V2X are also protected? And that if they are compromised in some way, how is the vehicle going to maintain its security or safety level?
Yeah, excellent. All right, let's move towards V2X, vehicle to everything communication. So how much should we actually be concerned about V2X security? An argument that I often hear and sort of also created a bit was that in the end, it's all about driver notifications and also radar and camera-based systems produce false errors. So seems to be not much of a big deal, right? If we have a security issue. Sam, do you want to start?
Well, it's not just from a security perspective, but again, if you get into it, a minor fender bender or something like that, and your radar is unable to determine that it's been misaligned, and then it starts throwing out alerts to you, and you say, "Oh yeah, my fender is out of alignment." But if it starts passing on those errors further down the road to other vehicles or to roadside units, what is the impact of that? And then how do you remediate that? How do you say, this car is misbehaving? Those sorts of implementations are being studied and looked at now and worked out the implementation of. And I think that's very important.
All right, very good. And then how can we test? I put V2X security, but I guess we can make it broader. How can we test security properly? It's easy to test for standard compliance on a functional sense, but it's tough to test security, right? Christy, what do you think? Did we lose Christy? Does anyone else want to answer?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Sorry, my internet was getting flaky. I think that the biggest challenge that most people have with testing for security is that you're trying to test these corner cases, right? It's not the straightforward, functional testing. If I push this button, does this happen? It's if I push these series of buttons and I do use it in a way that it's not intended to be used, can I trick it to get into a state where I have greater control than I am intended to have, right? And so I think that's some of the challenges around the security compliance issues and when it comes to testing. But I think, as Sam and others have talked about, if we can build out our defense in depth strategy and our security strategy, and we can, guarantee that we or validate that we have done those implementations correctly, I think that's a good start towards getting some sort of standardized compliance in security. Now, the challenge that I think we'll continue to have is, again, going back to this cultural issue, is that even if we test for security compliance today, that unlike safety or traditional safety compliance or testing, is that cybersecurity is a continuously evolving activity, right? Safety is relatively static. We did a crash test and it passed at 10 Gs or whatever, and now we can say we've checked that box and we've moved on. But cybersecurity is reacting to outside forces that we don't control, right? These malicious actors, and what are they doing, and what kind of technology evolutions are happening in these other spaces. So we can say that this is secure today, and a new vulnerability is disclosed tomorrow, based on open source libraries or whatever, or these standard technologies that we've been talking about that are also included in our vehicles, and now that's no longer valid, right? And so I think that's where the real challenge becomes for security testing, is that it's not a we tested it once and we're done, we can put it on the shelf, we never have to look at it ever again. And so it's coming up with what that cadence is, what that reaction is, how do we manage incident response, how do we manage our vulnerabilities? As Sam alluded to, we can't just push out an update every single day. That continuous change in our software introduces additional vulnerabilities and additional challenges. So it's coming up with, what does that balance look like going forward? So it's a multifaceted challenge to come up with, what does it mean to say that we have done security testing? How often do we need to do that? And how do we respond to it throughout the product life cycle?
Yeah, excellent. Tough topic. All right, we have an audience question here, and let's see, it might have been for the previous panel around legal aspects, so I'm not sure if we can answer. So question is, can you comment on the impact of strengthening security and access on right to repair?
I'll take a stab at that. I'm not entirely sure what the intention of the question is, but it's one of my favorite topics, so I'll try it anyway. So one of the challenges with the right to repair law, just for context and background, is that it gives any user the ability to have access to repair and run diagnostics and stuff on their vehicle, so that it eliminates the need for the car owner to go into the dealership. So it doesn't give the OEM dealership monopoly on service, that you can go to any mom and pop shop, or you can repair it in your own driveway if you have the capabilities and the tools, which are all required to be available to you under right to repair, which causes some challenges on a security aspects, because in some sense it's like giving everyone network administrator access to your network. So it's kind of like the inverse of what you really want to be doing from a security standpoint in terms of locking your system down, because you now have to make it open to everybody else. But what we can do is we can say that we can build out some restrictions along those lines, right? So now our firmware is signed, it needs to be signed by an OEM PKI authority. And so it can't just be any software that you write, you can upload onto your vehicle now. It has to be something that's approved and signed by an OEM. So I think that's a first start towards that. We've also looked at, so previous to being at Mitsubishi, I was at FCA. And so building out and responding to this challenge, of course, is a big part of what the OEMs are responsible for, because they have that service aspect that falls under their purview. And so understanding who has access to your vehicles and making sure that now you're tracking those user logins into each vehicle, assigning it to each VIN. And so you can add some additional data integrity behind it to ensure that you're not just getting like a blast of different software updates, or that there's a reasonable number of vehicles being worked on by each tool each day and those types of things. So it's got some challenges around it, but there's security protocols that you can institute all throughout that whole service life cycle, from the tool to the vehicle and the software in between, and how it's signed and how it's managed, to help reduce the security risks associated with right to repair. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, perfect answer.
Hey, Andre, this is Francine, and I have a question, I think probably for Cindy. I know that you are involved, you were involved at the high school level and now at Washtenaw Community College. And I'm interested in what, sort of from a student perspective, about what they see the future workforce and career and job opportunities, and whether or not students are moving from a 2-year perhaps a certificate or even an associate's to a 4-year program.
Okay, so a couple of questions I hear out of that. You know, as far as the ability for students to train in this area, right now there's a few sources. Square One does a great job at the high school level and even actually younger level as well, getting students excited, interested, and that's kind of where we tend to struggle, is getting them to understand some of the opportunities that are available beyond, you know, their own computers. So doing, adding different programs such as that, running cybersecurity camps, getting students working with the GRIM unit that I had talked about, where they're able to go through and conduct some simple hacks, if you will. And really a big part of that is mindset of becoming a critical thinker. How do you reverse engineer to figure out what we need to fix or what we need to secure? So kind of starting at the high school level, getting them interested and excited and kind of rounding out that type of user, we are seeing a number of different pathways. And there is still, you know, a great amount of students that are looking for that 4-year college bachelor degree program. What they're finding too is the ability to go through a program such as Washtenaw Community Colleges or some of the other schools' cybersecurity programs, and then coupling that with a computer science degree. Those are great options and great opportunities. But by creating this environment in automotive cybersecurity where they can focus on a tool, something right now that interests them, and we're getting them that hands-on experience, again, with the technologies. We're even looking to build out a lab with scalable workbenches from an actual, you know, from actual vehicles, so that they can have that hands-on experience. And I think part of what we can offer at the community college level is that hands-on connection. And then also with that, we have to look at a current workforce that we have. I get so many interested students coming to me that already have bachelor's degrees, so a lot of them even have master's degrees, that want to come back and train in these other areas. And so being able to provide them with that cybersecurity background to work alongside of their automotive engineering background is huge. And so having access to certificate programs like that is essential. Again, you're going to have many different pathways. Many people are going to choose, you know, they're going to do what works for them, but giving them those options is kind of what really at WCC we're looking at. How can we provide those options? So it's exciting stuff going on.
And so those of you who are in industry, what are you looking for as a potential hire? So we have students in our audience right now, undergraduate as well as master's level, and perhaps they're wondering what it is that they would need to do to be a hire in this area.
This is Raphael. I think that what I've seen over the last 18 years is definitely what some of the touch points have been discussed around the technical aspect of cybersecurity. There's definitely a need for more engineers and developers, but for those students or even high school students or those listening in, it's not all about the technical design. You know, what we look for, and I've looked for in past lives as well as other cybersecurity experts, is good problem solving and communications. There's a whole nother area of cybersecurity that's not code based on analysts, operations, understanding the different compliance out there and applying it to an organization or even in the auto industry. So I would say that don't assume there's one flavor of cybersecurity to those students listening. And if you're not that technical person, it's okay. Having the baseline that we look for is good communication skills. And if you love a good puzzle, there are so many other opportunities with problem solving and cybersecurity that can get your foot in the door as an analyst or a SecOp.
Andre, why don't you take a stab? You have a pretty big team over there at Lear. What do you look for when you hire into your team?
It's so tough. I wish I could actually ask you the question. So, you know, I was in academia, I was at Amtree, now I'm in industry. So I saw the issue from both sides. When I was in academia, it was so tough to work with industry because of all the NDAs and confidentiality agreements. And now being in industry, I understand why, because I need to get so many approvals for these things, right? It needs to go up really high in the chain, and it needs to be reviewed by whatever lawyers. And in terms of collaboration, you know, so I wish there were more ways of kicking off industry and academic collaboration, of doing research together, developments together, and getting over this hurdle of, you know, competitiveness, confidentiality, the concern of someone finding vulnerabilities in your products. And I have to admit, I would be so happy to learn how to do that. So I will, in a second, come back with that question to you. Now, in terms of who do we need, the tough reality is that it is, you know, of course, everyone says, yes, you know, we are willing to take young, really smart people who are trained in problem solving and who understand certain areas. They don't need to be security experts. But the reality is we will always prefer someone who already has a background. So because it takes a lot of time to train people, you know, it's like, we don't talk about like 3 months and then someone is ready to do the job, right? It's like 2 years, 3 years. So what we look for is young people who totally agree with Raphael, who are, you know, very trained in problem solving. Communication is so important for security, but who additionally have an understanding and mindset of security, whether they displayed it in their studies at the university, or if they just, you know, reverse engineered automotive systems to do whatever. I personally prefer automotive electronics people to security people because the security part is easier to learn than the automotive electronics. All right, now let me reverse that question. How do we get over these obstacles of, you know, academia and industry working together? I'm sure all of you experienced that, right? If you're in industry, you go to the industry. If you're in academia, you go to industry, and it's so tough, right? And if you're in industry, you try to work with academia, and it's really tough.
I think from a historical perspective, security through obscurity used to be the way. And I think a lot of people are still sort of hanging on to that idea where their intellectual property is going to make their product and their company a whole lot better. And they don't want to share that intellectual property, and they want to obscure their intellectual property for safety, security reasons as well, legal, logistics reasons. You know, if somebody finds out the inner workings of a product, will they be sued even if it isn't defective for some reason or it doesn't cause an accident? So I think that the legal environment, the political environment really drives a lot of the openness and the ability for companies to share, which is unfortunate. And I don't know if that's a cybersecurity issue that we can solve here.
Yeah, it's a tough one, I know. So if anyone ever has an idea, let me know. You know, one approach is M-City, where I'm quite active. Some of you are, where at least, you know, we take some steps to collaborate between academia and industry. All right, we don't have too much time left, but I do want to talk a bit about automated vehicles. So maybe we have a broad question to all of you. What do you think? What are the important aspects in terms of security in automated cars? Maybe you think, well, it's exactly the same, but maybe it's not, right? And automated really in the direction of self-driving vehicles. Who wants to start?
All right, fine. Well, so I'll take some low-hanging fruit since I have to go first. So I think, as I kind of said earlier, I think that once we add more automation into the vehicles and we go more autonomous and we have greater impact on the decisions that are, we're relying more on the decisions that our vehicles are making for the safety of our occupants, then obviously cybersecurity needs to be an enabler for those technologies being added on to the vehicle. And so I think a lot of the work that we're doing today is building the foundation of our security on our vehicles, right? So, you know, like I was talking about, this transformation we've gone through based on the life cycle of the development life cycle of vehicles at the OEM level, we're just now getting into building vehicles that have an architecture that was electrical architecture that was built for security, right? So we're trying to separate these infotainment system type extra connectivity for these added driver feature benefits and separate them from the safety functions of the vehicle. And so now we're building out this foundation of this architecture that can now be leveraged into adding increased automation, right? So we're not giving direct unfettered Wi-Fi access direct into our, brake module to make decisions for our vehicle. So trying to add in those additional layers of security and add in additional separation, I think is really the big part of what we're doing today for the future of automated vehicles. And so I think it all goes back to that cultural change that we're talking about, is trying to build out this concept that cybersecurity is required to be able to enable these advanced features, and that we can't have one without the other. We can't have safety without security. And the two are coupled very closely together.
Raphael, you might speak, but you're muted.
I was to say, building on what Christy said, I think the auto industry needs to decide, are you protecting the automated individual vehicle, or are you centralizing everything? Because there's two different ways to protect through that lens. Obviously, both need to happen, but if a vehicle is automated and going back to a single source for its next action, its next route, that could be problematic if someone was to get into the mainframe of everything, and then be able to drive different behaviors within those automated vehicles. So I think it's great that they're separating the social cloud offerings from the safety functions, is what I would say, of a vehicle. But I do think that there's different layers of security that are going to have to be applied to ensure that it's protecting the individual vehicle, but also the masses. And that's going to be a big burden for the automakers, because if we don't help each other get this right, and I'm saying cybersecurity and auto, it could potentially ruin their brand, and fairly quickly, which we've seen in other industries when it comes to technology. So I don't think it's them needing the auto industry needing to do it alone. There's been so many lessons learned by all of us that have already gone through this with other platforms, but that's where I see that kind of influx in the road of which way are we going, so that there is some sort of standard to that.
Yeah, very good. I increasingly hear the opinion that automate or self-driving vehicles will be owned by fleets rather than end consumers. And one reason is security, like the fleet or the car maker doesn't want to give the decision whether you update the software in your car, for instance, to the end consumer. They might be enabled to just say, no, this is necessary, and we push the update into the car. So how do you feel around software updates, ownership, and self-driving vehicles?
Well, I was past CIO. No end user wants to be the IT person. We see it all the time with all software updates, like you mentioned. They might just hit no, and then when it's your computer, that could lead to a hack. When it's your vehicle, that could lead to a safety. So I think it goes back to what are the different tolerances for those that are tied to safety. I think it should come from a fleet approach. I think if it's just social media type applications that are being leveraged for radio and other ease of use, that it might be an option, but I wouldn't put it in the hands of the consumer for the safety items. I don't know how Christy spoke to that, but I would definitely break them apart as being in the IT industry for a long time. End users either are distracted, busy, or just simply don't want to take the steps necessary to update.
All right, very good. So now come to the very last question to all of you. Try to make it short. We have 1 minute left. What do you think is the most important or urgent next step? Why don't we start with Cindy?
Okay, I'm having some trouble with my camera, but I think I can you still hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can.
Okay. Mine's kind of the obvious training, training the current and future workforce in cybersecurity practice around these cyber physical systems and critical infrastructure, and really coupling that with that industry academia partnerships. That's essential. And, you know, I hope that I'm encouraged and excited about the collaboration that's already been taking place and helping to develop the program we're working on. And, you know, I really see some good positive steps in that direction. So.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Christy.
Yeah, I think we've touched on it a little bit already, but I think, you know, building out some more greater opportunities for collaboration, not just across the research community and academia, but also across our industry, right? You know, we see more and more that the hacker community is really good at sharing information, and they're really good at partnering together and building off of each other's successes. And then on the industry side, as Andre alluded to, our challenge is that everything we do, we consider to be IP, and we don't want to share it at all. And we don't really want to learn from each other in that same way. So we're looking at ways to break down some of those barriers in the industry. Organizations like the Auto ISAC obviously are a great help in trying to break down some of those, but this is a big cultural change for our legal teams to understand, for our, you know, traditional executives to even understand. The way that cybersecurity needs to be approached and looked at is different than the way that we have traditionally built vehicles for the last 100+ years. And it's something that we need to make accommodations for and change our thought process and our culture around it.
Perfect. Sam.
Yeah, I think even looking at the threat modeling now, as we get into an automated vehicle that doesn't have a driver, what are the passengers going to be doing or going to be able to do in the vehicle as it's moving down the street? And so really looking at what we're putting into vehicles as far as technology goes and how we're going to support it for the 10, 15, 20 years. And even looking at the model, who's going to own it, whether it is a fleet or a personal vehicle, and how those things are going to be handled. I think those things should probably get sorted out before we start putting them on the road.
Yeah, for sure. And Raphael?
I agree with both. I think the biggest piece is to have others with a different lens look into this space and help. And that can be with collaboration or even partnerships, but to try to do it alone would be a miss. I also think having ethical hackers involved will guide the auto industry on what to look for, because that's how the other industries have done this, and obviously thought leaders. So, you know, once you've done that, then I think you can create the standards. Doing the standards first before that would be a miss, in my opinion.
All right, very good. Thank you so much. So we are 2 minutes over time. I hope everyone enjoyed the panel. I would certainly give you a huge applause now. And I don't know if our emails are shared, but, you know, certainly if anyone has questions afterwards, I'm sure all of us are happy to receive emails and try to respond to them. All right, thank you so much and enjoy your lunch.
Great. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Andre.
Thank
So
you.
I also wish we really had that live Facebook feature where we could be sending thumbs ups and little hearts. I want to thank all of our presenters and participants for the morning. We're going to break for lunch right now. We'll be returning at 1:30. During your break, I would invite you to take a minute to get outside and stretch. Maybe take a photo of how you're spending your break. Even what you're having for lunch, and post it on our social media channels, again, using the hashtag CCAT 2020. We may be in a time of physical distancing, but I think that the social interactions that we can get through symposiums like this, where we can see people face to face and see how you're participating, are important. Also, if you have time on break, head on over to our website. Check out our next events. I believe May the 7th, we will be having a webinar on the impact of COVID-19 on transportation and logistics. Again, thanks so much for your great participation this morning, and we look forward to coming back at 1:30. Enjoy your lunch. everybody. Time to come back to your computers from lunch. I hope everybody had a chance to step outside. We've got folks participating from across the country, so hopefully your weather is better out in California or Washington than it is here in Ann Arbor. It's a little chilly. So if you would, again, just please come back. We're going to get started here with our afternoon keynote speaker in just a couple of minutes. Again, just a real quick reminder, you can follow us on LinkedIn. This entire symposium is being recorded and we will be posting it early next week with closed captions for greater accessibility to all audiences. We have a afternoon schedule that's going to take us right up until 5 o'clock. So we hope that you are properly caffeinated and have a snack and are ready for a great afternoon. So it'll be just another minute. And again, just another minute before we get started, just to confirm that everybody has their slides and they're getting ready. So following our afternoon keynote, we will have our first afternoon panel, which will be AV investment and public acceptance. So Henry, if you would like to begin with an introduction for Dr. Peng, we can go ahead and get started.
Francine, I think we are 2 minutes early. Let's just wait a couple of minutes to have everybody until 1:30.
Henry, if you can hear me, I think we can go ahead and get started.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Henry, I think we're having difficulty with your audio.
Okay.
I can hear Henry.
Yeah. Hui, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Henry.
Okay.
Kelvin, are you able to troubleshoot for Henry on his audio? I show that he is unmuted.
Yeah, I think Francine.
I hear him. So maybe Francine, can you hear me?
Okay, I think perhaps it is only me who can't hear Henry. So we'll just go ahead and proceed.
All right. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my great pleasure to introduce my colleague Hui Peng as the afternoon keynote speaker. Hui is currently the director of MCT, also the Roger McCarthy Professor of Mechanical Engineering at the University of Michigan. His research interests include adaptive control and optimal control, with emphasis on applications to vehicular and transportation systems. His current research focus include design and control of electrified vehicles and connected automated vehicles. Hui has served as principal investigator or co-principal investigator for more than 60 research projects with a total funding of more than $60 million. He served as US Director of the DOE-sponsored Clean Energy Research Center, which support more than 30 projects related to the development of clean vehicles in the US and China. Hui has more than 300 technical publications, including 150 in refereed journals and transactions and 4 books. His H index is 76 according to the Google Scholar analysis. The total number of citations to his work is more than 22,000. He believes in setting high expectation and helping students to exceed it by selecting innovative research topic with high impact. One of his proudest achievements is that more than half of his PhD students has each published at least 1 paper cited more than 100 times. Wow. Hui is a fellow of the Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as a fellow of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. He received his PhD in mechanical engineering from the University of California, Berkeley in 1992. Without further ado, let's welcome Professor Hui Peng, and he's going to talk about the current status and future outlook of automated vehicles. Hui?
All right, thank you, Henry. Thank you for letting people know I'm very old, actually. Okay, so I'm not actually too, can you all see my screen?
Yep, we can see.
Okay, so I'm not actually too excited about the citations and number of papers, but the fact that I have been working on research and that hopefully is changing people's lives. So secretly, I'm now studying COVID-19. Hopefully we can make some contribution there. This is the outline of my talk. So I'll talk a little bit about the current status of connected automated vehicles. This morning, actually, Kwant gave an excellent keynote speech.
We can't see your slides. We can see
you cannot see the slides? Okay, so I thought I was sharing. Oh, I see. So yeah, you're right. So I need to click one more time to share my slide. So now you can see it.
Yep.
All right, so good. Let me make it duplicate. All right.
Now we cannot see it again.
Now you cannot see it. Interesting.
Right.
I don't know what happened. I want to show my PowerPoint slideshow. Maybe that's what we want. Does it work now?
Yep.
Okay, great. So Kwant this morning gave a very good keynote speech, and he talked a lot about the current status of connected vehicles. So my talk will be very brief on connected. I'll focus on the automated part, especially what we consider to be most important research in these areas, and I'll spend some time talking about future trends. So our, let me minimize this screen so you're not blocked by any of you. Okay, so this is the current trend. Everybody knows CASE, right? Connected, automated, shared, electrified, and MCT only focus on connected, automated. It's not like we don't care about shared, electrified. It's that both are very competitive, and people are already doing it. You can buy or you can use service in share and electrify. So we focus on the connected, automated, especially the pre-competitive landscape. And the goal, of course, is always the society is very important. We always want to improve the safety, energy, congestion, accessibility of the society by studying and use of the emerging technologies such as CAV, 5G, AI, edge computing. So this is a very quick example of what we do at MCT. We have been trying to do education and understand what is the relationship between connected, automated, and how do they help automated driving. This is a good example. We actually demonstrated this to many visitors. Last year we have fewer. We have about 450 groups of people visiting MCT. The year before it's about 600 groups. This is one of the demos we have been using to show that Connectivity doesn't need line of sight, while human eyes, camera, radar, LiDAR, they all need line of sight. So in certain driving situations, connectivity is very important. And also, in general, the relationship between connected and automated vehicle is that, the automated vehicle will be generating a lot of data. Much of the data might go to the cloud to help us understand how people drive their vehicles and how the transportation system work. In the meantime, connectivity was helping to have a non-line of sight sensing information, can provide map and traffic information to the automated vehicles, and can also be the enabling method for over-the-air update. Now here the connectivity is more general, including both V2V, DSRCC, V2X, also 4G, 5G, LTE, for example. What is the most important characteristic of AV is that they really address the top 3 human behavior risk factors, including, if we look at the crash data, alcohol use, speeding, distracted driving are the top 3 factors contributing to crashes and are very costly. There are other factors, seatbelt use and non-use, and motorcycle helmet non-use are also there, but both are not addressed by AV necessarily, but AV is definitely helping. So we all know distracted driving is very important. Safety is critical. Also, AV promise to help with aging society. We all know that younger countries like African countries, India, are very young, but many other countries like Japan, Italy are very old. The population distribution is more like a kite shape instead of a pyramid shape. And automated vehicles certainly help, whether it's a partially automated or autonomous driving. Both are very, very helpful for aging society. I think I may be preaching to the choir here by basically saying we always argue that we are studying automated vehicles, not autonomous vehicles. And automated is really a more evolutionary approach. So we are now at level 0. Everything is done by human. We are moving to level 4, level 5. And I agree with Steve Vozar, who is a panelist this morning, who said that level 5 is aspiration or asymptote. Today's vehicles are all only up to level 4, and chances are they will stay at quote unquote level 4 for a very, very, very long time. It's really all the way from 0 to 4 instead of a jump all the way to 4. And automated vehicles can have 3 kinds of functions: guardian function, co-pilot, or chauffeur function. The consumers, the general public, always are excited about the chauffeur function, but the reality is that these technologies will help to improve safety in aging society by moving up the ladder, so to speak, by first providing guardian functions through, say, AEB, autonomous emergency braking, and then level 1, level 2 as a co-pilot. Human driver is still taking the responsibility, but eventually we'll be moving to, say, higher level, like say level 4. There are plenty of vehicles with this automated features. You can buy vehicles with AEB or adaptive cruise control, lane keeping assist, to Tesla Autopilot, GM Super Cruise, and so forth, all the way to highly automated vehicles. You have probably seen the Navia shuttle being deployed at U of M campus from June 2018 to December 2019. Or you have heard them say Mayo Clinic is now using the same Navia shuttle transporting COVID-19 test samples and medical supplies. Now the deployment or test drive in California, Phoenix, and so forth have been suspended by Waymo, Uber. You have probably also heard that the Zoox lay off many of their test drivers. So obviously, COVID-19 is making some impact to the development of these vehicles. But level 4 is with us, even though at limited geofence, limited speed, weather limited, and so forth. And are they effective? There are plenty of studies that, demonstrating that AEB on commercial deployment people have been tracking the performance of AEB, demonstrating that they are very effective. And many other ADAS systems were also studied, and people show that yes, statistically, there are very strong evidence that they are helping to improve safety. So all is good. Sometimes when you are designing something, working with a human, we need to worry about how do you use the information. Do you collaborate with a human? For example, parking sensor only means that they only beep the human driver. The rear camera means that you only display the camera image, and it's up to the human driver to react. Now the arrow shows that the studied performance is in a range. Sometimes human driver become over trusting, or they misuse, or they don't quite understand how the system work. And sometimes the number of crashes increase rather than decrease. However, on the very right-hand side, if you see that if you are not only having the sensor, ultrasonic sensor or short-range radar or camera, also you have automated braking. Statistically, we don't see any increase of number of crashes. The best case is you can reduce a crash by about 80%. Now, I don't know how the video quality plays out here. Now, level 2 vehicles are relatively new. Many places in the world are developing test standards, especially I would say Euro NCAP has developed some concept for testing, in this case, ACC lane keeping systems, and they are testing cut in, cut out situation, for example. In the US, IHS is also doing something. Right now, everything is a little bit ad hoc. There's no standard process. There's certainly nothing in the work that will make this into a FMVSS, Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard, a term that you have heard many times today during the symposium. There's also no near-term prospect of having this becoming part of the NCAP process yet, but AEB may become either mandatory or there will be a standard testing procedure pretty soon. ACC lane keeping will still take a little while. So this is an example of people at IHS testing. This is, in this case, a lane keeping assist system. If you pay attention to the video on the lower left corner, you can see that the vehicle sometimes did a very good job tracking the lane line and was able to work even during the lane split, lane merge situation. And this video, you can see that sometimes it comes encroaching on the lane lines. But overall, this is how people have been testing. Somewhat ad hoc, there's no standard procedure. In NHTSA, East Liberty, VRTC, they have also been testing for pedestrian, for cutting, cut out kind of test maneuvers. But all in all, if we summarize on the current situation, there's no federal or even any other level standard test procedure for level 1, level 2 vehicles. People are still trying to understand how best to test those results and report the results in a way that is easy to understand by the general public. We all know that this is an example of Tesla fatal crash. Tesla Autopilot is a level 2 vehicle. This is the California fatal crash where the Apple engineer was killed. NTSB just published a report on this particular crash. There are like 14 NTSB active cases for Tesla vehicles. This is one they just published the results. At the end, they cited many factors. Driver distraction, of course, is still a major factor. And then insufficient federal oversight, and they talk about event data recording. So I agree with one comment from this morning's panel that there may be some urgency in terms of finding the regulation, defining the regulation need for this emerging technology. How about level 4 driverless vehicles? This is the Uber vehicle that killed a pedestrian who walked a bicycle. Similar things, people are trying to imagine how they are tested, but there's no standard testing procedure. Many of you probably already studied the 2019 California DMV evidence engagement reports. Interestingly, this year, we see many more companies that are approaching the line of 10,000 miles between disengagement. And then there are still many other vehicles that are still below the 100 mile per disengagement number. But this is not the perfect index. However, this is probably one of the most prevalent yardstick we have. It's not perfect, but it's there. Now, in terms of level 4 vehicle testing, MCT has proposed a concept. We say that basically we need to test many miles, but we need to be smart. We don't want to do brute force miles. We want to do accelerated evaluation. We also propose a set of behavior competence scenarios. We also argue that depending on your deployment, your operational design domain, you need to define corner cases that truly reflect the worst possible case toward the corner of your operational design domains. So we don't have time to talk about the detail of the ABC test, but that's not the point anyway for today's talk. Now, right now, of course, we all know that the sensors, everybody was basically using the same set of sensors, camera, radar, LiDAR, GPS, HD map. Some are starting to use other type, for example, thermal camera. Some are now using different pattern of LiDAR scanning, but there are many challenges, cost, automotive grade reliability, and how do you do sensor fusion? How do you, especially using artificial neural network, how do you integrate the pros and cons, the strengths and weakness of these sensors so that the perception and the detection are very robust? That's still the key challenge. There are many companies or university researchers demonstrate that they can do pretty well on a nice clean day demonstrated by the middle left photo, but the reality is that there are many other challenges, and having the perception system working robustly in all the other pictures you see on the slide is challenging. We also all know that the radar struggle in certain situations, LiDARs also struggle in other situations. So sensor fusion is important. And right now, most of the perception study was basically dedicated to the camera. Deep neural network has demonstrated to do very well in comparison to the traditional rule-based or pattern recognition, edge detection-based, say, lane detection or vehicle detection. However, in comparison, less was done on LiDARs and radars. And radar are still demonstrating that they give you a robust measurement, but the resolution was not quite there. So under all this situation, we have seen many of the past activities showing that we have many work to be done. And what does MCT do today? So MCT is a public-private partnership. We focus on the pre-competitive research and deployment work. So earlier this morning, there was a question asking why don't we focus on level 1, level 2? And our answer to that kind of question is always we need to think about the future, and we need to work on pre-competitive areas. So level 1, level 2 is pretty competitive, and car companies are already selling those devices or vehicles. So maybe the testing, the evaluation part is pre-competitive, but that's quite relevant to what we do in terms of the level 4 testing anyway. So MCT does laboratory development. Many of you have seen the MCT test facility. We also argue that having the living lab in Ann Arbor and Southeast Michigan, going forward, we're going to Detroit to deploy level 4 shuttle to try to improve the mobility situation in Detroit. We also support many research projects. We also support education and outreach activities. Many of you have seen MCT, so I hope this is not I don't need to spend too much time here. We have an 18-acre test facility, but most importantly, we develop augmented reality test capabilities, working with Professor Henry Liu. And also in terms of simulations, we work with many simulation companies. Right now, 7 commercial simulation software package plus Kala and Sumo. They all have MCT test facility as a virtual environment. And we think that by combining the simulation and experiment, we can develop the technology much faster. MCT also happened to be the first test facility having 5G capabilities. We first have Verizon 5G more than 1.5 years ago. Now we have the second generation, exactly the same 5G devices that they deploy in many cities and many places in the world. So these are the names of the 7 software companies that have modeled the MCT. All the 4 pictures you see here are not photos. They are all simulation results. And we work with them so that we argue we need to have both real testing and digital twin available to our company members. This is a video showing the example of augmented reality testing and simulation happening in MCT. On the left-hand side, that's a simulation done by vSync. And on the right-hand side, on the top, you can see a camera view from inside the cabin and also outward looking, as well as on the lower right corner, you can see the view from the vehicle. In the vehicle, we only see a block, the green block, yellow block, and so forth. In the vSync, you see much nicer rendering of the outside world. We are the only CT or deployment project in the world that basically collect data and share data with our members. We started deploying this in June 2018. And these are examples of the videos we captured and the example of how the data can be used, understanding the pedestrian level 4 shuttle interactions, and how people choose to use the shuttle. The number on the right-hand side are basically showing that the seating preference of passengers when they come to use our shuttles. We have collected more than 16,000 trips and 2,300 hours of video. And again, despite the fact there are dozens of deployments all around the world, we are the only place that is collecting and sharing the data with our company members. Overall, we have collected a lot of data. MCT has a data garage. We are now featuring 57 sets of data. Many of them are not unique. Like, for example, you can see that we label the lane lines, the vehicles, the traffic signs, and so forth. Not unique, however, we work very hard to, and we understand that collecting data and labeling data, sharing data is can be very pre-competitive, right? The neural network can be done by the companies, but we are the place that make data collection and sharing widely available to many of our company members. This is one example, a key database that's collected by Umtree, Professor Jing Sayer and Debbie Bazina, working on the safety pilot model deployment project. And over the years, we have collected up to about 2,800 vehicles, about more than 50 million miles. I know my number is always lower than the real number, but more than 50 million miles of driving, and we share the BSM and some of the SPED data with our members, and they can be used for many purposes. And let me spend the last few minutes talking about the future trend of autonomy and mobility. Connected vehicle to cloud is LTE for 4G is prevalent, and many cases in the future will be going through the smartphones. This is something that we don't need to do. This is competitive, already happening. V2X is one area that we can work together. Unfortunately, because of the FCC NPRM, there will be significant uncertainty even for the next 2 to 3 years. Again, John Kwant, who from Ford, gave a very good review of the current status. So if you don't have a chance to listen to his keynote speech in the morning, I strongly recommend that you watch the video that's captured by CCAT. Now, in terms of automated vehicles, AEB and other ADAS features will become very, very popular because we don't really need chauffeur only. We can use some help by the guardian or co-pilot functions. Event data recording can provide more insightful information, and we need that. It is time to really rethink what the future event data recording messages or information should be, and how do we use them in a way that is a win-win for the OEMs and for the drivers. Level 1, level 2 vehicles will grow very quickly because the sensors are becoming so much more reliable and cheaper, and we'll see a lot more vehicles with these features. Level 4 vehicles will still grow slowly in niche applications. For example, city centers, freight and goods delivery, last mile mobility, and other utilities such as snow plowing or garbage collection and so forth. But they will remain in the niche application in limited geo-fence area for a while. In terms of data, this is really the area that we need to think and work together. The reason is that data is the core of making the city smart and people's life better. There's the biggest challenge is always the balance between privacy and public good. I think we can do that. Just people need to somehow not taking that absolute view. Even Governor Cuomo is now talking about using big data to do better job in terms of tracking. He was talking about more testing and also tracking. South Korea did a very good job in tracking. Taiwan, Singapore, all are doing a much better job in tracking the coronavirus patients. And they are able to control the situation. So with that understanding, I hope we also strike a better balance between privacy and public good. And companies are using data for preventative maintenance, and people are now imagining usage-based tax, usage-based insurance, and so forth. People are take another look at event data recording. What is the new EDR for CAVs? Future cafe standards also, people are imagining that we don't use drive cycle-based test results, but instead there are a lot of data right there already. People are also saying, hey, one of the major things about driving is about fraud detection. Going forward, I think this particular plot from an NTSB report from the Tesla crash is an indication of the future. So Tesla captured a lot of data. They actually know exactly right before the crash what happened. And even in this particular case, they can say, hey, you, the Apple engineer who drove through the same place, last time you pay attention and the system functioned exactly the same way, but you were able to take over. But this time you didn't because you were playing video games. They can even have enough data to say things like that. Now, I'm not arguing who is right, who is wrong. I'm just arguing that going forward, we really need to rethink how, what kind of data we collect, who owns the data, how do we use them for the societal good. So outlook, before we have vaccine for the COVID-19, there are a lot of things that we really need to understand, including both CAV and beyond. The attention of the federal government is on the virus economy, AV-related rulemaking, even though there are 4 different bills people are thinking about. Again, John Kwant did a very good job talking about that this morning, but I think that will not be the focus of attention. AV testing deployment will also slow, and you can see that Uber, Waymo, Zoox lay off their people and so forth. And overall, there will be fewer trips, miles by the general public, which is a problem for the industry. We see a lot of hesitancy to use public transportation. Some places were reporting drop by 90% of using public transportation, including ride-hailing, like Uber, Lyft. In the short term, the situation is that we definitely will see an impact of in car sales. China reported 80% drop in February 2020, and about 40-some% for the first quarter. In China, we think that there will be similar impact to the car sales in other places too. In the medium term, because people hesitate to use the public transportation, there may be actually a bounce back of more individual car sales. But I'll put that as uncertain. And going forward, there will be impeded flow of people, goods across borders, international, domestic, and that is a problem for mobility. But what are the opportunities? I'll just point out two things that I think are good. Freight goods delivery and other essential service. I don't know how many of you are ordering from Amazon or Costco or Kroger, but certainly I do order many more. And it's a potential for people to really understand what is ODD and not saying that, oh, when can you be level 5? The point is we are not shooting for level 5. Level 4 vehicles are equally useful. All right, so that's my talk. I'll handle the podium back to Henry or Francine.
Great, thank you so much, Wei. That was a very interesting and enlightening presentation. I just want to mention before we start with our fourth panel of the day, that again, there are some participants on panels that are not able to share their video. Those that are, we do encourage you to share your video. It makes for a very, a little bit more engaging presentation. But again, we recognize that there are some panelists that are not able to share their video. So panel 4, AV investment and public acceptance. It is apparent that the auto industry and broader transportation sector is shifting the collective timeline from widespread deployment of fully autonomous vehicles to a more distant future. How are massive investments in AV technology being applied to ADAS? This panel will also cover public acceptance of AVs and EVs. I would like to introduce the moderator, John Paracchio, Managing Member, Paracchio and Company. John, if you would like to go ahead and begin and introduce your panelists. I believe we have you queued up and ready.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So Hui Peng provided a wonderful segue into this panel's topics. It's very interesting what's going on with the pandemic, what may happen with highly automated vehicles as well as electric vehicles. I was reading about a survey in the UK that was conducted less than a week ago, and people are extremely interested in purchasing electric vehicles because they very much enjoy lack of smog in many urban settings where congestion has caused a terrible carbon footprint. So we live in crazy but very interesting times, and we're fortunate to have a panel that can address these really interesting issues. So we're going to start with my friend and colleague, Peter Appel. Peter is Director of Transportation and Supply Chain at Alex Partners. Alex Partners is one of the world's premier consulting and business intelligence firms. Each of the panelists, I've asked them to go over their background briefly. I know the bios are available to everyone, but it'd be nice to have them just spend a few minutes talking about themselves. They each have a presentation. And then we're going to have questions at the end. If this works as planned, we'll have at least 15 minutes worth of time for questions from the participants. Just one other word about myself. In addition to my day job as a consultant in the ITS world, I chair the Michigan Council on Future Mobility, which at the end of this month will become, or will be changed to the Michigan Council on Mobility and Electrification. So it's an interesting change and a great opportunity for a new council on future mobility. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Peter.
John, thank you. Thank you very much. It's really great to be here. I really enjoyed seeing some of the earlier presentations on this very timely topic. A little bit about myself and Alex Partners very briefly. Alex Partners is a general management consulting firm with our roots in the turnaround business, and we were heavily involved in the turnaround of General Motors 12 years ago, but really work across every industry around the globe with roots in the Detroit area. So automotive is a big part of what we do. We work with OEMs, with tier ones, with retailers, just on a range of issues associated with operations improvement strategy and the like. And so the changes in the fundamental structure of the automotive industry are important to us. And so in addition to working with clients on their day-to-day issues, we tend to like to research where the industry is going, hence the kind of market research that I'll talk a little bit about here. I joined Alex Partners about 8 years ago after leaving my second stint at the U.S. Department of Transportation. I most recently led the Research and Innovative Technology Administration. Earlier in my career, I was at the FAA. And really, transportation is kind of the common thread of my career, whether in operating companies or public sector or consulting. So I enjoy this topic in particular because it really represents the nexus of those things. I'll talk a little bit about just overall perception of autonomous vehicles based on our research around the world, looking not only at the technologies, but ownership models and particular concerns and potential barriers to broader customer acceptance, and some of our thoughts about how we can address some of those barriers. So just overall big picture, awareness is a mixed bag. Huge awareness of certain aspects of autonomous, very little awareness of others. Consumers see value in autonomous and automated vehicles, but not necessarily enough value to justify the costs that are out there today. So there's a gap that needs to be overcome. And we'll talk a little bit more about the value premium associated with consumers. And some of the business issues and the barriers. AV safety. I'm a student of transportation safety throughout my entire career. I see tremendous value, safety value from autonomous, but the perception of safety and the results in safety really have a big gap. Again, an area of opportunity for this industry. Consumers are not gung-ho to adopt. People want this technology, but they're patient and they're willing to wait. And they're concerned. They want their concerns about safety to be addressed. They want their concerns about cyber attacks and just a regulatory framework that gives more confidence. So those are some of the things I'll talk about in the next few minutes. In context, this page, what we call the CASE, Connected Autonomous Shared and Electrified Ecosystem across the automotive industry, is something that we have worked with clients really in each of these four sectors across. And what we see in this age of the automotive industry, unlike any previous generation in automotive, the collective partnerships across sometimes very, very different industry structures between the high-tech industries in the lower right-hand corner and the traditional OEMs and some of the players in between. These relationships are very new, but they're critical to making what we're talking about here succeed. So I'll start with the big picture of recent surveying we did in 2019 about awareness of autonomous self-driving vehicles. Very, very high awareness around the world, particularly in China, but really across, we saw universally well above 90% awareness of autonomous vehicles around the world. So that's a good starting point, a good foundation for building greater consumer awareness. But when you start peeling the onion a bit and surveying the difference in awareness of what we refer to as level 2 versus level 4, there's much, much less awareness of the true nature of level 4 autonomy than some of the driver assist that's much more out there in the marketplace. And there are certainly big gaps in certain parts of the world, in Europe, in that awareness. Again, China appears to have the highest awareness of level 4 autonomy, but some of the European countries, so in particular Germany, for example, less so. But at the same time, what you see on this page is a very, very big gap in the awareness of any given country between their awareness of the kinds of things we see as level 2 and the kinds of things we see as level 4. And there's a takeaway here, which is that autonomous doesn't mean the same thing to different audiences in the broad consumer space, and that's an important consideration as companies seek to not only market it but sort of build greater acceptance of where it is heading. Why are people interested in autonomous? Convenience, just making life easier, the daily commute easier, most important. Potential savings associated with things like car sharing and the like, important. Productivity, next. And then just the experience of the technology is not a particularly high draw relative to some of these other factors. So people are very pragmatic about their interests in autonomy. What is it going to do to make their lives, their day-to-day lives, better? And we've seen that generally consistently around the world. So with that as a backdrop, what are some of the implications about different ownership models, for example? And in particular, what's it worth to folks? And this slide really illustrates, I think, one of the most fascinating to me takeaways of our research, which is that when given descriptions and a good understanding of what level 4 is and what level 2 is, and then trying to get an assessment of what premium customers are willing to pay to get from a level 2 situation to a level 4. What you can clearly see on this page is, yeah, they're willing to pay more, but they're not willing to pay anywhere near enough additional to cover the actual cost. So there's a gap. There's going to be a case that's going to need to be made for level 4 autonomy, certainly at the current price premium, to get overall acceptance. And that, how the industry grapples with that in terms of pricing, in terms of cost structures over time, is going to be critical to what the rate of the adoption curve will look like. In terms of non-ownership models, we talked about the consumers as being pragmatic. Well, a lot of people in this industry talk about one of the pragmatic benefits of autonomous is robotaxis and ride hailing with the robotaxis, and that which begs the question of are people willing to move from the current paradigm of vehicle ownership to something like a robotaxi environment? And here we see very significant differences around the world. China, again, as way out in front in terms of people willing to take a step back and give up car ownership for a different ownership model. Obviously, different countries have situations that make it easier or harder to own and store a vehicle, and that difference certainly manifests itself in what we're seeing here. But the interest in using autonomous capabilities to adopt more of car sharing or robotaxi types environment is another key driver of acceptance, and looking at differences in perspectives on this around the world is pretty eye-opening. And another thing, again, probably not a surprise to a lot of people that, you know, are such as myself, that are students of different attitudes about cars across the generations. Younger generations are much more willing to let go of vehicle ownership for a robotaxi model, which means that as you know, as time goes by, you know, there is more and more opportunity as these generations come of age. Again, China much more so than in the US and some of the European countries. Again, here's another one where the hypothesis, a logical hypothesis, really seems to be borne out. Lower GDP per capita appears to be very much correlated with willingness to try the robotaxi approach instead of vehicle ownership. Often vehicle ownership, you know, is a barrier in low GDP countries to fully participating in an economy. And so the use of autonomous for robotaxis really does have the opportunity to give more folks in society, you know, the ability to participate. And again, it's borne out in the numbers in terms of GDP. So then I'll talk a little bit about what some of the barriers are to further acceptance, and starting really with safety. And again, one of the most eye-opening areas for me is the current limited amount of confidence people have in autonomous safety around the world, relative to what I know are, you know, in the data over the last nine or so years I've been closely following this industry, that says the confidence level should be a lot higher than it is. So there's a gap between perception and reality in terms of safety statistics associated with autonomous. When I think about the numbers of mentions today of a couple individual fatal crashes in the US over the last, you know, small number of years, and how many times one particular crash was mentioned and what lessons learned from that crash and one or another was mentioned, it underscores that in this nascent industry, any fatal accident is going to get dramatically more media attention than the thousands of fatal accidents that occur, you know, in the non-autonomous fleet. And part of that media imbalance contributes to, again, this gap in confidence in safety compared to the actual level of safety we're observing out there. So that is something the industry needs to look at and say, how do we overcome this perception gap? So this really contributes to people not being in a rush. People, you know, in the US, 79% say they'll wait 5 or more years to purchase autonomous. Again, China at the other end of the spectrum being much more likely to purchase in the 2 to 5 year timeframe. But very likely we're going to have the technology out there and potentially the regulatory and insurance and societal environment that's most conducive to that technology sooner than we're going to have the full customer willingness to adopt it. There really is there's really a lot of wait and see attitude out there. And the message that manufacturers and OEMs and really all participants in the AV space send to consumers is going to have a lot of impact about how long this wait and see attitude continues. Wait and see is partly because of uncertainty. Uncertainty probably no more a factor than in the area of cybersecurity. It's gotten a lot of attention in the media, and it certainly a concern of a lot of people. People see cybersecurity issues in the banking industry. They see cybersecurity issues in medical, and in retail. And yet when they think about cybersecurity issues and something that's controlling their vehicle, the awareness goes sky high. And there's big concerns out there, and those concerns will have to be addressed. And the industry is going to have to send very, very clear messages about what precautions are being taken to address potential cybersecurity issues. And there's a lot of grist for the media coverage that's going to cause people's concern about this technology. And again, the more effectively that manufacturers address these issues and make clear how they've addressed these issues is going to have a big impact on whether people are waiting 5 years or they're waiting 2 years, or whether they're waiting 10 years for the dust to settle and all the bugs get worked out, or the perceived bugs get worked out of the system. So where does that take us? And I want to just take us to our last page where we say, okay, well, here's what we learned, what do we do about it? And so what we've learned is they're just tremendous advances from a technology perspective, how quickly level 2 has gotten out there, how many manufacturers, how many industry partners are playing a role in getting level 2 autonomous out there in widespread use. Multiple delivery models to ensure that this technology is available to broader swaths of the consumer base, and other players such as insurance and the legal industry really, helping build the fundamental framework associated with safety and usage in this industry. But that will only take us so far. And so on the right side of the page, it's kind of our takeaway of what needs to happen to make sure that there is a healthy step forward to really leverage this technology for the benefits to society. And my pet interest is always safety. And so I'll just throw in my editorial comment. The quicker we get to adoption, the quicker the 37,000 fatalities, on US highways a year drops significantly. And so the question is, what can we do, not from a technology perspective, because there are plenty of industry players working on the technology, but rather from some of the other perspectives, the safety regulatory perspective, making sure there's a clear safety regulatory framework that's fully understood by both the manufacturers, the industry partners, and the users. A clear and trusted cybersecurity regulatory and testing environment. The full participation and cooperation of state and local governments. Obviously, if the whole world were like Ann Arbor and Michigan as a whole, we'd be much, much further down the road on this, but there just needs to be a lot more input and a lot more involvement out there at the state and local level. Software certification, the art, the industry, the technology, the science of software certification has developed massive maturity in the last 30 or 40 years, particularly the last 10 or 15, to the extent that what the rest of the software industry has learned about certification of reliability is applied in this industry is going to be critical. Insurance industry has got to make clear their understanding and what they have to bring to the table in the insurance environment, and coalitions, of which there are plenty involved in Michigan alone, between the public sector and the private sector to bring about this mutual understanding, are going to be critical. So we like to think of these things on the right side of the page as the facilitators to make what is already clearly an extremely promising technology actually get to where it needs to get. So I'll stop there, John, and just open it up for either questions now or later in the panel.
Yeah, we're gonna do. Thank you, Peter. That was excellent. We're gonna do questions at the end to make sure we get all the presentations in. But that's great. And so our next speaker is Kristen Kolage, and Kristen is the executive director of driver interaction and human machine interface at JD Power. So if MCity has a data garage, JD Power has what, a data football stadium? I think they are probably the premier data analytics and business intelligence firm, certainly for the auto industry and well beyond. So, Kristen, you are up.
All right. Thank you, John. And hello, everyone. I really appreciate you guys joining us today and appreciate the compliment certainly on what JD Power does. So just a little bit of background about me and the company for those that might not be as familiar with what we do. So we focus on the voice of the consumer. So this is in multiple sectors, and the sector that I focus on in particular is in automotive. So I'm strategically looking at how consumers are interacting with their vehicles, what makes them happy, what makes them frustrated. So think in some cases, voice recognition, navigation, those types of historical types of technologies. But as we move forward, we're starting to see a high level of satisfaction as well as a high level of frustration with several different ADAS technologies. And so part of what we'll be discussing today is certainly a bit steps forward of where we are from the ADAS technology. We're going to look at automated vehicles, so level 4, level 5 capability. And we'll also look at electric vehicles and where consumers stand on that technology, because right now consumers are seeing certainly a tie between, wouldn't it be great if an automated vehicle was also electric, right? So they're starting to piece those two types of technologies together as being very complementary to each other. But I'm going to talk to you today about some research that we've been doing on a quarterly basis in the United States over the course of the last year. So we've got a good amount of pulse, if you will, on what consumers are thinking regarding automated vehicle and an electric vehicle. So the short story at this point in time is that consumers are saying thanks, but no thanks, right? So we're not seeing a huge amount of movement, not seeing a huge amount of interest, certainly not matching the level of development, dollars, resources, production timing that we're seeing from the manufacturers. And so this is really important for us to have this conversation, see what can we do to be able to help influence these consumers so that when the products do come to market, they will be ready and waiting. So a little bit more about the technology, or pardon me, the research that we'll be discussing today. So again, I'll focus on battery electric vehicles that is strictly electric powered, no gasoline power, no hybrid technology incorporated, what consumers think about that. And then we'll talk about the self-driving technology. So this was general population that we researched in the United States. Again, the data that I'm going to show you is for the fourth quarter. So is for the fourth quarter of 2019. So we actually have our 2020 quarter one results coming out next week. So keep a lookout for that and seeing how things have changed. So just to begin, where are we with battery electric vehicles for consumer awareness, level of experience? As we think about these new different mobility models going forward, experience is going to be a very critical factor. The more that we can get someone to move beyond a perception of what this mobility model is going to be like to experiencing it in reality, the faster we're going to be able to shift this pendulum, and certainly, put aside some of these perceptions that may not be reality, and certainly elevate some of these opportunities for surprise and delight. So at this point in time in the United States market, we have 2/3 of the population that have never been in a battery electric vehicle. So they don't necessarily know the type of acceleration, how quiet it is, how it operates, how you're supposed to charge it, and the different opportunities there. We have a very small portion of the population that have owned an electric vehicle, and then you can see the other areas of experience in between. We go through a series of different questions looking at the pros, the cons, how do you think this is going to influence your life? How do you think this is going to influence the environment? We see very much consistency across each of the quarters that we've studied this topic, as well as, for these two questions here in particular, where consumers are not challenging what a battery electric vehicle can do for the environment. They see that as being having a very positive effect on the environment. So in terms of that as a conversation starter, it's time that we can move on to another aspect of electric vehicles. When we ask consumers, how do you think an electric vehicle is going to affect your life? That's where we see less of a positive aspect, right? You know, people aren't necessarily drawing that direct connection on how it affects their life. And I think that's going to be one of the critical things as we're talking about, you know, how do we move this conversation forward, is really bringing it down into that personal lifestyle and how this can impact that person individually. So we ask a series of questions of what do you think the advantages and disadvantages are for battery electric vehicles. And I thought it was interesting if we compare and contrast those that have owned an electric vehicle versus those that have never been in an electric vehicle before, and just see where these perceptions stand in comparison to each other. So again, very universal on that element of it's better for the environment, certainly pretty universal regarding that cost to charge versus cost of gas. But I think we have some opportunities as you go lower on this list of where surprise and delight conversations could come in. So you can see performance and acceleration. Those that have owned an EV see that very much, you know, as a strong advantage. You know, the element that an electric vehicle is lower cost and certainly easier to maintain, that's another surprise and delight element. And I do think another conversation that isn't receiving enough attention is the charging capability at your place of residence, and realizing that not all people have the ability to charge in a garage or at their personal place of residence, but for the large majority that do, that really can be a very convenient item for them. Certainly something that elevates that electric vehicle experience, certainly in comparison to having to stop at a gas station to charge. We're seeing that type of conversation coming from consumers that once they've tried an electric vehicle, charged it at home, they never realized actually how convenient it was going to be. On the flip side, for battery electric vehicles, the disadvantages, we continue to see over time the same type of conversation, you know, charging station availability, driving range, purchase price. It's the same order, whether or not someone has owned an EV versus never been in one. Obviously, the magnitude varies between, but the order is the same. And something to note, I was going back to some research that JD Power had done back in 1997 with the EV1. And at that point in time, it was the same top 3 barriers for consumers. So even though we're, 23 years later, we still have that charging station availability, driving range, and cost is the top 3 barriers. So we've certainly made tremendous improvements, progress in those areas. But again, these areas of consumer perceptions haven't necessarily moved the needle. But the point of note is, even for those that have owned an EV, those still remain their top areas of concern. So ultimately, this comes down to an element of what is the likelihood to purchase or lease an EV going forward. So again, comparing and contrasting those that have owned an EV versus those that have never been in one. So once someone has experienced an EV, we see certainly a significantly greater likelihood to purchase. I mean, it's almost equal and opposite to someone that has never been in one. So going back to that opening statement of really looking what we can do to move the needle to get someone to an experience in EV is going to be a critical aspect to helping to move this consideration for interest and likelihood to purchase, because we can see certainly very high numbers for those, for the 2/3 of the population that have never been in an EV, saying, their likelihood not to purchase one at all is quite significant. But the one element that we do see a level of agreement is in what consumers anticipate that the government tax credits or subsidies, how that factors into their decision. And so we see a high level of agreement that this is going to be a major factor, and very few people that are saying that it's not going to be a factor at all. So ultimately, as we've gone through each of these quarters of analysis for battery electric vehicle on our index rating system that we create across a multitude of attributes, we see that this number has not moved at all for the United States consumer. So even though we have a very large product proliferation, product offensive, if that's what you'd like to call it, coming here in the 2020, 2021 timeframe, we're not seeing that level of consumer interest shifting in accordance to that product proliferation. So certainly something for us to take note of as an industry and say, what else can we do to help shift this conversation? So in terms of shifting the conversation, I'm going to shift at this point and talk about self-driving vehicles. So again, just to set the context, this is going to be level 4 or level 5 type of self-driving capability. That's how we framed it to these consumers that we were researching. So looking at, just a starting ground point of what is the level of knowledge that consumers have about self-driving vehicles, we see a quarter of them don't, claim that they know nothing at all about them. So the level of, self-perceived knowledge regarding this, we have an opportunity to be able to help promote this type of conversation and certainly what this means to the consumers. With the self-driving vehicles, one of the elements that we focused on within this research itself was, going beyond self-driving vehicles in general and trying to apply it to various different mobility models. So whether you were riding in a self-driving vehicle, so whether that be an Uber or a Lyft, for instance, or your own personal vehicle, whether you were in a self-driving public transit, so like as Wei was talking about in the previous conversation, he was talking about the driverless shuttle that was deployed on the University of Michigan campus. That certainly could be an example of that. Or finally, goods being transported in a self-driving commercial vehicle. And so at this point, we still see the majority of consumers are shifted towards the right end of the spectrum, where they're saying they're not at all comfortable or not very comfortable. We see a slightly higher level of comfort with the aspect of goods being delivered, but again, very slight. But these types of figures have been extremely consistent over each of the 3 quarters that we've measured. So very high degree of repeatability about this consumer sentiment. Similar to the battery electric vehicle, we asked these consumers the advantages and disadvantages of self-driving vehicles. So we see, first and foremost, the benefit is the transportation for those that are unable or unwilling to drive. So this is, certainly great news that consumers are seeing this as an opportunity. By all means, that's one of the areas that we as an industry definitely agree with. I know that we as an industry are talking about fewer crashes, but at this point in time, the consumers, in their point of view, only about 1/3 of them are resonating with that type of benefit as well. But you can see some of the different quotes on the right-hand side that consumers, what they're thinking about. Of course, they're seeing where this might become a safer transportation solution, especially with those that are driving distracted, inebriated, different situations in that light where a self-driving vehicle actually might be safer. So you can see that type of conversation coming through. You also see, in the one quotation here where people are saying, fewer vehicles, families can share a vehicle. So looking at my ownership model certainly is an opportunity going forward. The next is disadvantages, and we see top on the list is technology failures or errors, possibility of the vehicle being hacked, and legal liability or responsibility. And this is very, very consistent for the number of years that we've been studying this. So even though we've been doing this particular study for the last 3 quarters, we've been asking this type of question across various other JD Power research methods, but we're seeing this very, very consistently. But what it's coming down to is consumers are, very concerned about trust with the system. So trust in the technology, trust in certain mobility models to them personally. And so we have, for sure, some areas of we talk about with consumers. And so they're looking for, show me why this is going to be safer. I need, specific evidence of safety. And we're seeing that coming out more and more often now with respect to the consumers, not wanting to buy into the hype and looking for the actuality. The other element that I think is really interesting on this particular slide is, where we saw just about a third of the people that thought safety was going to be improved, we can see here even more people that think, pedestrian or cyclist safety or vehicle passenger safety, there's a higher percentage of people that think that this is going to be a disadvantage. So again, this is our opportunity to be able to help right size consumers on what we actually think is going to happen, and again, develop that proof for them. So in the similar vein as the battery electric vehicle, we have an index score. Again, 100 is the target that we're shooting for as an industry of what people want. So here we see another degree of consistency across each of these different quarters of this general population for the United States consumer, on they feel their comfort level is with self-driving. So this is in a low category by all means, and certainly one that hasn't moved the needle yet. So for us to move that needle, we really need to start shifting that conversation back to that personal consumer. What's in it for them? How is that going to really shape their lifestyle, and start developing the proof points for them? So with that, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions in a bit. And I'll turn it back to you, John. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen, very much. And what a great compliment to Peter's presentation. So our next speaker is Hidekai Hada, who is Executive Engineer at Toyota Motor North America. Hada-san would love to be seen as well as heard, but Toyota has a corporate policy that does not permit that, but that's okay. His presentation is very interesting, and I turn it over to Hada-san.
Thank you. So can you see my slide now?
We can.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the introduction. I'm Hideki Hada from the Toyota Motor North America, and I'm located in Michigan, working on advanced safety issues at my technical strategy group. So as John mentioned, my laptop from work, we cannot use a camera. So, but I don't think you're missing that much. So you can just imagine the middle-aged Asian guy. So about the this consumer acceptance, that's a very important factor for OEMs, and how we address those things, and I can touch those things in my presentations. Particularly on the left side, this slide, it's one of the most important factors is the collaboration among people, vehicle, and traffic. So road, vehicle, and people, they need to work together. Often these three parties blame each other, but in a traffic congestion, you complain about it, but you're part of it. So if there's no parking and and we complain it, but you're part of it. So we have to work together. And that's why the forum like the CCAT and also part of the University of Michigan AMTRI, MCT, and American Center for Mobility. So those are great places where the people who addresses these human issues and also vehicle issues and road issues together. Because our goal is ultimately the same as Peter and Kristen mentioned, that safety is our ultimate goal. So we want to achieve those things at a very good level. But to separate speculation and reality, we need to work on statistics. We have to base our discussion on facts. So this is the data is a little bit old, but this one is an illustration of what kind of accidents really happen in the United States. So x-axis is the number of crashes, and y-axis is the number of fatalities. So so you can see the type of accident, and I think that this matches to your understanding of the situation. There are so many rear-end crashes, and also run-off road type crashes. So run-off road, many of them are colliding into trees and stuff, the very actually severe consequences. So that's why we as an industry need to address these important problems first. Then work on crossing paths. This is, I think, where the next generation of automated vehicle, connected vehicle can address. These are the intersection type crashes, which are very hard to work on with the current technologies. And lane change is the one, lane change and lane assist. So these also come into the world. So by looking at these facts and also working with many experts in the industry, so this is one example of how we push these solutions to customers. And it's the package of the active safety system, the automated emergency braking, and the auto headlight switching, and the lane departure alert, and adaptive cruise control, DRCC. Maybe this DRCC, the adaptive cruise control, is a very good example of the customer acceptance issue. Because the first car with automated ACC was sold in 1995. That was 25 years ago. Then now many cars are now equipped with ACC, but even us, we had a very hard time explaining what ACC is and benefit of those ACC. Then unless people experience it, once you drive it, you understand it. But it's very hard for us even internally to persuade the importance or effectiveness of these systems. So that's where the acceptance is not only to our end customers, but also internally. I think now we are at a good level of realization. Then in the further future, and actually now the automated emergency braking, that work for vehicle target and the pedestrian target, and we have expanded them to the nighttime low illumination level. So these are the ones that, in order for us to introduce these new features, we have to drive around everywhere. So it's really some dark areas in Japan, US, Europe, and many other parts of the world. And you can imagine the pedestrian collision avoidance. The pedestrian, there's no standard size or form. And if you go to maybe very northern area like Sweden or Finland, that people wearing those puffy clothes in the winter time, and so in the southern area that people wear just t-shirt and short pants. So in the Arabic countries, they wear those white clothes. So we had to work on. We had to gain confidence through the many field operational tests and data collection throughout the country to gain our acceptance, so we can be confident providing these solutions. And part of the new system include the lane centering assist. So these are the already standard on Toyota Safety Sense 2.0, but this is the area of the closer to the level 2 type automation. Then this is also the part that because it comes with it. It comes with any car, Toyota Lexus car you buy now. So therefore that they can experience the benefit of this one. So they see that maybe this is the path moving forward for the automation, we hope. Then these are the one graph that we had to submit our accomplishment toward the AEB agreement with NHTSA and IHS toward 2022. So we have already sold more than 7 million cars with this kind of systems in the United States. Then we hope that we are contributing to improving the customers' acceptance on these issues. And I think this is the area, again, the early days of adaptive cruise control, we had to push some solutions and to the customer so that they can really benefit, experience those benefits. Then we had to prove that our plan was really working. So we did a crash report analysis, and yes, we saw 17% reduction of the rear-end crashes with the cars we equip with this automated emergency braking. Then those are onboard sensors, but when we go to the future, the V2X communication systems, this acceptance becomes more challenging because the previous one, I think we can conclude our discussion only within Toyota. But now, once we come into the vehicle-to-vehicle and vehicle-to-infrastructure, we trust each other among different manufacturers, and also signals from traffic lights. We have to trust that one, so we can issue some kind of alert to our customers. So the level of acceptance, I think, need to start from the trust among OEMs and also infrastructure operators. So That's why we work with a state DOT, federal DOT, and also local agencies like Ann Arbor, and also University of Michigan and MCT. So to deploy this kind of the V2X systems in Ann Arbor, and we help deployment of the vehicle systems and also supported the road system, roadside systems. So this is the one still in a research test bed for the future toward the product validation. But it's really that this is also kind of thing, and we are proud that in Michigan we can lead this kind of activity so that the new innovations can happen from here. And this is Japan. We already deployed V2X product back in 2015, 16. So about 5 years ago. So then the day after they deploy those products in Japan, at the intersection, they measure the what's the effectiveness of providing the V2 I2V type alert to cars, so they can avoid entering some danger near miss situation. So we saw the 38% reduction of change of the driver behavior. We hope that this can result in their also acceptance. Also, future is something unknown. We have good hope for the future, but it's really the not only by thinking, not only thinking by ourselves, but it's really the collaboration is a very important portion. That's why we have a safety collaboration center dedicated to working with universities or university researchers and make those findings public. So we can use those research findings as a foundation for the many other industry partners and those government and those people. So again, to conclude my presentation, again, we should always go back to the people, car, and road paradigm. These three pieces need to work together. So that's the end of my portion.
Thank you so much, Hideki. That is a great way for us to kind of end the formal presentations by positing the notion that the R&D activity that has heretofore dedicated to autonomous vehicles and now is I think transitioning and applicable to advanced driver assistance systems. I think that fact can be translated into both challenges and opportunities to address the kind of confidence gaps that Peter and Kristen highlighted in their presentations. I note we have a couple of questions. Calvin, do you want to handle this, or do you want me to open those up and see what they are?
I can read them off to you, and then you can kind of delegate who you want. A lot of these are aimed at specific people. So we'll start with the first one. Question for Mr. Appel. How come more people from China, a low GDP per capita country, are ready for purchasing AVs, but at the same time are also more willing to give up ownership of vehicles for robo-taxis? How do you explain the results?
I would speculate that the survey question that says, are you more interested in buying one, is going to capture interest in having autonomous, where the method by which they get it, can be parsed further. But the first cut is there a level of interest in it? And that is clearly high across the board in China. So even once you split it down, within the group that wants more autonomous, they'd be probably more likely to look for non-purchase ways of doing it. But the overall, the primary factor of is there a level of interest is so high that it brings up the levels across the board. That would be what I would, that's my understanding of how the survey ended up with those results, because of just the overall high level of interest.
Great. We have a question for Kristen. When you surveyed the consumers' comfort levels of AVs, did you distinguish those of those who have ridden in AVs versus those who have not?
For the survey, we did not we do not have a baseline of who has ridden in an AV up until, to this point in time. I know that we've got some pockets of where this opportunity presents itself, but no, I don't have that experience, or we don't have that formulated within the survey at this point.
John, there's also a question. Might Tesla and Cadillac, owners that already have exposed to high levels of driver assist, be more comfortable going to L4?
So I think that's a good one for Peter. What do you think, Peter?
I think a good hypothesis is yes, that what we've seen is more awareness tends to lead to more acceptance. And so if you have the awareness based on actually experiencing some level of autonomous, based on the results we've seen, that would likely say that you're more likely to accept the next levels up. But we didn't survey that specific subset, but the other pieces of our research would cause us to think that.
And maybe Heideke, you might have an insight on this as well, because Toyota, of course, has experience with customers. As you introduce these more advanced safety features, you build trust in each additional application of technology. So does that kind of that logic obtain to the Tesla situation?
I hope so, but I think in general, the level 2 to level 4 may be in complete different cars. So
right.
I think that people who have used Tesla, Cadillac, I think they have good understanding of level 2 and on public roads. But I think therefore that they should have good expectation, more maybe accurate estimation about what L4, level 4 can be. But I think that as a person who is going to buy the next Tesla or Cadillac, I'm not sure their experience on Tesla Cadillac level 2 really significantly affect their decision of buying Tesla level 4 or Cadillac level 4.
John, if I could just, I was just going to say, if I could just add in on that one. So, we have started to see some consumers, when we look at their experience with vehicles on the road today and their experience with ADAS systems, where they're starting to draw parallels between their experience. And so I'll talk about lane keeping, lane departure, warning. Consumers' expectations is that those systems will perform very differently, and we'll be able to have an element of higher degree of capability, higher degree of consistency of performance, and they're not experiencing that. So if the vehicle is not maintaining its lane, can't handle a curve, we're seeing the consumers specifically saying, how is a vehicle going to drive itself?
Very good. Looks like we got another Q&A or Q.
Yes, this one is from Todd Daly. It's a question for Toyota. With run off the road crashes being so prevalent and lane keeping technologies being increasingly prevalent, what can be done to improve edge line pavement markings for machine vision technology, width, retroflectivity, presence, skip stripes across intersections, etc.?
Wow.
Yeah, I can.
That's a mouthful. Okay.
Yeah, I can expand on this. Is also a combination of actually the road people and vehicle. Then actually the way we investigate the where those round road accidents occur, the roads are very good. Like that's straight and nice pavement marking and stuff. So somehow still people depart via off the road. So we have to think about how we can give them a lot, maybe. Last second is not enough, like 30 seconds before please maintain the lane and stuff. The improved pavement marking, that would definitely help because as you know, the camera is looking for the contrast between the black tarmac and also white line. But still, I think we should not give the wrong perception that on a particular rural road, the end of the white line to the end of pavement is less than 1 foot. Unless we have a perfect mapping and a perfect control, we cannot prevent these crashes. It's really physics issue.
Maybe time for one more.
Sure, we have one more quick question. Have you done any studies or research to what extent people understand the difference between the levels of automation.
Ooh, Kristen or Peter?
So for JD Power, not necessarily for the levels of automation, but we certainly have been looking at the type of terminology that's being utilized for the ADAS systems. And we see a very, very high degree of confusion there, as well as high degree of confusion on what they think that particular system is going to do.
Peter?
And in our case, our surveys are self-contained. We do not assume they know the different definitions, so we explain it in the course of each of the questions. So no, we haven't tested what they bring to the table and their understanding of the terminology.
Well, we're right at 3 o'clock. So I guess I want to take this opportunity to thank our panelists who did a wonderful job. I want to thank the folks that asked questions. I'd like to thank the folks at U of M CCAT for giving us the opportunity to be with all of you today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. A fantastic experience for all of us. Again, I wish we had those little thumbs up or little heart emojis that we could be sending while you're presenting. I recognize how difficult it is to sort of just be presenting into a black screen, but there are 160 people online continuing to participate and about 75 people on YouTube. So we still have a pretty strong audience. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to introduce our next research panel, Operation of Efficient and Budget Balanced Shared Use Mobility Systems. And Netta Massoud, Assistant Professor from the University of Michigan, will be presenting. Netta, are you there?
Yes, hi, I'm here and I'm about to share my screen.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So hello everyone, and thanks for being here listening to our talk. So my talk today is about computationally efficient throughput mechanisms for larger scale peer-to-peer ride-sharing systems. So we've heard a number of very excellent talks that focus more on autonomy and connectivity, and this talk is going to be focusing on shared mobility systems. And contrary to the previous talks, this one is a little more theoretical. So I think it is great for my self-esteem that not everyone is sharing their screen. Let me get started. So let me start by providing some context on the problem we are trying to solve. Shared mobility systems in general are systems that shared mobility comprises transportation services that are shared among users. And one type of shared mobility system is a peer-to-peer ride-sharing system. In a peer-to-peer ride-sharing system, riders and drivers who are receiving transportation services and using their vehicles to serve riders respectively, these people are all traveling in order to engage their own activities and then not for the mere purpose of transporting passengers. And this is what differentiates a peer-to-peer ride-sharing system from companies like Uber and Lyft, in which drivers are only traveling in order to transport passengers. So in this talk, we'll be focusing on peer-to-peer ride-sharing systems and specifically dynamic ride-sharing systems in which a request for a ride can arrive at any point in time, either right when the passenger wants to start the trip or even a few hours in advance. So we want to run a system that is dynamic, and so this is how the system basically is run. We have passengers and drivers who are going to announce their trips either in advance or right before they want to leave for their trips. And when they make these announcements, they're going to provide information on the origin and destinations of their trips, as well as travel time windows during which they would like to start and end their trips, and a deadline, a notification deadline by which they need to be informed whether they can be served in the system or not. And so in order to take care of the dynamics of the problem, we are going to re-optimize this problem at a specific re-optimization time. So at a specific points in time, we are going to solve an optimization problem that is going to include everyone who has registered in the system, and their notification deadline lies during the next reoptimization period. And by solving this problem, we can announce who is going to pick up with whom, the route they are going to follow, and pricing and all the other details. So when it comes to system design, we could have different system design with different inputs and different pricing mechanisms that give rise to different types of systems. As for system design, we are going to use inputs that we obtain from passengers and from drivers, and as well as some private information. So these inputs include trip characteristics, again, the origin and destinations of the trips and travel time windows. And we will also ask for private information, and we will be using this private information for the purpose of pricing. Now, this private information is information that is also called passenger type. So, for example, we could be asking for people's valuation of time, and we could give them prices according to this valuation of time. So this private information is going to be used for the pricing purposes. And so we use these inputs, and the output of the system is going to be a set of allocations and a set of prices. These allocations are the routing, scheduling, and matching solutions, which are basically mapping the space of private information into the space of allocations, again, routing, scheduling, matching, and a set of prices that are using people's private information here in order to announce individualized or personalized prices for people. Now, when we want to solve these problems, there are a number of challenges. The first one is that these optimization problems are generally NP hard, except for very specific cases of them. They're in generally NP hard and hard to solve. And even more important than that is devising mechanisms that have specific properties when it comes to pricing. And those properties are individual rationality, social efficiency, and truthfulness. And I'm going to elaborate on them in the next slide. So basically, when we want to propose these allocations and prices to passengers and drivers, we will be looking at their utility. So an individual's utility is going to be the difference between the valuation of the service they are going to receive and the price they will be charged. Now, for riders, this valuation is going to be positive because they're going to be receiving a ride, but the price is also going to be positive. They're going to be charged a price, and the difference between them is the utility of the agent. And for drivers, this valuation is going to be negative because they are going to be incurring detour and sharing their vehicle with another passenger, but the price is going to be negative, implying that they'll be receiving fares. Now, as for specific properties that we want our system to have, one of them is individual rationality. Basically, individual rationality says that we could look at people's trip characteristics, their origin, destinations, and travel time windows, and we could match them, propose solutions only based on their travel characteristics. But there's no guarantee that people would be happy with those solutions and actually move forward to to complete their trips. In order to make sure that happens, we have to have individual rationality, which means that the utility that agents receive as a result of participating in the system should be higher than a specific value, for example, 0. So if as a result of participating in the system, you'll have negative utility, you're not going to participate in that system. Another property of a system that is well designed is truthfulness. As I mentioned, we're going to be asking people to share their private information with us. So, for example, I could ask you, what is your valuation of time if you're transporting a passenger? If your role is a driver and if you're transporting a passenger, I would compensate you based on your valuation of time. And as a driver, you would benefit maybe by not being truthful, by overstating your valuation of time in order to collect more fare. Now, a system that is well designed has a property called truthfulness, or dominant strategy incentive compatibility, which means that there is going to be a dominant strategy that under that dominant strategy, your utility as a participant in the system is going to be maximized if you're truthful in reporting your private information. So if you are not truthful in reporting your private information, if you're reporting higher and lower, you would not benefit So as a result of that, you would have all the incentive in the world to be truthful in sharing your private information. So it is hard devising mechanisms that have and satisfy all these properties. But there is a theorem by Clark, Grove, and Vickery. There is a mechanism called the VCG mechanism that proposes a very neat way of coming up with prices and allocations that satisfy these requirements. So the VCG mechanism solves an optimization problem, the objective function of which is to maximize the social welfare. And the prices are determined very easily by one, solving a problem that includes all the agents and calculating the social welfare of that, minus, and then solving another problem that includes all the agents but one agent I. So the difference between these two social welfares can give us the valuation of the contribution of that agent in the system, and that is how we determine how much, what is the contribution of that agent and how much price they should be charged. Now, one caveat in doing this is that this allocation problem has to be solved to optimality. So this X star is basically pointing out to the optimal solution of the allocation problem. There is a theorem called the Meyerson theorem that says that even if you cannot solve this allocation problem to optimality, as long as you have an allocation rule that is monotone, you can have a mechanism that is implementable. And by monotonicity means that if I have more stuff, I can increase my social welfare. So as long as I have an algorithm that can give me better solutions, higher social welfare, as long as I'm introducing more input, then I should be good to go and I can use the VCG mechanism. And this is actually a very, one of the most important theorems in the field, and it is very useful. There are instances of the ride matching problem, the problem of matching riders and drivers in the peer-to-peer ride sharing system that can actually be solved using a graph theory. For example, if I'm solving a one-to-one matching problem in which I have a set of riders, I have a set of drivers, and each rider can only be matched with a single driver, is called the one-to-one matching problem. Or I have a problem in which I'm still matching each rider with a single driver, but I'm offering guaranteed rides back home. This specific problem can be formulated on a graph as a mean cost flow problem. So these problems are all linear programming problems, and we do have access to efficient algorithms that can give us optimal solutions for this problem. And as a result of this, we can use the VCG mechanism. What happens is that when we want to solve more complicated instances of the ride-sharing problem, ride matching problem, for example, problems in which each driver can maybe carry multiple passengers, have multiple passengers on board at each point in time, then I do not have polynomial time efficient algorithms to solve these problems. And generally what people do is that they use heuristics, and there are a number of heuristics that are actually perform pretty well. But the problem with it is that in the context of pricing and mechanism design, if we are using heuristics, we lose that monotone property, and we cannot guarantee truthfulness that comes from the VCG mechanism. So the answer to that is using randomized mechanisms. Basically, we'll be using linear programming-based techniques, which would allow us to combine efficient computations with, while at the same time maintaining incentive compatibility. So here is how a randomized mechanism works. Instead of solving the integer problem that arises in a peer-to-peer ride matching problem, we will solve linear relaxations of those problems and find fractional allocations. Then we decompose these fractional allocations into integral allocations. And finally, we draw and charge randomized prices. And I'm going to go through all of these steps in the next few slides. So this randomized VCG mechanism is incentive compatible and individually rational, is incentive compatible in expectation, and it is individually rational as all demonstrate in the next few slides. So in the next few steps, first we are going to look at the approximate algorithms that we are going to be using for the general pickup and delivery problem, that is a generalization of the right matching problem. Then we are going to look to see how we can find fractional allocations, how we can use these fractional allocations to find integer allocations that can actually be implemented. And finally, we are going to apply this method in a case study of New York City. So this is the formulation for the general pickup and delivery problem. I don't want to get into this formulation. It's a messy formulation. It's an mixed linear integer program, and it is NP hard. We have a number of decision variables. Basically, what this problem says is that you have a number of passengers who are traveling from origins to destinations. You have a number of vehicles who are transporting these passengers, and all these vehicles and passengers have time windows that need to be satisfied. So this set of constraints ensure that all the agents, drivers, and riders are making these trips. Also, we want to make sure that riders are always accompanied by drivers and that the vehicle capacities are not exceeded. So as you can see, this is a very large problem, and it does not have a tight linear programming LP or linear programming approximation. So we use a reformulation of this problem in form of a case set packing problem. A case set packing problem is very concise generally. So the decision variable here is a binary decision variable, can take the value of 0 or 1. Basically, each XC here is a route or is a sequence of stops through which a vehicle can pick up and drop off passengers. And we only have one set of constraints that ensures that among all the possible configurations of pickup and drop-offs that can constitute a route, we want to make sure that a rider and a driver is only present in only one of these configurations or routes. So the problem itself is very concise. And so, as you can see, we have a polynomial number of constraints for each rider and driver. We just want to make sure that they appear only in one route. We want to make sure that they are not in two places at the same time. However, there is a catch because it's still an NP hard problem. And the catch is that we have exponential number of decision variables or coalitions or columns, as you see here. However, the good thing about this case set packing problem is that this linear relaxation has optimality gap that is very tight and as a function of the capacity of the vehicles. And another good property this formulation has is that it is easy to show that the objective function here is an affine maximizer, which means that if I solve this optimization problem, its objective function value is actually equivalent to maximizing the social welfare in the system. And this is a requirement to make sure that the VCG mechanism actually works and delivers solutions that are individually rational, that are incentive compatible. Okay, so as I mentioned, the problem with this formulation is that we have an exponential number of coalitions. So in order to solve that problem, we implement a column generation decomposition method in which instead of enumerating all the possible routes with all the possible pickups and drop-offs, we are going to start with a small subset of routes, and we are going to solve a restricted master problem according to this solution. And then after that, we are going to solve a sub-problem where we are going to find new columns to add to this, basically to add to the master problem. And this is an iterative procedure. One good thing about the subproblems is that once we solve the master problem, and the subproblem decomposes into the number of problems, where D is the number of drivers or vehicles in our formulation. And it basically is a shortest path problem with resource constraint that can be efficiently solved using dynamic programming. So we solve this problem, we have a solution to the linear programming relaxation of the pickup and delivery problem. The next step is taking this fractional solution and trying to find a number of integer solutions based on these fractional solutions, basically decomposing this fractional solution to integer solutions. And in order to do that, we can solve another optimization problem. Generally, there is Lovie and Swami have proposed a method to solve this problem using the ellipsoid method. This method is numerically intractable for large problems and is slow in practice. And so we use another application of column generation based on the CASET packing problem to solve this problem. As I will show you in the case study, this is going to give us solutions faster and with a smaller integrality gaps. So here is how the solution methodology works. So first, we are going to solve an optimal, try to find an optimal fractional solution by solving the linear programming relaxation of the pickup and delivery problem. If we call that X star, then we use the VCG mechanism to obtain the fractional prices, and let's denote that by P superscript frac. This is a price for agent I. And then once we find this, we are going to decompose the fractional allocation to integral allocations using the solutions that by solving the decomposition problem we saw in the previous slide. Next, we are going to draw an allocation, an integral allocation, according to the solution of the decomposition problem with probability lambda. These lambdas come from solving this decomposition problem. And then we are going to charge randomized prices that are a function of the evaluations of the integral solutions, the fractional solution, and the fractional prices. So it is easy to show, straightforward to show that certain properties exist for this randomized mechanism. Individual rationality exists. If we have individual rationality for the original problem, as you see here, basically individual rationality for the fractional problem says that the price should be less than the valuation, meaning that the utility, which is the difference between them, has to be positive. If that holds, which it does because we are using the VCG mechanism to obtain it, then the individual rationality of the integral solutions also exists. The expected social welfare is going to be the social welfare of the original system divided by a specific value alpha, and this alpha is the integrality gap of the allocation rule. We can show that this mechanism is truthful in expectation. So as an agent who's participating in the system, you might sometimes benefit if you are not truthful in reporting your private information, but in expectation, you would be better off if you are always truthful. And so let me just skip the proof. It's a very simple proof, but let's just skip it. So let's get to the case study of New York City. We did a case study of New York City. We have managed to solve this problem for up to 3,000 agents over the period of an hour for 3,000 agents traveling over the period of an hour in the New York City area. And what I'm showing you here is summary of results. Basically, this figure is showing us the average non-solo ridership ratio. As we are solving the decomposition problem, as we find more and more of these solutions, we can our ridership ratio, non-solo ridership ratio actually increases, but at the same time, the computational time increases. This figure is showing the computational time of finding these integral solutions from the fractional solutions as we continue with our column generation approach. So it basically tells us two things. First, that if I have more capacity on my vehicles, I'm going to be better off. And if I have, I choose a tighter stopping criteria in terms of integrality gap, I also would be better off, but it comes at a price, and that price is more computational time. The good thing about this method is that once you start the procedure, you're always going to have integral solutions that you can actually implement. If you have enough time to continue finding better solutions, you could implement them. But if not, you have more real-time requests that need response in real time, then maybe you can settle for solutions that you find initially. And over here, we have the social welfare. So when social welfare is very small, this is the histogram of social welfare. When the social welfare is very small, it indicates that around 0, it indicates that a lot of people are basically traveling alone. They're not participating in the system, so their social welfare is 0. When we are on this side of the graph, right-hand side of the graph, basically we are seeing more higher social welfare values. And as you can see, higher social welfare values can be obtained when we have vehicles with higher capacities. This case shows the capacity and smaller integrality gaps. In general, we've seen anywhere between 33% to 85% improvement in social welfare by comparing this algorithm using the state of the art in the literature that uses the Lewis-Rarmy algorithm. That concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Netta, thanks so much. That was a great presentation. Not being a math person myself, it was complicated, but you explained it very well. So thank you so much, and thank you again for presenting your research at the symposium. At this point, what I'd like to do is we're going to take a quick break. We will reconvene at 3:40. So please set an alarm and grab a glass of water, maybe an afternoon cup of coffee or a piece of fruit, and join us back here at 3:40. Okay, everybody. If everybody could take their seats, whether your seat is at your dining room table or your bedroom or your patio. We're going to start in just another minute. We will have our fifth and final panel of the day, followed by closing remarks by Henry. So our fifth panel, infrastructure, making way for CAVs. How will the infrastructure and road landscape need to change with the onset of CAVs? What are the implications of these changes? Are there steps that cities, states, and regions can make to ensure that the transition to a connected transportation model is as smooth as possible? This panel will be moderated by Colin Castle, ITS Program Manager at the Michigan Department of Transportation. And Colin, I will let you introduce your panelists.
Still energized and ready to listen in on the last panel of the day. So, as we kind of look at this question, we've heard all about mobility blues and who do we sue and cybersecurity and public acceptance and all kinds of exciting stuff related to new technologies. And this panel is really going to try and focus on infrastructure and what infrastructure owner operators are needing to do to prepare themselves for the emergence of these technologies and how we, deal with their safe testing and operations. So with that, we'll have a handful of presentations here, and then we'll go through a set of Q&A. So the first presenter that we will have here today is Joel Leish, who is the owner of JPL Consulting. Joel has been engaged in transportation and traffic planning and design with an emphasis on urban freeway corridors and other high-type urban facilities for more than 50 years. He's been responsible for the planning studies of more than 2,000 miles of freeway, toll facilities, and arterials, including more than 900 interchanges in major metropolitan areas. Some things to note here: he is the primary author and editor of the IT Freeway and Interchange Geometric Design Handbook, which I know a lot of engineers are very familiar with. and he holds a BS from Purdue University and MS in Transportation Engineering from Northwestern. So with that, Joel, take it away.
Well, thank you. Can we go on to the next PowerPoint slide? Yeah. In the 1950s and the 1960s, there was a great deal of research that was done in relation to driver experiences, characteristics, expectations. And that was translated, excuse me, into a lot of the design criteria that we have in our AASHTO policy. Can we go to the next PowerPoint slide? So, you know, the approach then, and if we're going back to the 50s and 60s and 70s, that the influence of human factors in relation to driver characteristics and driver expectations had a lot of influence on the geometric design and safety and traffic operations of our roadways. Next slide. So just some of these, the basic number of lanes, I'm only going to talk about freeways because that's probably going to be the first location where we're going to have CAVs. So this is from our AASHTO policy. The guidelines in relation to basic number of lanes. Can we go to the next slide? Also, this appears in the AASHTO policy as well. In relation to exits and entrances, that we have guidelines and criteria, whether those will be as we look at it in the future, whether they will be appropriate, I don't know, but we have these in the existing AASHTO policy. Next slide. Also in relation to the selection of the appropriate interchange, this appears in our AASHTO policy also. So in relation to tomorrow's guidelines in relation to CAVs, is this going to be appropriate? Next slide. In relation to operational uniformity, in relation to the uniform aspects in relation to our interchanges, is this going to be appropriate? Do we need this? I don't know. Next slide. Signing. Do we need signing? This is a slide if you would drive outbound from Washington, D.C., and you're approaching the Capitol Beltway. Do we need signing in relation to the future? I don't know, but this is something that we need to consider. Next slide. Decision site distance. This is also in our AASHTO policy. Do we need to consider this in the future in relation to decision site distance? Or with CAVs, do we not need to consider it? Next slide. In relation to spacing between interchanges, this is from our AASHTO policy. Do we need to have significantly different distances between our interchanges if we have CAVs? I don't know. Next slide. So I'm not going to go through these, but you know, what is it that we need in the future in relation to the geometric design of our roadways? There is additional research, new research that is going on in relation to human factors, in relation to CAVs, and also human factors in relationship to the future of the operation of our freeways and motorways. Next slide. Well, so what do we look like in the future? Certainly we can increase capacity, most likely, and I've actually done some computations in relation to that. Certainly we can reduce crash reduction. So what should be the geometric design changes that we should or not make in the future in order to improve traffic operations with CAVs? That actually concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Joel. So why don't we go ahead and we'll hold questions until the end, and then we can kind of provide those to all the panelists. So as you can see here, obviously, when you talk about, you know, traditional kind of design efforts related to our infrastructure, there's a ton of considerations, you know, that'll be made to, you know, geometric design and signage and how we operate the roadways. And I think, you know, it'd be really interesting to see how, you know, these types of documents change over time to accommodate these new technologies. So excellent. So with that, yes, thank you very much, Joel. So the next panelist that we have here is Scott Shogun. He's the Vice President and the Michigan Area Manager of WSP USA. He is also a Senior Technical Specialist in Connected and Automated Vehicles. He has a diverse background in transportation planning, engineering, spanning over 2 decades. And he's been involved in CAV technologies for a while now, in the mid-2000s. He helped lead WSP on a number of transformative programs, safety pilot and model deployment, as well as some efforts related to the American Center for Mobility. Scott holds a BS in civil engineering from the University of Michigan and is a licensed professional engineer in 5 states. So with that, Scott's going to talk about some of the role of infrastructure that we see CAVs playing. So with that, go ahead, Scott.
Great. Thank you, Colin. Good afternoon, everybody. We can go ahead to the next slide, please. Great to be with you. This is a really important topic and one that we've had the opportunity to do a fair amount of research on recently and kind of advising to infrastructure owner operators. And I wanted to start with kind of some context, because I think this is an important piece to the puzzle, is really understanding, especially as you think about this from an infrastructure owner operator perspective, what are the goals of advancing infrastructure towards CAV adoption? Is your agency's approach to really be proactively enabling CAV adoption now, to get out in front of this, to enable vehicles to more easily navigate your roadways? Or is it more reacting to the market, waiting for market forces to begin to push vehicles onto your roadways and understanding that? Is it more of a leading edge in terms of doing the things that can be done today in today's technology context for CAVs, versus awaiting further development? We certainly understand that CAVs, the technology associated with CAVs, is going to develop further over time. The instrumentation and sensor suites are going to continue to be better. The algorithms to understand the context around you is going to continue to be better. Are agencies going to wait for that evolution and calibrate accordingly, or try to push things forward today? And finally, kind of prioritization of CAVs, versus enhancements to human drivers that can also support CAVs. And I think this is where you see kind of the sweet spot of investments that an infrastructure owner operator can make that can help all motorists today, in addition to helping CAV adoption into the future. And I think this is what we're seeing kind of emerging as the, as I mentioned, that sweet spot that is justifiable expense today that can support all users and move towards that future. But I wanted to, next slide, please. I wanted to really address some specific key areas as we talk about infrastructure. And I think Joel did a great job of kind of laying out the big picture questions related to geometrics, which are a huge factor going forward as we think about very high levels of penetration of AVs. But I think in the more near term, where much of our research is looked at, we've considered things like pavement markings. And this is one area that consistently in dialogues with industry and with the technology developers, this is a real high opportunity area that's very important for AV adoption. That's also very important for human drivers and to improve the roadway. And this is where I think we've seen the most evolution. The standards industry, the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, is moving forward recommendations to change standards around pavement markings in a way that would help support CAV adoption as well. So we're seeing this push forward quite a bit. Next slide, please. Signage is another area that is talked about a lot and certainly looked at from the standpoint of can maintenance be improved, where we see foliage obscuring signs, for example, or see faded signs. What can be done to improve that? Are there standards that could be changed to make signs more machine readable, greater use of symbology, things of that nature? But there's a big looming question as it relates to signs, and it's really what is the long-term need for physical signs as it relates to AVs? Will those be replaced with databases of sign information that will make the physical sign irrelevant to AVs, not to human-driven vehicles necessarily? Not that the signs are going to go away, but it's not necessary for them to be read by an AV anymore. And I think that really makes a path forward related to signage a little bit more interesting and brings in other questions there on the long-term need. Next slide, please. Work zones have also been identified as really a critical area related to AVs. One of the biggest challenges of certainly reaching any kind of a level 5 scenario is the ability to navigate a work zone effectively, there's a lot of guidance needed for AVs on the, essentially the travel envelope. Where are the lanes? Where are they getting modified from static mapping that may be available? Gathering data on where those work zone devices are and managing that data and disseminating that data, and a need to consider smart devices in the field that can basically self-identify a location and communicate that out. All areas that we see kind of evolving on the work zone front. Next slide. On the technology front, obviously, we talk about this frequently as it relates to connected vehicle technology, and clearly we're in a time of flux related to that. There's a lot of concern over future-proofing that technology, and we're seeing particularly deployment and development of supporting infrastructure, understanding that some of the specific radio infrastructure may be changing over time here with some of the FCC actions recently. But there's also, I think, still a discussion ongoing of roles between the public sector and the private sector. How much of this does the public sector really need to own versus what is the private sector going to do for a multitude of reasons to support CAV adoption, including, in particular mapping assets, and how much of the systems are really going to be infrastructure based versus more cloud-based data transmission. I think still questions that we're seeing evolve over time. Next slide. Dedicated lanes is a big topic. Apologies, these are the wrong bullets on this slide, but the concept around dedicated lanes, I think as we've talked about in some of the previous presentations, the challenges moving towards level 5 or even level 4 are very real. And a more controlled environment appears to us to be emerging as a likely path forward, even a necessity for advancing some level 4 deployment right now. So, but there's of course a push-pull with that. How much does the market need to lead that? What agencies could actually afford to dedicate lanes without significant deployment of vehicles, but how do you get the vehicles deployed without that? There's really a chicken and egg piece to this, but clearly dedicated travel lanes for AVs is a part of the discussion. And finally, next slide. Lastly, and this is an area where there has been some movement as well, is the impact of truck platooning. Really platooning of vehicles in general, and even just AV operation on pavements. Bridge loading has been a big consideration when you've got close spacing of trucks. What does that do to bridge loading? And this is an area we're already seeing research. We're already seeing potential changes to standards around that to help modify how bridges are being built, because this is an expensive, long-term, long-life asset that will most certainly be affected by this type of technology. But even as simple as wear patterns and pavements, when you see very little wander within the lane from vehicles as they're being more precision guided, what does that do to pavements? And that's an additional area that's really being researched as well. So there's a lot of very near-term questions really related to this, and looks at how agencies have to consider investment in some of these different areas. So that is all I had for my presentation, and I will pass it back to Colin.
Thank you very much, Scott. So yeah, definitely some interesting considerations, that infrastructure owner operators are looking at. I mean, you have kind of those early wins, maybe with the static kind of sign lines conversation, looking at, more dynamic attributes, like work zones and sharing data. But then kind of the big investment conversations that may take place, like dedicating infrastructure to support these, or even the impacts to large brick and mortar investments like bridges. So definitely a lot to consider here. So thank you very much for the comments. So our next presenter here is Dr. Yihang Fang, who's the Assistant Research Scientist at U of M. Dr. Fang received his PhD from the Department of Systems and Industrial Engineering at the University of Arizona in 2015. His research mainly focuses on smart transportation systems, including traffic control with connected and automated vehicles, cybersecurity of transportation infrastructure, and CAV testing and evaluation. He has been the PI or the co-PI on multiple federal and industry-funded research projects, including the National Science Foundation, the US DOT, the US Department of Energy, as well as Ford Motor Company. So with that, Dr. Feng is going to talk about connected and smart transportation infrastructure. So take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Colin, for the introduction. And can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, it's my great pleasure to be here to attend this CCAT symposium. And today I'm going to introduce some of our work related to this topic, and I will mainly introduce this topic from a research point of view. Some of this research may not going to be deployed in short term, but in the long run, that is what we envision what this connected and the smart transportation infrastructure would be in the future, and how they interact with the connected and automated vehicles. So this slide actually shows a big picture of the transportation system, right? The current transportation system, as well as the future smart transportation system, have three main components. The travelers, vehicles, and the infrastructure. But the difference is their behaviors and functions of the three components will change a lot in the future. So our research is mainly focused on intersection of the smart vehicles and the smart infrastructure. So mainly we want to tackle this from two directions. One is how to leverage the new data source and control capability from the CAV to improve the existing infrastructure operations. Because for the CAVs, we can consider them as either or both, actually, both a sensor, that is a remote sensor on the road, as well as an actuator, because now we can give guidance to the vehicles and also even directly control the vehicle trajectories. So based on this, if we consider the CAVs as a sensor, then from which we can collect the vehicle trajectory data, that actually greatly enhance the capabilities of the current infrastructure, the data collection capabilities of the current infrastructure. So we can do the CAV-based traffic signal optimization. More specifically, it's actually trajectory-based traffic signal optimization versus currently the loop detector-based signal control. And if we consider CAV as an actuator, we can actually control the vehicle trajectories. That actually expand our control dimensions from the only traffic signals to both traffic signals and the vehicle trajectory. So that we call this spatial temporal intersection management. So this is the first direction. And the second direction is how to adapt the current infrastructure to accommodate new features of the CAV. So here we talk about actually Joe and Scott both talk about the design, the redesign of the road geometry, and here I will give an example of this lane refinement concept. And also when we have a very high level of penetration rate of CAVs, we may be able to remove all the physical control devices that we call this signal-free intersection operations. And finally, another very important aspect of the future transportation infrastructure is the cybersecurity issue. We have talked about this in the morning session. So besides the vehicle, cybersecurity is very critical. The infrastructure cybersecurity is also very important in the future. So next, I will give some examples of our research or some other people's research related to these topics. So I think you're familiar with this, and many of you are familiar with this Ann connected vehicle test environment. That's how we use connected vehicles as the mobile sensors to collect the trajectory data. So we equipped more than 2,000 vehicles and 70 infrastructure locations around the Ann Arbor area to collect both the vehicle data in terms of the basic safety messages and also the intersection data in terms of the SPAT messages. And actually, if you're interested, you can visit this website. It's open to public, and you will see the real-time connect vehicle traces in Ann Arbor right now, and also the real-time traffic signal information. Besides that, we also developed some basic statistics like QLens, vehicle delay, and time-space diagram, etc. But however, because of the COVID-19, we don't see much traffic on the road right now. So when we collect this connect vehicle data, then we can enable this trajectory-based traffic signal optimization. We designed a 4-step loop, including sensing, evaluation, optimization, and implementation. So we collect the vehicle trajectories as well as the signal data, and then we can draw time-space diagrams from which we can directly see how many vehicles that stopped, how many times they stopped, where they stopped, and how long do they wait for the traffic signals, for example. And based on the evaluation, we can optimize the traffic signal parameters to improve the traffic efficiency. And then finally, we implement the optimized traffic signal timing plan on the road and then collect more data. And we continue this loop to iteratively improve the traffic management. Okay, so if we consider CAV as a actuator, then we can control the vehicle trajectories also. So then we call this a joint optimization of traffic signal parameters. And also we can either provide the guidance to the CAV trajectory, or we directly optimize the CAV trajectory as well. So there are two key concepts of this, or two main benefits of this. Is one is we can smooth the vehicle trajectories and reduce fuel consumptions and emissions. Look, this figure shows that now all the vehicles don't need to make a complete stop at the red signals, for example. And at the same time, by coordinating the traffic signals and the vehicle trajectories, we can actually increase intersection capacity by reducing the stop delay as well as the headways between the vehicles to further improve the intersection efficiency. And these two figures shows the two examples before the joint control and after the joint control. And you can see with the joint control scheme, all the vehicles pass intersection without stop. Okay, then if we come to the second direction, how the infrastructure should be adapted for the new CAV environment. One example here, this is a conceptual example, is the lane reassignment. Let's say if we have two type of vehicles, right? Through vehicles and left-turn vehicles. For the current road, we need to assign one lane for through vehicles and one lane for left-turn vehicles because they are conflicting with the other direction. But if they are CAVs, when actually they're approaching this intersection, if the vehicles can be reorganized based on their destinations. I'm sorry, the animation didn't show very correctly. These two vehicles should not collide with each other. So basically, then we can use both lanes to discharge the vehicle at the same time, right? So in that case, we can double the intersection capacity. Then another example is that the signal-free intersection where we have all the vehicles are CAVs. So the left animation shows the current traffic signal operations, right, by movements. And the right figure shows the signal-free intersection. You can see is basically it's a reservation-based scheme that all the vehicles can pass the intersection on a negotiation type of strategy. And some research also shows that the signal-free intersection can greatly increase intersection capacity as well. And finally, the cybersecurity of the transportation infrastructure. This is a new problem because most of the current infrastructure is deployed in isolated and independent manner, so that the cybersecurity is not that critical. But if the future infrastructure is connected to the outside world, then the connectivity may bring the cyber threats. So we need to investigate what is the threat model, what components are vulnerable of the infrastructure, and what potential attacks can be launched, and what are the consequences. And of course, we also need to design a defense system to detect attacks and protect the system. I think that's all I have. Thank you. So I will hand this back to Colin.
And the opportunity to do some things, increasing, safety and, optimizing capacity. I think it's a pretty exciting. So definitely another consideration and another attribute kind of the operations of the infrastructure that could potentially have a lot of value to folks. So thank you very much. So last but not least, I will present to you Dr. Weisong Shi. He is the Associate Dean for Research at Wayne State University and the Director of the CAR Lab. So Dr. Shi is a Charles Gershenson Distinguished Faculty Fellow and a Professor of Computer Science at Wayne State University. And he directs the Mobile and Internet Systems Laboratory and Connected and Automated Vehicle Driving Laboratory at Wayne State. He's an Associate Dean for Research at the College of Engineering, and he leads the Mobility Program at Wayne State. He's also an IEEE Fellow and an ACM Distinguished Scientist. So with that, Dr. Shi is going to talk about some of the things happening with edge intelligence enabled smart infrastructure. So with that, take it away.
Thank you very much, Colin. It's a great honor to join this wonderful panel. And my background is from computer science. So in the next few minutes, I will share with you about more from computing point of view. So as a start. So here, some of you probably heard about that recently in the computing side. People talk about from the cloud computing to the edge computing. So here I'm using a figure to show you that this is basically the computing model right now. We already seeing some of them, and also in the next probably in the 10 years. So basically, you have this on the left side, you have these IoT devices, all kinds of the sensors, including the cameras, and as Yinhe mentioned, even vehicle itself we consider sometimes as a sensor if you're looking from the traffic management point of view. But then between the sensors to the cloud, in the middle you have an edge. So here the edge could be a vehicle itself, could be very powerful, provided the edge device. Also the infrastructure, for example, roadside unit can be a very good edge server, depending on what type of application we are talking about. So here is a general view about the edge computing. So here is our vision about the future CAV. Again, from the computing point of view, as each of these vehicle, they're going to have this vehicle, computing unit, and they have multiple. As you can see, these two are kind of the thin waist shape. So, for example, on the vehicle side, you have multiple sensors here, and then you have a lot of application is running on, on top of the vehicles, and also at the what we call the X edge. You can think about as RSU, which is part of the infrastructure. Also potentially on the cellular tower provided by the telecommunication, telecoms. And then they also have their own, the data, for example, local traffic, local weather and the road condition, etc. And on top of that, you have different applications. So in the next, here is the vision. In the next few slides, I want to talk about what's the challenges here in order to realize this kind of, smart infrastructure for the CAVs. So basically, we think there are 4 challenges here, CCSS. Now, the first 2 challenges are related to computing and the communication. So this figure comes from Intel, but this is based on the 2017 estimation. One of these autonomous vehicles each day can generate 4 terabytes of data. Based on the recent results, because the camera has become more and more high resolution and also the high definition of LiDAR. So today, if a autonomous vehicle running there, it could be generate 35 terabytes of data, and also the energy consumption is huge. It's more like a refrigerator itself, moving around. So this brings a lot of challenges to the computing as well as the communication, because it's data. If you want to talk into the infrastructure, and then you need the communication channels to support them. So that's the first 2 challenges. Now the third challenge here we call scalability, because imagine that in the future you're going to have about millions of these vehicles all capable of communication, sending their sensor data, sending their video stream, also some of their for example engine data and etc. And as well as more and more rely on the HD maps. So they're going to building this real-time map and sending back. So this is going to create a huge scalability issue to the infrastructure. So today's infrastructure is not really ready for this type of communication and then this data exchange. So that's why this is the third challenge. The last one, I don't want to put in too much effort here because Yinghen already mentioned that, which is the security. Because of course, once you starting putting more and more, computing and the decisions made on the infrastructure, then it became more than before that's the importance of the security. For example, attack right now could attack the infrastructure very easily, and they can attack the computing devices. As you see from the news that there's a vehicle, a Chrysler Jeep was stopped in the middle of the driving, and also for the communication channels, there's also challenges here. So those are the 4 challenge areas. So in order to understanding about where we are today, so we recently had done a research trying to understanding about the end-to-end, the latency from the communication. So we basically evaluated the Wi-Fi, the LTE network, and the DSRC that dedicated short-range communication, supposedly used for the vehicle talking to vehicle and the vehicle talking to infrastructure. And then here I'll show some results which will be published a couple of months later. So for example, on the left side, you see the latency. You will see that today's, again, is based on the hardware we have. You can see even sending a basic safety message out using LTE network is 3 milliseconds. If you're talking about sending an image from the vehicle to the infrastructure, the latency is more than is 1.7 seconds here. So there, the latency today is basically we found out that it's not really ready for support any type of the applications running on the CAV today. So although we are very excited about that the vision presented here, so we also look at the overhead of the computing equipment, running on the RCU and the OBU. As you can see that the memory part, the OBU part, this all, how do you read from this data is all this is the cost, because imagine that you're going to run a program here, need a huge requirement on the computing devices, then the cost for the computing equipment, the cost for the communication equipment, it will be huge. So without address these issues, you can't really move on to the real, the vision of the CAV. We also talk on the left lower part, we show that how the latency relates to the speed. Many people talk about the DSRC and then Wi-Fi, but if you think about we even very slowly moving, you can see that the latency is increased significantly. Once you're running, imagine that you're running in the highway, well, that's going to be even, the latency and the reliability will be an issue. The last thing we compare with the power, the energy consumption here. And basically, you show that the sender side and the receiver side. But basically here, we found out that today is where we are is we have insufficient, unstable bandwidth with non-negligible power dissipation and the system overhead. So that will be the obstacles that for the real CAV applications. So without solving this, we are not going to see any real deployment for the applications here. And then here goes to what's the real problem that we need we think is worth for the people, particularly for the audience from the computing side. How can you co-design the computation communication in a secure and scalable way for the CAV scenarios? That is one of these, the challenges that we are facing. So I use the next few slides to show that what we have done. So in our lab, we have built a edge server, which is capable from Wi-Fi, DSRC, LTE, and 5G. We call it Equinox, and then it's talking to this vehicle, and then we run all these different kind of computing devices running on the UBU, and also we evaluate the different computing devices running on the edge. It's more like a roadside unit, and then we're using this platform to run these experiments. And then in addition, we also built this Hydra One, for the indoor. Although it's an indoor like a robot, but it actually it's come with all this standalone, kind of camera lidars. So this allow us to do the research. It's an open source research and education platform to support this type of research and education activities. And the last thing I want to make sure I want to cover here is eventually this intelligence are going to be deployed on this edge. For example, at the on the vehicle as well as the infrastructure. Because of this huge amount of data is generated at the edge, and then it's impossible for the infrastructure to ship all this data back to the cloud. So that's why traditional cloud, you have this algorithm, software, and hardware. And now this is on the right side. You can see that this is basically what all these pretty much hardware companies, they are trying to come out with the small edge-oriented devices, so that this is going to be running on the for example, running on the vehicle as well as the infrastructure to support this type of intelligence. And just now, Yinghen showed several examples that this could be, very good example to leverage this kind of intelligence. So that a couple of real projects that our group have been working on. One is funded by NIST, is through the MIT Lincoln Lab. So basically, we leverage this the vehicle as a computing. So talking to the law enforcement, the body camera talking to the vehicle connects to the infrastructure and make some real-time decisions. So the other one is we're trying to leverage the multiple intersections, multiple vehicles. How can we do the collaborative learning together? So this is another possible application for the CAVs. And the idea is you're running multiple learning components on each of these vehicles. In this way, you don't need to sending all this data back to the server, which is a huge cost for the truck companies and for the OEMs. So instead, you keep all the data here for the privacy purposes to reduce the latency and the bandwidth requirement, as well as you can do the customize for each individual drivers. And then you can training the model. So I will skip this. So basically, the idea is you can, doing this on the edge and then talking to the infrastructure, and then to make sure that all this data will be keeping on the edge side. I think I will stop here. Thank you so much.
All right, great, Dr. Shi. So obviously, as you talk about some of the opportunities, that may exist with edge computing, obviously there's some considerations associated with, the challenges as well, with data computation and transfer and scalability and all these things. So great comments. So now we'll jump into, kind of the panel discussion. I mean, we've heard about, kind of the traditional design and what needs to change in regards to that. What near-term investment opportunities may exist, how folks are researching, optimizing infrastructure to support these types of technologies. And then, the opportunities that exist with all the data and things that we could be doing, from a safety and efficiency perspective. So I guess we'll start here actually with, comment that was made. It's a comment and a question that was made in the QA here. This is from an anonymous attendee. So since the late 2000s, a lot of automotive suppliers and special interest groups have promoted connected vehicle technology for governments and OEMs to adopt. After a decade, we saw automated vehicles kind of in the same light. So even though neither technology has a good business case to deploy, stakeholders from both have been asking governments and infrastructure owner operators to invest heavily in new infrastructure research and installations. So with that statement made, now it is more evident that we will not have much deployment of level 3 AVs because there's a technical gap and an unwanted benefit, or CVs, through the challenges with the FCC or the lack of benefit. So is it time for infrastructure owner operators to reconsider the source of driver and traffic control benefit to not come from direct communications or automated vehicles? Do we have any thoughts there? Is it time for IOOs to reconsider, the source of driver and traffic control benefit to not come from direct communications or automated vehicles? I'll let the panel provide their thoughts, and then I can respond as well.
Well, I'll start. From a practicality standpoint, most likely the first application of CAVs is going to be on controlled access facilities. For instance, here in Northern Virginia, it would be the easy pass lanes. In Houston, it would be the toll lanes. In Denver, it would be the application of CAVs on the toll lanes. So that's where I see the first opportunities to really apply CAVs and initially have them interact with other vehicles.
Thank you. Any other thoughts here?
Yeah, Colin, I'll jump in, I guess. I think Joel started to touch on it, but I think what we saw, particularly maybe 5 years ago, was I think really still this kind of moonshot approach, where it is, we are going to imminently be at level 5, and we have to have, the kind of the infrastructure all sorted out to support that. This, almost frantic race to meeting level 5, and I think we've, obviously seen in the last several years that this is really hard. This is a long path to get there. So, I think there's been a recalibration towards there's no way there's going to be a broad infrastructure solution to meet a demand on all roadways. It's got to be more of a defined use case, a defined location type of application. I think that's going to have to be the catalyst, and it seems that is where the energy is shifting to now, from my perspective.
Yeah, I would agree.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I'm gonna say a few words too. So I think a more feasible path is still the we call the cooperative automation. That I think the communication between the CAVs and the infrastructure is essential, but the automation capabilities should be shared between the CAV and the infrastructure. As Scott mentioned, that just the level 5 is a really difficult job to implement. But if the infrastructure has some levels of intelligence, I know there's a project called the InfraMix, sponsored by the European Union. They kind of define different levels of infrastructure intelligence from 0, like level 0, the current infrastructure, to level A, to like to support cooperative driving. So some of the functionalities from the vehicle side, for example, some of the perception tasks or some of the task planning tasks, if those tasks can be shared from the infrastructure side, that actually provide a more flexible path of deploying the CAV system. So if you have a higher level of CAV, you may need less infrastructure support. But if your infrastructure is well equipped, so you can also deploy a low level of CAV. So that may provide a more flexible path.
Okay, I can add a few things which I observed in the last couple of years. You know, I'm not really a civil engineer, so I think Scott and Joe, you guys are expert. But I have a feeling is that the usually is taking a cycle for the civil engineer and for the transportation folks to change the, for example, the traffic signal and this, right? Because this is it's not like a computer software. You can deploy some update, every day. So this is like once you deploy it, it may take like 20 years for you to update. My feeling is that right now might be a very good time that for the people to starting, add the new functionality to the traditional signal systems, because the signal has been there for a while, and a particular case is, for example, when I was in China last summer. So when some of the cities, because there was a very older technology has been used, but then when they're starting to build the new one, they all of a sudden deployed all this kind of 5G, and then they come out with these computing devices, all come to this. So when I was in Hangzhou the other day, and then I noticed that their infrastructure is already being adaptive signal. So what happened is that during the, you see my background is from my office view is a woodwork. But I noticed that this is every day during after 9 o'clock, normally it's pretty much is empty because there's not many traffic. But then during the morning is one-way traffic in. During the evening is another traffic is getting extra to Detroit. But in Hangzhou in China is different. What happens is in the morning, 6 of the lines among this, if you consider 8 lines there, and then 6 of lines will be getting in the city. During the evening, and then another on the 6 on the opposite side is already being there. So this has been already deployed there. So I think that it's a opportunity right now because of that my background, that was when woodwork was reconstruction in the last 50 years, right? The first time. So this is an opportunity that they can start putting the new things there. So that I don't know if I answer the question, but I just might believe that
no,
it is a good time,
Yeah, no, I think everyone answered it in some way, shape, or form. I think what it boils down to is that, me being an infrastructure owner operator, I think, yes, we have to be careful that we're not, investing in the next, shiny object. However, we do have to be thinking about, opportunities as we're upgrading our infrastructure to be future-proofing it for, opportunities to support connected vehicles and automated vehicles. And so I think, what we're seeing is some of these low-hanging fruit opportunities potentially emerge, and things that we can do to invest in today that may help, in the future, even though we know that things are a little fuzzy, but we think we can make investments today. Excellent. Well, we have a couple other questions here. We'll try and hop on these. One of them is, do we envision P3s for communications infrastructure deployment? Are you seeing this happening? If so, how?
I can grab this one. Short answer, yes, totally. Am I seeing it happening? No, not yet. And I think that really gets to kind of the, really that national, I think if we had already seen a national directive on specific technology for connected vehicles, I think we would already see an industry well underway and developing out. Because I think if you look at what does it take to create critical mass for benefit, you have to front load it with a large scale deployment that almost no agency can afford to do. So, are there public-private partnership opportunities where there is a turnkey, deployment and maintenance type contract that is kind of developed and, paid out over time by agencies that would allow kind of smoothing the cash flow piece of that to provide a large scale deployment? I absolutely see that being something. Is there a data angle there that could benefit and offset some of the IOO cost to make a P3 work? Absolutely potential there too. So I certainly think when we really see a consistent direction nationally on this, personally, I think that's an industry that's going to happen.
This is Joel. I think the first opportunity, as I described below or previously, is that on toll lanes, there is an opportunity to investigate the combination of CAVs and regular vehicles. And I think that's the first opportunity to really investigate. And we're talking about that here in Northern Virginia on Interstate 95 and Interstate 395 and the Capitol Beltway.
Excellent. So why don't we take one more question here that's been posed, and then we'll probably hand it back over. So how to take pedestrians into consideration in infrastructure design for AVs and CAVs? What kind of changes can be made? Any thoughts?
Well, it's a serious problem in relation to pedestrians. In Israel, in Jerusalem, the first person was killed with a CAV was a pedestrian. So, that's an issue that really needs to be addressed.
Other thoughts from the panelists on things they're aware of that are happening on the infrastructure side from a safety perspective?
Yeah, so one of the ways probably is to build the CAV, like a dedicated region, dedicated lanes, dedicated area that entirely separate with the vulnerable road users. But that will cost more investment in the infrastructure side. For example, we need to build more overpasses or underpasses for the pedestrians.
Yeah, all right. Maybe I'll just jump in on that real quick, Colin. Yeah, and I think that's I wish I could say I had a great answer, but I think it's more identifying the problem. In that I think if you look at urban areas today, the trends in infrastructure that you're seeing is more of a shift towards shared streets and, really blurring the delineation between pedestrian space and vehicle space. And the reality is that will make it very difficult for AV navigation in those areas. So I think you're going to see a tension there in urban areas between how to facilitate AVs while not compromising, really kind of non-motorized transportation in those areas. I think it's a big challenge the industry has to figure out.
All right.
Right.
Well, with that, we're right up against it. It's 4:40, so I think we're at our hour. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of our panelists for their time and their information they shared. Thanks to CCAT as well as all the attendees, that stuck around to kind of hear what we have to say. So with that, I'll pass it back over to Francine. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much. And again, thank you to all of our participants. Before Henry closes out the symposium, again, I want to thank our moderators, our panelists, and especially our participants. I have to say, Calvin, you did an amazing job of pivoting, moving this from a face-to-face to an online event. Calvin, you probably can't see it, but we're all giving you a standing ovation. So we weren't exactly sure how this was going to turn out, but it's been a huge success. We've grown our YouTube presence by almost tenfold today. We had about 200 Zoom participants going into lunch, another 75 on YouTube, and our afternoon crowd has been holding between 130 and 150 people, so pretty remarkable. I also wanted to give a shout out to Steve Kozar and Wisong Shi. You guys get the award for the best backdrop of the day. So thanks for leaning in and having some fun with it. Remember, you can follow CCAT on LinkedIn, Twitter, and of course, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Calvin will be posting that URL in the comment section. We will be sending out a wrap-up next week, and we'll be posting a recording of the symposium with closed captions next week as well. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear from about your experience. We probably are going to be holding a how to hold a webinar. We've gotten a lot of feedback today, folks wanting to know how we were able to pull this off. Was it effective? So stay tuned for more information. And we have a lot more planned for you all this year. So with that, Henry, I will hand it over to you to close the symposium out.
Sure, thank you, Francine. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, let me share my screen also. So I also want to thank everyone sticking to the end. We still have 120 plus online for the participants and also 35 people watching YouTube. As I mentioned at the very beginning, this is obviously our first time to host the CCAT Global Symposium online, and because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But I think so far this is a very successful event. As Francine mentioned, in the morning we have 200 plus participants and plus 70, 80 people online watching YouTube. And even to the end, we still have a lot of people participating. So I hope you learned. In today's presentation, we discussed many issues from technical challenge, legal reliability issues, and security privacy concerns to public acceptance, infrastructure support. And I really enjoyed the discussion today. We also have two wonderful keynote speakers and two very good presentation from the CCAT researchers. So, now we are at 2020, and for automated vehicles, starting from Google's Google Car in 2009, I thought we have 10 plus years of development, and I'd like to just to reflect a little bit in terms of what we have done as a community and what are the paths forward. And I think today's discussion so far has given us a lot of insights in terms of what's happening and what we are going to do in the future. Let me see my, all right. So in the past 10 years also, if I put it into Gartner's hypercurve on emerging technologies, 2010, that was the first time automated vehicles really appear on this curve. And then 2015, 2016-ish, and that the hype on the automated vehicle really reached to the top. 2018-19 is going down in terms of the hype, and people now become very cautious in terms of when really autonomous vehicle will be able to be deployed on the road in a large scale. And I think in the morning, people have, the panel has discussed in terms of the technical challenge and also in terms of legal issues, regulatory issues. And I think realistically, they will take some time for autonomous vehicles to be really on the road in a larger scale. But if you look into any of these new technology development, we always have this innovator's dilemma. And the existing technology, the technology always follow the S curve and start very slow and then jump over and then start to flat out. And then the new technology, when it's being developed, the performance is usually worse than the existing technology. But if you don't invest those, then you're gonna lag behind in terms of the new technology. And so, so people have to really invest in the new technology to be catch in the wave. Same thing for autonomous vehicles. What we see autonomous vehicle now in terms of the performance, I think it's particularly in terms of automated driving systems. If you look at the driving performance, it's obviously is still lag behind in terms of human-driven vehicles. But that's what we have to focus. We have to invest in this particular area to make the leap. So this is actually a slide I really like. Ed Olson, one of our colleagues at the University of Michigan, also the CEO for the startup May Mobility, he looked at in terms of comparison between the automated vehicles versus human drivers in terms of driving performance. And this is really the comparison start from roughly 2004 up to 2020, 2019 ish. And 2004, that was the DARPA challenge when really the autonomous vehicle was put into test, into the challenge. And he utilized this performance measure in terms of disengagement, whether this is a good or the best performance measure for the driving performance. It's obviously we can argue for that, but just for the sake of this presentation, that's to say if we utilize disengagement, the number of miles between disengagements for autonomous vehicles, and he saw this is the number of miles being doubled approximately every about 16 months or so. And that's just between 2004 to year 2019. But if you stretch this out in comparison between the human drivers, and we know human drivers in terms of fatality, the rate will be 100 million miles about. And then if we have this rate of development in terms of the autonomous vehicle technology every 16 months doubled, and then this will wait until 2035 even to get to the same level as human driver performance. So it will take some time. We're not going to expect anything really soon to be on the road. However, I do think we can speed it up in terms of this deployment of autonomous vehicles or connected automated vehicles. And in the past 10 years also, I think most of the automated vehicle development has been focused on the vehicle intelligence. And SAE has classified the vehicle intelligence in terms of level 5 levels, and from level 1 to level 5, and a lot of research and development has been focused on this area, from tech companies to OEMs, and to startups. There's a lot of effort on the development of this. And I think the last panel also alluded to this in terms of in the future, the infrastructure support has to be match what we have for autonomous vehicle development. And in the European Union last year has released a report from this project called InfraMix, and they are looking at categorization of the infrastructure level of support for autonomous vehicles, starting from level E to level A. The level E in their support means that basically no infrastructure support, and that's essentially for most of the infrastructure what we have today. And level D is the static information. You have then static digital map with static signs information and things like that. Level C providing dynamic information to the automated vehicles, including verbal message sign, instant and weather information and things like that. Level B is a jump. Level B means that they will provide you autonomous vehicle with macroscopic traffic situation, and so that we can cooperatively looking at the traffic environment, so cooperative sensing. And level A is cooperative driving, so that's the highest level in terms of the infrastructure support. And when this has been discussed, and there was always a question that where does money come from? And this obviously involve a lot of infrastructure investment, and it's very difficult to come with this large investment on the infrastructure. But I think in the future, that for the cooperative transportation system, the ecosystem is changing. There's new industry is emerging. Scott Shogun actually alluded to it in the last panel in terms of the data services. So if you look at the current ecosystem, really is starting from the end user to purchase vehicles and operate that vehicle on the road. And we already see mobility service like Uber, Lyft, and communication services to a certain extent is already there in terms of the cell phone services. But I think in the future, with 5Gs and CV2X, and we will see more and more investment on the infrastructure, and then the support from infrastructure in terms of the necessary macroscopic situational awareness data, and even to a certain extent, cooperative driving will be there. So I think in the future, this new industry or a new set of companies that can provide a cooperative system data service are emerging, and I think that's an area really deserve a lot of investment. And I also realized that just recently, MDOT has released a new RFP connected automated vehicle corridor, calling for master developer on such corridors to support automated vehicle, connected automated vehicle deployment. And I think that's a very, very smart move. And in the future, not just to support automated vehicles, it's important not only to provide better lane markings and signs. It's also important to provide useful data, cooperative sensing, cooperative driving data to automated vehicles. So I think in the future, not only for the smart transportation system, not only we will have smart travelers, smart vehicles, smart roads, smart cloud, and all these things together, and it will be what we call the smart transportation systems. So so that's my last slides in terms of my sort of hindsight related with last 10 years with connected automated vehicle technical development. And the last two things I want to mention, one is we do have one special seminar will be presented by Professor Siqian Shen from the industry and from Industrial and Operations Engineering Department of University of Michigan. And she's going to discuss transportation and logistics in a COVID-19 era. I think this is a very timely topic, and you can register for the seminar at CCAT covid.eventbrite.com. And last not the least, I really want to thank the CCAT staff members, Calvin and Debbie and Francine, for putting together this online event. We were hesitant at the very beginning when we have the situation but eventually we were able to move this 2 days in-person event into a one-day online event, and I think this is very successful, and hopefully you all learn from it. I want to give them a virtual round of applause. Thank you very much, and I hope we see you in next year's CCAT Global Symposium. Again, thank you, and this concludes today's Global Symposium. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you.
That was fantastic.
Good job. Oh my gosh, we quit right on time. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna log.
Thank you.